Before we get to how I accidentally become a tobacco warlord for an entire nation of orcs, you need to know how I died. It matters. It is also the dumbest death in recorded human history, so brace yourself. It is a Tuesday. I know it is a Tuesday because Tuesdays are when Marco's mom works the late shift, which makes Marco's basement ours. Me, Marco, Deshawn. 3 grown men on a futon that should have been thrown out years ago. We have a nature documentary going with the sound off, because somebody put music on instead, and we are passing around something that is legally not tobacco. This is the level we are operating at. This is where I am, 5 minutes before the end. Yo, Deshawn says, without taking his eyes off the screen. Yo, Dex. Do you think fish know that they are wet? Nobody answers him, and nobody ever does. Such is the caliber of conversation happening in the final minutes of my life. I am halfway through a thought about whether fish have main character energy when my bladder files a formal request. I stand up. The room does a slow, friendly spin, like it is simply happy to see me upright. I have to go whiz, I announce, with the gravity of a man addressing the United Nations. Legend, Marco says, not looking up. Those are the last words anybody says to me while I am alive, which is somehow perfect. I make it 4 steps. 4. My pinky toe catches the corner of the futon frame, the corner with the exposed metal bracket Marco has been meaning to fix since roughly the Obama administration. And what goes through my body is a religious experience. I have seen God, and God is disappointed in me. I make a sound I did not know a human throat could produce. Something between a war cry and a kettle, and I go sideways with my arms out like I am trying to hug the concept of balance. My hand reaches for the nearest solid object to catch myself on, and the nearest solid object is Marco's grandmother's wardrobe. Solid oak and possibly a small moon. Absolutely not bolted to the wall. Let me be precise about the timeline, because I have had a lot of time since to think it over. The wardrobe does not come down on me right away. There is a moment, a full cinematic moment where it tips forward in total silence. I look up at it. Some ancient lizard section of my brain goes, huh. And then it is wardrobe. All wardrobe. Wardrobe forever, world without end. The last thing I hear before the lights go out is Deshawn, mid-laugh, going, yo. That is my death. Killed by furniture, mid-sentence, while my 2 best friends laughed at me in real time. I get no last words and no dignity, only the phrase yo, which is now technically my epitaph. Hold on to that. It comes back around eventually in ways I could not possibly have predicted from underneath a wardrobe. Then there is nothing, and let me be clear that nothing is not black and it is not white. It is gray static, like a television tuned between channels, soft and warm and completely empty, and I am floating in the middle of it. I have one thought and it arrives with total clarity. This is either death or I am the single highest any human being has ever been. Hello, I say, to the nothing. The nothing does not answer, which is rude. I try again. If this is a hospital dream, I would like it formally noted that I am requesting no further wardrobes going forward. The gray tears open like wet paper, and I fall through it face first into noise. Drums, horns, several hundred people shouting at once. Torchlight, wood smoke, roasted meat, spilled beer, and heat coming off bodies packed way too close together. I land on my knees on cold stone in the middle of what is very obviously a party. Long tables, fire pits, a banner behind a raised platform covered in symbols I do not recognize and never will fully understand. And every single guest is an orc and not a big guy in a costume tusk. Actual orcs, 7 feet of muscle and opinion, green, tusked, the whole situation. Dozens of them, hundreds, all frozen mid-toast, all staring at me. Nobody moves. A mug drops and shatters on stone, and that seems to function as the starting pistol. Because 30 orcs come off their benches at once, and the noise they make is not a party noise anymore. Spy, somebody roars, and it goes around that hall like fire through dry grass. Spy from the kingdom. How did he get past the wards, and who let this in here? I am on my knees in last Tuesday's hoodie, with nothing about my situation making sense, and my brain, which tries so hard, bless it, offers me one single coherent thought. This is the best hallucination I have ever had. Oh my God, I say out loud, and then I start laughing, doubled over laughing. Because this is clearly a magnificent death brain finale, somebody in my skull is cooking, and the budget on it is frankly insane. Two orcs grab my arms hard enough that I feel it, and the laugh dies in my throat, because pain is not usually load-bearing in a dream. Okay, hold on, I say, hold on, and I pinch the skin on the back of my own hand as hard as I can. It hurts. The torches do not turn into hospital lights. The room does not fade. Oh no, I say, very quietly, mostly to myself. What in the world is he wearing? Somebody mutters near the front, and I look up in time to see the biggest orc in the building stand from the head table. Crown, fur cloak, a face like a mountain that has had enough of your nonsense. This is obviously the birthday boy. This is the king, and I am the entertainment that nobody in this building ordered, paid for, or particularly wants. Beside him, a leaner orc in dark armor is already halfway to his feet with a hand on his weapon, eyes doing a fast tactical sweep of the room, exits and angles and allies, and I understand at once that this one is dangerous in a completely different way. I will learn his name later. Vrath, the king's brother. Right now, he is simply the man in this room who wants me dead fastest, and he is extremely good at his job. An intruder, Vrath says, at my brother's own celebration. His voice does not rise, and it does not need to. This is no accident. This is the kingdom's doing. Is it Halloween? I say weakly, to nobody. Is this a bit? Is somebody going to come out and explain the bit to me? Because I am extremely ready to be let in on it. The king raises one hand, and the entire hall goes quiet, which, credit where it is due, is genuinely impressive crowd control. He looks me over the way you look at a strange bug that has wandered onto your dinner plate. Gift, he says finally, and he says it warm, almost delighted. He says it in a tone that makes the hair on my arm stand up a full second before my brain catches up to why. The spirits are generous tonight. A feast needs a centerpiece. It takes me 2 entire seconds to react. Wait, I say, wait, hold on there. Centerpiece? You do not mean that the way I think you mean it, right? Because there are several other kinds of centerpiece available. The best cut, the king says, to nobody in particular, already gesturing at somebody holding a knife roughly the length of my forearm, for tonight's meal. I would like the record to show that I do not handle this well. Okay, no, I am saying, no. Hold on. I am scrambling backward against 2 orcs holding my arms, which accomplishes nothing except making them hold tighter, and my voice climbs a full octave. Did not survive a wardrobe for this, I tell them. A wardrobe, the king repeats, amused, like I have said something delightfully insane, which in fairness to him, I absolutely have. And this is where my brain, starved of oxygen and options, does the one thing it has ever been good at under pressure, which is stalling through bad comedy. Wait, I say. Wait, before whatever happens next, I get a last request. Right, that is universal. That is a whole cross-cultural thing. Everybody has that. Every civilization ever. It is basically the law. King tilts his head. He actually considers it, which either means orc culture has its own version of this, or he is simply enjoying watching me flail. Go on, he says. My hand is already moving, shaking, digging into my hoodie pocket where, thank you past me, you beautiful disaster, there is a half-crushed pack of cigarettes and a lighter, because I have never once cleaned out my pockets before crashing on a friend's futon. I want to finish my last cigarette, I say. That is my whole request. One smoke, and then you can do whatever horrifying thing you had scheduled for me. Dead silence. Several hundred orcs are now looking at a small crumpled paper stick like it might detonate. Show me, the king says. My hands are shaking so badly, the lighter does not catch the first 2 tries. The third one takes. I pull on it, like it is the last thing I will ever do, because as far as I know it is, and I let the smoke out slow. For exactly 1 second, I feel calm, which is not remotely the same thing as brave, because at least I am going out doing something my hands already know how to do without asking me first. The king is watching this the way a toddler watches a card trick, leaning forward, entirely forgetting to be a king about it. What is that, he says. It is, I look at the cigarette, and then at 400 orcs. I look at the guy with the knife, who has mercifully paused. It is a smoke. Humans do this for fun. It is not a weapon, I promise. It is honestly just a dumb little treat. Give it here, the king says, and it is not a request, and I am not currently in a position to workshop the phrasing with him. So I hand over what is left of the last cigarette on this earth to the king of the orcs. He inspects it with the seriousness of a jeweler appraising a stone. Then he puts it to his lips and inhales the way he watched me do it, except roughly 4 times harder. He coughs. God, does he cough. It is a sound like a hillside coming down, deep and wounded and personally betrayed, and half the hall reaches for weapons, because obviously I have just poisoned their king at his own birthday party. Poison, Vrath says, already moving, blade half out of the sheath, and I am fully prepared to die twice inside 1 calendar day. And then the king starts laughing, and not politely either. Full body, wheezing, tears at the corners of his eyes laughing, still coughing between breaths, waving his brother off with one enormous hand. No, he manages. No, brother, sit down. I am fine. Another cough, another wheeze. I am wonderful, he says, and the word lands in that hall like a dropped plate. He takes a second pull, coughs less, and his shoulders, I notice, have come down about 4 inches. Every bit of tension that has been radiating off him since I landed has gone somewhere else, somewhere considerably more pleasant. This, the king announces to the entire hall, holding up a dying cigarette like a war trophy, is the finest gift the spirits have sent me in years. I would like to formally register that I did not see that sentence coming. The hall does not entirely know what to do with the information. Orcs, as I am learning extremely fast, are willing to follow their king's mood almost anywhere. Somebody at the back tables laughs uncertainly, then somebody else does. And inside about 90 seconds, my execution has quietly become the strangest party I have ever attended, which is saying a lot given that the last one ended with a wardrobe. Vrath does not laugh. Vrath is watching me with the specific face of a man doing math and not liking the answer he keeps arriving at. This changes nothing, he says, low, meant only for me and his brother. A trick is still a trick. We will speak of this properly tomorrow. The king, currently riding a wave of something no orc has ever felt before in recorded memory, waves that off as well. Tomorrow, he says. Tonight we celebrate. Then he looks at me, and there is something calculating underneath all that goodwill. Something that makes me realize this man did not get to be king by being an idiot. You will stay, as my guest. We will discuss it when my head is clearer. Guest, as a word, is doing an enormous amount of heavy lifting in that sentence, because 30 minutes later, I am being lowered into a pit, an actual prisoner pit. Dirt walls, a wooden grate overhead, the full experience. Orc hospitality has layers. This is not what I pictured when he said guest, I tell the dark, and my own voice cracks a little on the joke, because the adrenaline is draining out of me, and I am alone in a hole in the ground on a planet that is not mine. That is, I think it is fair to say, a lot to process on a Tuesday. I sit with my back against the dirt and I do not cry, though only because I am too tired and too confused to organize it properly. I do not know how long I sit there before somebody drops into the pit behind me, and he is not thrown in. He comes down on purpose and quietly, and I leave the ground by roughly a foot. Easy, says a voice, low, and a shape resolves out of the dark. Young for an orc, I would guess. Lean, where everybody upstairs was built like furniture. I notice his hands, which is the first orc detail I have clocked all night that is not simply size, because they move careful and precise even down here in the dark, turning something over between his fingers like he is checking that it is real. I am Gruck, he says. 2 thumbs, some of them call me, though not so much to my face anymore. A pause. You gave the king a smoke. Dex, I tell him, because nobody has asked. I gave the king a war crime, apparently, based on how he coughed. Gruck almost laughs. He catches it, glances up at the grate like somebody might hear him, and holds out one hand palm up in the universal gesture for give me one. You have got more, he says, and it is not a question, and he is correct. I have 4 left in the crushed pack. I am fully aware that handing contraband to a guard is either the smartest or the dumbest available move. Given how my day has gone so far, I go with it anyway. You are supposed to be watching prisoners, I say, rather than smoking with them. I am supposed to be a lot of things, Gruck says, and there is an edge under it, something old and a little tired. Hands like mine are not warrior hands. Everyone has always been extremely clear with me about that. He lights it off the last ember I have going, breathes in, coughs, but less than the king did, holds it together better. Then he exhales up toward the grate, slow, and says, huh. Yeah, I say, yeah, it does that. And then we just sit there, 2 idiots and a dying cigarette in a hole in the ground, and it is the first genuinely quiet minute I have had since the wardrobe. They are going to kill me in the morning, I say, and it does not come out sounding like a question. Gruck does not bother sugarcoating it for me, which I appreciate more than I expected to. Wrath wants to, he says. The king is not sure anymore, and that is new, because the king is usually extremely sure. He looks at the cigarette between his fingers, then at me. What was that, really? And this is the single thing I actually know how to do in my whole ridiculous life. The one card in my hand, so I tell him about it. Not about wardrobes or Tuesdays, because he does not need any of that. I tell him about leaf, how it gets rolled, how the same leaf can be gentle or brutal, depending entirely on how you treat it, how you cut it, how long you let it sit. And I show him, badly, in the dark, with the last inch of a cigarette, twisting the paper tighter at one end. Tighter roll, slower burn, stronger pull, I say. Loose roll, and it comes out light and easy and forgiving. You could make one that barely does anything, and one that puts a king on his knees coughing, out of the exact same plant. The only difference is how your hands handle it. Gruck goes very quiet. You could do that, he says, and it is not a question either, with ours. With the leaf we already grow and use for nothing. I do not know your leaf, I tell him. I do not know anything about this place. That is true, and it belongs on the record early, because I have a feeling it is going to matter. But how you handle it, that I know. He looks at me a long moment in the dark, turning it over, and I watch something shift in his face. There is no trust in it, nowhere close to trust yet. It is the look of a man doing math on his own future for the first time in a while. Sleep, he says finally, standing, brushing dirt off his knees. In the morning, Vrath will want blood, and the king will want more coughing, and one of those two is going to get his way. He stops at the pit wall and looks back down at me. Hope it is the coughing one, he says. Then he climbs out, and the grate closes, and I am alone with what is left of my last cigarette. I finish it slow. I lie back against the dirt, and I think, genuinely and stupidly, that if I wake up tomorrow and all of this is still real, I might actually know what to do. I fall asleep hoping I do not. I do not see what happens next. I get it later, in pieces, mostly out of Gruck himself, grudging and awkward about it every time, like being thanked causes him physical discomfort. What happens is that he does not go back to his post. He walks straight past two of his own superiors and up toward the king's own chambers at an hour when a guard has no business being anywhere near them and asks to be heard. Demands, really and badly. Phrasing all of it wrong. A rank and file guard does not get to do that, and he especially does not get to do it about a suspected human spy on the same night the king's own brother has more or less settled the matter. Gruck knows precisely what he is risking. He does it anyway. The way he told it to me, years afterward and only the once, what he actually said was that the human had not asked for his life. He said the human had explained himself instead. He said a man holding a trick hides how it works, and this one had spent his last hour in a hole teaching it to a guard who could do nothing for him, and that this was not the small stupid waste his people could keep affording. Vrath is not moved by any of it. He asks Gruck very quietly whether he understands what happens to a guard who oversteps this badly and turns out to be wrong. Gruck says he understands. Vrath tells him to say it out loud then, in front of the king, and he does. King is the one who changes it. And by Gruck's own account, the whole thing came out clumsy and half-stammered, delivered by somebody visibly aware he could be executed for the audacity. The king changes it because he already wants a reason to stay curious, and now a guard of all people has handed him one for free at real personal cost with nothing whatsoever in it for himself. Bring the human before us properly in the morning, the king says. We will decide it there, in the light, with the court watching, and not down in the dark on a whim. It is not mercy exactly. It is a king who likes an audience, plus a guard who just spent every bit of standing he had on a total stranger he met an hour earlier. Gruck gets sent back to his post with a warning that costs him nothing on paper and everything in the way his own officers look at him for weeks afterward. He never tells me most of this himself, not that night and not for a long time after. I piece it together slowly. It is still the reason I wake up the next morning to a formal summons instead of a blade. And it is the first entry on a very long list of things I will spend a very long time trying to figure out how to repay. I never get to the end of that list. They come for me before the sun is properly up, and the grate comes off with a bang that goes through my skull like a dropped anvil, and somebody says the word court in a tone I do not enjoy at all. Two guards haul me out by the arms. Neither of them is Gruck. Neither of them says a single word to me on the entire walk, which gives me plenty of time to notice that the hall we are heading toward is already full. Last night, this room was a party. This morning, it is a courtroom, And the difference is mostly that nobody is drinking, and everybody has already decided what they think. The long tables have been pushed back against the walls. The benches are packed. There is a cleared space in the middle of the stone floor that is very obviously where you stand when the room is going to decide about you. I get put in it. Behind me, I hear somebody explain to somebody else in a helpful whisper that human meat is stringy and you have to cook it a long time. Great. Wonderful. Very normalizing. Then I spot Gruck at the back of the room, and everything I thought this morning was going to be about quietly rearranges itself into something considerably worse. He is standing at the back with the other rank and file, and he is not looking at me, and he is holding himself so carefully still that it takes actual effort to look that relaxed. His jaw is tight. 2 of his own officers are standing where they can see him. I do not know yet what he did in the night. Nobody has told me. I can read a room though, and this room is watching a guard who has stepped on something, and the something is me. This is the moment it stops being a funny story I'm telling myself to survive. Somebody I met once in a hole has spent something real on me, and I am about to either justify it or waste it in front of everyone he has to work with for the rest of his life. The king comes in, and the hall stands. He looks enormous and cheerful and slightly hungover, which is a combination I would find charming under literally any other circumstances. Vrath comes in behind him and does not look hungover at all. Vrath looks like a man who has been up all night writing an argument and is now going to deliver it. He does not waste time. He tells the court that a human appeared inside the wards during a sealed celebration, which is not possible, which means somebody made it possible. He says it flatly, and it lands, because he is right that it is not possible. He tells them the human then produced an unknown substance and induced the king to consume it in front of the entire clan. He puts the word induced in there like a hook, and I watch it catch. He says the king then behaved in a manner he has not behaved in for 12 years of rule. He says he does not know what that substance does over time. He says nobody does, including, he suspects, the human. That last one is fair. I want to object and cannot, because that is the single most accurate thing anybody has said about me since I arrived. Then an old orc woman near the front says one word, and the whole hall goes quieter than it did for the king. Her name, I learn about 4 seconds later, is Karsha, and she has been on this council since before Vrath could lift a shield. She says she does not care where the human came from. She says she cares what happens to a people who start needing something they cannot make themselves. She says she has watched 3 clans to the south go soft on human grain, and then on human iron, and then on human terms, and she says it in the tone of somebody reading out a list of funerals. It is a much better argument than Vrath's, and the terrifying thing is that she is not wrong. She is looking directly at me while she says it. She does not blink once. The king listens to all of it. Then, he leans on one elbow and asks me whether I have anything to say, and the entire hall turns to watch a man in a hoodie try to save his own life with words. I do not have a speech. There was no version of last night where I sat in the dirt and prepared remarks. What I have is a crushed pack with 3 cigarettes left and a very strong instinct that talking is going to lose. Because everything they have said about me is a story about what I might be. And you cannot argue somebody out of a story. You can only put a better one in their hands and let them hold it. So I do not make a speech. I ask for something instead, and what I ask the king of the orcs for in front of his entire council is the sweepings, which is a sentence that makes no sense at all to anybody in the room. Nobody knows what I mean. I point at the braziers along the wall and at the baskets underneath them because I noticed this on the walk-in, and I have not stopped thinking about it since. Orcs grow a little leaf. They smoke it at rituals badly in a pipe the size of a boot, and what they do with the rest, the broken stuff, the stems and the crumble and the bottom of the basket, is burn it for warmth. There is a basket of it 4 steps from where I am standing. It is garbage. It is the exact grade of leaf a human farmer would rake into a ditch. Bring it, the king says, delighted, because a human kneeling in a basket of garbage is already more entertaining than an execution. And he has very clearly decided to let this run and see where it goes. So a guard drops a basket of stems and dust in front of me on the council floor, and I kneel down in it in front of 400 orcs and start sorting with my hands. You would like to think I am cool about this. I am not cool about this. My hands are shaking so badly that the first pile I make falls over, and somebody in the 3rd row makes a noise about it, and my ears go hot. But my hands know the work even when the rest of me is falling apart. And that turns out to be the whole point. Sort out the stem. Keep the middle leaf. Break the dry stuff finer. Leave the good stuff course. I have no paper. I say so out loud, and the king says something to a servant, and about 90 seconds later, I am handed a sheet of thin pale bark that they use for wrapping ritual offerings, and it is honestly better than paper. 2 cigarettes. That is all I make. I take my time on both of them because taking my time is the only performance I have. First one I build loose. Fluffy, airy, mostly the mildest broken leaf, wrapped so light you could see through it if you held it up. Almost nothing in it. A polite little nothing of a smoke. The second one I build the other direction entirely. Every stiff, dark scrap in that basket, packed dense, rolled tight enough that the bark creaks, tapered at the end so the draw pulls hard. The king asks me what I am doing. I tell him I am making 2 completely different things out of the same garbage, and that if I am wrong about that, he should absolutely eat me. Then I stand up with one in each hand, and instead of going anywhere near the king, I walk all the way across that floor to old Karsha and hold out the light one to her. The hall makes a sound. Handing an unknown human substance to the oldest and most hostile person in the room is apparently not what anybody expected, including, based on her face, Karsha. She says she will not touch it. I tell her that is completely fine, and I keep my hand exactly where it is, and the silence goes on long enough to become uncomfortable for absolutely everybody except me. She asks me why her. I tell her the truth, which is that she is the only person in this building who argued against me for a reason instead of a feeling, and I would rather be judged by her than by anybody who already likes me. Something happens in her face. It is not warmth. It is the tiny flicker of an old professional recognizing that she has been addressed correctly. She takes it. Somebody lights it for her. She draws on it once, shallow, with the suspicion of a woman checking a well for poison, and she does not cough, because there is nothing in it to cough at. She holds the smoke, she lets it out, and then she sits back and does not say anything at all for a long moment, and the entire council watches old Karsha fail to have a complaint. Well, she says eventually, it is not unpleasant. That is her entire review. 4 words out of a woman who walked in here fully intending to have me killed, and I could have kissed her for them. And it is at exactly this moment that the heckler decides to open his mouth, which turns out, in hindsight, to be the single luckiest thing that happens to me all year. He has been going the whole time from the second row, a young warrior with half his head shaved and a birthday hangover he clearly has not slept off. He has been narrating my hands. Look at him picking flowers. Look at the little human sorting his grass. He says something now about how a real orc does not need a leaf to feel anything, and he gets a laugh, and he stands up to enjoy it. So I offer him the other one. I do it politely. I hold it out, and I tell him that since he does not need it, he is obviously the safest person in this room to test the strong one, and that I would be honored. You have never seen a man walk into a wall that fast. He cannot say no. 400 orcs are watching. He has just announced he is made of iron, and there is a small paper stick between us, doing more work than any weapon in the building. He takes it. He makes a show of it. He lights it, looks around the room to make sure everybody is watching, and pulls on it the way you would pull on a rope in a contest of strength. I have to give it to him. He gets 2 full seconds of looking absolutely magnificent. Then his eyes go very wide, and he makes a sound like a door being forced, and he goes down on one knee in front of the entire council, coughing so hard that his own friends have to catch him. The hall detonates, and it is not gasps, laughter, the enormous rolling kind, orcs slapping the tables, an elder actually wiping his eyes. Somebody near the back shouts that the grass got him. Somebody else starts a chant of it. And there goes the execution mood. You cannot kill a man in a room that is laughing that hard. It is physically impossible. I watch it drain out of the walls. The king is laughing loudest, and he is also, I notice, not laughing at the warrior. He is looking at my hands. He watched me build 2 things out of the same basket and get 2 different results on purpose, and he has understood the important half of that. Same weed, he says, out of the same basket, and he lifts one eyebrow at me across the whole hall and waits. Same weed, I say, different work. And it is the first sentence I say in this world that anybody bothers to repeat afterward. Then Vrath speaks, and the laughter dies faster than it started, because he is not moved and he has not smiled once. He asks me a question quietly, without any theater in it at all, and it goes through that room like cold water down a collar. He asks whether any of this wins a war. He asks whether a single one of these little sticks stops a human column at the river crossing. He asks what his people are supposed to do with a talent for making garbage taste better. And I have nothing. I stand there with bark dust on my hands in front of 400 orcs, and I do not have an answer, because he is asking the correct question, and I only arrived yesterday. I say that I do not know yet. He nods slowly, like a man filing something away for later use, and tells me that he did not think I would, and somehow that is worse than being shouted at by anybody else in the building. It is that exchange I will think about for the next year, rather than the coughing or the laughing. Him asking the only question that mattered, and me having nothing in my hands. The king, however, has made up his mind, and kings get to do that. He says he will not kill something he does not understand yet, which he delivers like it is generosity and not curiosity. He says the human will be put to the leaf. He says there is a patch out past the north pens where Bo works, and the human will go there and be useful, under guard, and they will see what else comes out of him. Then he says what actually matters. He says he expects to be shown something better than a trick by the next moon. Nobody explains what happens to me if I am not. Nobody in that hall has to. And Vrath says, to the room, that he will oversee it personally. He does not phrase it as a threat. He phrases it as a duty, which is far worse, because you cannot argue a man out of a duty. They take me out through the side. As I pass the back row, Grook finally looks at me. One flick of the eyes, gone in half a second, and his shoulders come down about an inch. That is all I get out of him. It is enough. I have never in my entire life been so relieved to watch another person quietly stop holding their breath. Walk to the patch takes most of the morning. Orc land out here is high and cold and windy, which is not what I would have guessed, and the soil is dark and heavy and honestly a little exciting. The patch itself is smaller than my old apartment's parking space, maybe 40 plants. Ragged, unstaked, half of them flowering, which any human grower would tell you is money going straight into the air. And there is an old orc standing in the middle of it with a hoe in his hands, watching us come up the hill, and he does not put the hoe down. This is Bo. They call him Ash Fingers. He has grown and cured every leaf any orc has smoked for about 30 years, and there is no chance at all that he has not already heard what happened in that hall. The guard tells him the human is assigned here by order of the king. Bo does not answer the guard. Bo looks at me instead, up and down, once. He asks me how old I am. I tell him. He does something with his mouth that is not a smile, and says that he has been curing leaf since before my grandmother was born. I tell him that is precisely why I am glad to be here, and I mean it. And it comes out sounding like flattery, because everything sounds like flattery when you are a prisoner. He turns his back on me and goes back to his row. I stand there, in the wind holding nothing. Behind me, the guard settles onto a rock with the specific patience of a man who has been told to sit somewhere all day for the rest of the season. That night, I sleep in a lean-to at the edge of the patch instead of in a pit, which is technically a promotion. And I lie awake listening to something enormous moving around in the tree line. I think about Marco's basement. I think about how somebody had to physically lift that wardrobe off me, and about Deshaun having to call my mother, and about the unbearable stupidity of explaining to a paramedic that your friend died going to the bathroom. I hope somebody threw that futon out. I hope Marco finally fixed the bracket. I hope the last thing either of them remembers about me is not the sound I made. It is the first night I let myself think about it, and it goes on longer than I want it to. And I will not pretend I handled it well. In the morning, Bo is already in the rows, and he still has not spoken to me, and the leaf he is working is flowering and going to waste while I watch. I have 28 days to show a king something better than a trick, a general upslope waiting for me to fail, and a teacher who would rather lose the crop than hand me a single thing. So I do the only thing available. I pick up a basket, and I start on the row furthest from him, and I do not ask permission. By the 4th day, I have learned exactly 2 things about Bo Ash Fingers, and neither of them is about tobacco. The first is that he wakes up before the birds. The second is that he can go an entire day without saying a word to a person standing 6 feet away from him. He is not lazy about it either. It takes real commitment to ignore somebody that completely. He hands me a basket by putting it on the ground near my foot. He corrects my work by silently redoing it behind me where he thinks I cannot see. I try everything. I try being useful, and I try being humble. I try asking him what the plants are called, which gets me a grunt, and then I try asking him what he calls the 2 different leaf shapes on the same stalk, which gets me an actual look, because that was a real question and he knows it, but he does not answer it. He walks off to the drying shed and shuts the door with his shoulder, and I stand in the wind understanding that the door is the entire conversation. What is actually going on takes me 4 whole days to see, because I am an idiot in a hurry. Bo is defending the only thing he has ever had, and stubbornness has nothing to do with it. He is old. He never made a warrior. What he made instead, over about 30 years, is a reputation as the finest leaf hand any orc has ever had, and it is uncontested, and it is the reason anyone says his name with respect at all. And then a human fell out of the sky, made a king cough on garbage, and got assigned to his patch by royal order. From where Bo is standing, I am not help. I am a replacement, being trained on his own ground with his own plants. I know that. I know it by day 4. And I do the impatient thing anyway, which is the piece I will not dress up for you. Because I have 20-something days to show a king something better than a trick, and a general who checks on me twice a week from a rock upslope, and a teacher who will not teach. So on the 5th night, I go into the drying shed alone. What the orcs do with leaf is simple, and it is not wrong. They cut it, they hang it over smoke and wind until it is dry and brittle, and then they smoke it. That is fire curing, more or less. And it produces just what you would expect. Harsh, fast, nothing underneath it. What they do not do, and what nobody on this entire continent has ever once thought to try, is let the leaf sweat afterward. The gap is right there, and standing in that shed, I realize how enormous it is. This is the entire secret, and it is not glamorous. You take leaf that is dried and not yet dead, you stack it in a pile, and you let it heat itself from the inside. The pile ferments. Days go by, the harsh green edge cooks out, and what is left is round and sweet and worth money. I have never built one. I have watched it done in a warehouse in a country I visited once, by a man who had been doing it for 40 years and who told me the entire trick is temperature and the entire skill is patience. I have the temperature side of it. Sort of. You feel the middle of the pile with your arm, and if it is hotter than your own body, you take it apart and rebuild it cooler. What I do not have is patience, and I definitely do not have permission. So I build the pile out of every last thing hanging in that shed, not a corner of it, not a test batch, all of it. Because I am thinking about a deadline instead of thinking about leaf, and because some part of me wants Bo to walk in and see something enormous. I stack it wrong. I stack it too tight and I stack it too wet, because the last 2 days were damp, and I do not know this climate, and I did not check the way a person who respected the material would have checked. Then I sit against the wall and I fall asleep in my own triumph like a moron. I wake up an unknown number of hours later because it is warm in there, and not pleasantly warm either. Warm the way a large animal is warm when it has come and stood too close to you in the dark. Put my arm into the pile and it goes in like an oven. It is well past my own body heat and climbing, and steam is coming off the top of it in the dark. And there is a smell in that shed that is sweet and sour and completely wrong at the same time. I tear it apart with my bare hands and burn both forearms doing it, and it does not help because by then the middle has been cooking for hours. Bo finds me at first light standing in the ruins of his entire season with my sleeves rolled up and my arms red to the elbow. He does not shout. I would honestly have preferred shouting. He walks the pile once, picks up a handful, crushes it, smells it, and drops it. Then he does it again 3 steps further along, then again. By the 3rd handful, his hands are shaking, and this is a man whose hands do not shake. He asks me, very quietly, whether I know what I have done. I start to say yes. He says the word no over the top of me, and it is the loudest sound anybody has made on that hill. He tells me what that shed was. It was not this season. It was the ritual stock for the winter naming, which is apparently a thing that has been done every winter for longer than anybody has counted, using leaf from this patch, cured by his hands. He tells me the clan will not have it now. He tells me it will be the first winter without it in his lifetime, and that when they ask why, his name is the one that will be given, because it is his shed. And I stand there and understand, about 40 hours too late, that I did not ruin some tobacco. I ruined an old man's word. That is when the guards come up the hill, because Bo has already sent for them, and Bo is entirely within his rights, and I am about 6 seconds from going back into the pit. And Gruck comes up the hill with them. He has been coming most days. He never makes anything of it. He arrives on some invented errand, stands around, asks a question about a plant, and leaves, and I have not once thought hard about what those visits cost a guard who is already on thin ice. He looks at the ruined pile for a long moment and does not say anything at all. Then he does something that nobody standing on that hill expects, very much including me. He kneels down in the middle of a ruined heap of somebody else's ritual stock and starts picking through it, leaf by leaf, not by the handful, one single leaf at a time, held up, turned, felt at the stem, and then dropped into one of two piles. Bo tells him to get out of it. Grook does not answer, and he keeps going. And after about a minute, Bo stops talking because he has looked at what is landing in the two piles. He did not know this about heat damage, and Grook apparently knows it in his fingers without anybody ever having taught him. A cooked pile does not cook evenly. The middle of it is gone and it is not coming back. The outer envelope, though, the leaves that sat against the shed air all night, are not gone. They are stressed and fragile, and they will powder into dust if you handle them like a sack of grain. Nobody can sort that by eye. The color barely changes. You have to feel the difference between a leaf that has gone slack and a leaf that has gone brittle, and you have to do it fast, because every hour they sit in that heap, another layer dies. Grook sorts for 6 hours without standing up. The guards do not take me anywhere, because Bo does not tell them to, because Bo has sat down on an upturned basket to watch, and once you have sat down, it is very hard to order an execution. Word gets around the way it always does. By afternoon, there are warriors on the slope. Some of these are the same men who have been calling him Two Thumbs since he was a boy, who have made the joke about his fingers being good for threading needles and bad for holding a blade, roughly 10,000 times. They stand there and watch those fingers work, and none of them says one word, because there is nothing available to say. The only thing standing between the clan and a completely empty winter is the pair of hands they have spent his whole life laughing at. By dusk, he has salvaged a little under a third of it, and it is not the good third, only a usable one. Bo takes a handful of the saved pile and rubs it between his palms and smells it a long while. Then he says, to nobody in particular, that it is not ruined, it is only poor, and that poor can be worked with. Grook stands up and nearly falls over because his knees have locked. He is holding his own hands out in front of him like they belong to somebody else. I have to physically take one of the baskets off him. And here is my decision, right there, watching him not know what to do with the way people are looking at him. Whatever this becomes, he will not be my helper in it. That would be a waste of the most valuable pair of hands on this continent. Then I go and do the second smartest thing I manage all week, which is walk over to Bo and stop trying to win the argument. I had a whole plan on the walk over. It was a good plan. It involved explaining fermentation properly, showing him the sweet salvage, and making the case that his method plus my method makes something neither of us has. I get about 4 words into it before I hear how it sounds, and I stop, and I say the true thing instead. I tell him that I went into his shed because I did not want to need him. I tell him that was not impatience, it was pride, and that it cost him his winter and not mine. He does not soften, and he asks me what I want. I tell him I want his name on it. Whatever comes out of this patch from now on is cured by Bo Ash fingers, and the human is the one who fetches and carries and suggests. And he says no, not angry, flat. He says a name is not a gift you hand somebody. It is a thing that gets earned in front of other people, and that I am trying to pay him with something I do not own. Then he tells me his actual terms, and they are better than anything I would have thought of. He says I do not get the shed. He says I get 8 plants at the low end of the patch, the worst 8, the ones in the wet corner that he was going to pull anyway. He says I can do whatever insanity I like to those 8 and nothing else. He says he will watch. He says if what comes off those 8 is better than what comes off his rows, he will consider listening to me about the rest. And if it is worse, I never touch a leaf on this hill again. I say yes before he finishes the sentence, which he notices, and which he does not like, because he is a man who thinks a person should take a moment. There is a problem with 8 plants though, and it arrives that same night. 8 plants is not enough leaf to test anything with, and with the shed stock ruined, there is nothing spare on this hill to practice on, nothing to burn through, nothing to be wrong with. Which is how Grook and I end up at the tree line after dark, doing the single dumbest thing either of us does all year, and I include the wardrobe in that. There is a stand of scrubby plants that grows wild where the pasture stops and the trees start. Broad, ragged leaves, sticky, and a smell coming off them like a fruit stall that has been left out too long. I have been looking at it for a week. Orcs will not go near it. There is a whole superstition about it. Bad luck weed, cursed ground. Do not cut it, do not burn it, do not let the goats in there. I ask Grook what it actually does, and he says nobody knows. I ask him who tried it last. He says nobody has ever tried it, which is why nobody knows, and he says this like it settles the matter rather than making it 1,000 times more interesting. In my defense, and this is a weak defense, I have spent 5 days being told what orcs do not do with plants, and every single one of those rules has turned out to be somebody's habit rather than a fact. In my actual defense, which is weaker still, I was desperate and it was there. Cut a small armful. We dry it too fast over the cook fire because we are impatient, which is fitting. And then the two of us sit behind the lean-to at the far end of the patch and roll it up in ritual bark and smoke it like a couple of teenagers behind a gas station. Let me be very clear that I know what this plant probably is. I knew inside about 90 seconds. None of that is the problem. The problem is that it is not the mild, pleasant thing I was expecting, because it has been growing wild and unbothered on cold high ground for who knows how many generations, and because we dried it in an hour over an open flame, and because we did not stop at one. The next few hours are missing several important pieces. What I have is fragments. I remember Gruck explaining the correct way to fold a blanket for a very long time, with enormous seriousness, and me finding this the most profound thing I have ever heard. I remember agreeing to it out loud. I remember trying to explain what a supermarket is and being unable to get past the doors. I remember him asking me, with genuine concern, whether the doors know when you are coming or whether somebody is watching. I remember lying flat on my back on cold ground, absolutely certain that I could hear the leaf growing, and telling Grook so, and him saying yes, quietly, like I had confirmed something he had suspected for years. I remember him standing up to go back to his post, walking directly into the lean-to, apologizing to the lean-to, and sitting down again. And I remember, somewhere near the end, both of us going very quiet, because the humor had drained out of it and left something much bigger sitting there. He asked me if it stops. I said I did not know. That was the first time either of us was actually frightened. We are found around dawn by a woman with gray braids and a bag over her shoulder, who has walked out from the settlement specifically because two idiots getting spectacularly wrecked off the bad luck weed is not a story that stays quiet for even one night. Her name is Yorna. She is a healer, and by the way she is looking at us, she has already established that neither of us is dying, and has moved directly on to the far more pressing question of what exactly we thought we were doing. She asks whether we ate it or burned it. I say burned. She asks how long we dried it. I say about an hour, and she closes her eyes briefly, like a woman counting to 10. She tells us that plant grows on old burial ground, which is where the bad luck story comes from, and that the ground has nothing to do with anything, and that she has been saying so for most of her life to a council that stopped listening to her a very long time before that. Then she says the sentence that stays with me. She says she knows a great deal about what is on that tree line. She says nobody has ever once asked her, and she will not volunteer it to a human who cuts things first and asks afterward. I ask her what it would take. She says a reason better than curiosity, and she says it is not something she will discuss with a man who currently cannot focus on her face. Which is fair. That is entirely fair. She leaves. She does not report us, which I only understand later is a choice. From that morning on, though, she comes up to the patch about once a week on no particular errand and looks around and leaves again. She is not helping. She is watching. She has decided that I am the kind of man who does a thing like that twice, and she is going to be present when I do. So that is where the week lands. I have 8 bad plants in a wet corner, an old man waiting for me to fail in front of witnesses, a general who checks on my failure from a rock, and a healer who has correctly identified me as a hazard. I also have Grook, who has stopped being a guard who visits and started being a man who arrives before I am awake, and who has begun asking me questions about Leaf that I do not know the answers to. And down the hill, out past the North Pens and the river and the checkpoint I have never seen, a story is starting to move. Something about the Orcs and a smoke that put their king on his knees. I do not know it is moving. I am busy with 8 plants. The 8 worst plants on the hill come in 19 days later, and I do not touch a single leaf of the harvest myself, because that is the deal I make with Gruck on the second morning, and it stays the best single decision I make all year. I cannot feel Leaf. I know what should happen to it, but my hands are a tourist. His are not, and after watching him sort a ruined pile for 6 hours, I would rather teach him what I know than pretend I can do it better. So I talk and he works. I tell him about priming, which means you do not cut a whole plant at once. You take the bottom leaves first because they ripen first, and you come back a week later for the next band up. Bo hears me say that from 3 rows over and stops walking because he already knows it. He has been doing it his entire life. He just never had a word for it. and he never once considered that a human might arrive with the same idea. This is the first crack. It is small and he does not acknowledge it. He does stop correcting my work behind my back that afternoon, which for Bo is roughly a hug. The curing is where it gets serious, and this time I do it the slow way because I have burned the fast way into my own forearms. We hang the primings in the small shed, not the big one, over low smoke and a lot of moving air. Gruck checks them twice a day. I teach him the test that matters, which is that a leaf is ready to come down when the midrib bends without snapping. He gets it in one day. It takes me a season to learn that, back when I was learning it as a hobby from a man who was too polite to tell me I was bad at it. In the pile, and it is a small pile, waist high, built loose, in a corner where Bo can walk past it whenever he wants. I make Gruck build it with his own hands while I stand back and tell him nothing except the temperature rule. Arm into the middle, up to the elbow. Warmer than you, take it apart and rebuild it cooler. Cooler than you, leave it and come back tomorrow. We tear that pile down and rebuild it 4 separate times over 12 days. It is boring. It is unbelievably boring. Gruck asks me twice whether we are actually doing anything, and both times I say no, and that no is the entire craft. On the 11th day, the pile stops heating on its own and starts smelling like something I have not smelled since I died. It smells like a shop. Sweet and dark and a little like raisins, which is a fruit I cannot explain to anybody on this hill, and I try, and it goes badly. Bo comes over on the 12th morning without being invited. He puts his arm into the pile up to the elbow, which he has watched us do about 40 times and never once copied. He stands there with his arm buried in it for a very long time. Then he pulls out a single leaf, rubs it, holds it up to the light, and folds it in half. He asks me how many days. I tell him 12, and then I tell him the truth, which is that 12 is not enough and it should have been 30, and that I am only stopping because a king gave me a moon and not a season. He asks whether 30 would be better. I say yes. He asks how much better, and I say I genuinely do not know because I have never had 30 days and a shed at the same time in my life. And Boash Fingers says, without any warmth at all, that then we have both been guessing, and he says it in a tone that is somehow the closest thing to being welcomed I have had since I got here. We roll 40 of them. Gruck rolls 38 of the 40 because his are visibly better than mine, which is a thing I decide to be happy about instead of insulted by. The king gets his demonstration on a gray afternoon with the full council watching, which is how he wanted it, because he is a man who understands that a thing seen by 40 people is worth more than the same thing seen by one. I do not perform this time. I hand them out. That is all. 1 to the king, 1 to Karsha, 1 to every elder in the room, and then, because I have learned something, I send the rest down the benches to the ordinary warriors who did not expect to be included. The hall goes quiet in a way that is completely different from the first time. The first time was the silence of people waiting to see somebody die. This one is the silence of 40 orcs concentrating. Karsha is the one who says it. She says that she has smoked leaf off this hill for 60 years and that this is not the same plant. And I have to tell her, in front of everybody, that it is exactly the same plant, off the 8 worst stalks on the patch, which is the whole point. That lands harder than anything I could have said about myself. An elder down the bench asks Bo whether it is true. Bo says the 8 stalks in the wet corner, the ones he had already decided to pull, and he says it without looking anywhere near me, and the whole bench makes a low sound. The king does not cough this time. He takes his time with it, and he watches the room while he does, and I can see him doing arithmetic behind his eyes that has nothing to do with tobacco. Then he asks the question I have been waiting 19 days for. He asks how much of this we can make, and Bo answers him before I can. Bo says that the human can make 40. Bo says that with the whole patch and the right hands and the shed, they could make a great deal more, and that he would want the young ones trained properly and slowly. Which is Bo, in front of the council, taking ownership of my method out loud. He does not credit me. He takes it, standing up and putting his name on the thing he refused to touch. That is what I offered him in the ruins of his shed, and he refused it, because I was offering. It only counts when he takes it himself in front of people. I understand that about him from this day on. Vrath says nothing during any of it. He watches the benches instead of the leaf. He is counting how many of his warriors have their heads together over a small paper stick, and I do not think he likes the number. I have 3 good days after that. 3. I sleep in a real building. Nobody has to sit on a rock watching me. Bo hands me a basket by putting it into my actual hands, and I nearly say something about it, and mercifully do not. Then the human arrives. I am at the bottom of the patch with an armful of primings when I hear a voice behind me say, in accented but perfectly good Orcish, that he has been watching me for about an hour and would like to know why nobody here is drying under cover. I turn around and there is a man leaning on the fence. Human, middling height, road dust, boots that have been resoled about 6 times, and a face built entirely for getting away with things. I have not seen another human being since Marco's basement. You would expect that to land on me gently. It does not. It goes through me like a hook. He introduces himself as Finnick Dre. He says it the way you say a name you are used to people having heard. I ask him how he got here, because there is a checkpoint at the river and a wall of orc territory behind it, and a general upslope who would like very much to know the answer. Finnick tells me, in detail, cheerfully. He tells me the guard on the east crossing is named Tolvin, that Tolvin is bored out of his skull, that a set of papers with an impressive enough seal on it will get you 3/4 of the way, and that the last quarter cost him a small coin and a conversation about weather. Then he asks me, as though it is the most natural follow-up question in the world and the two of us have known each other for years, how much I want for the leaf. And I do the thing you should never do in a negotiation, which is hesitate visibly, because I am still stuck 4 sentences back on him walking in. So Finnick reaches into his coat and puts a small twist of cloth on the fence post between us and opens it. It is orc leaf. Ours. Poor grade. Broken. The kind that goes into a basket for the braziers. He tells me he lifted it off a trade party at the river 6 days ago while they were arguing about a goat, and that he has already sold 1/3 of it to a man in a town I have never heard of. He is not threatening me, and that is precisely what makes it work. He is not describing something he could do to me one day. He is showing me a receipt for a thing that already happened while I was busy congratulating myself on a hill. He says quite kindly that I can either sell to him or he can keep taking it, and that the second one is worse for me because he is bad at grading and will make our leaf look like garbage in front of the first buyers who ever see it. That last one is what gets me, because he is right, and because he knew it was the argument that would work on me specifically, which means he has been watching for longer than an hour. So I stop trying to get the upper hand, because I do not have one, and I start working with what I actually have, which is that Finnick is not a thief by preference. He is a thief by access. I ask him what he makes on a good month. He tells me a number. I have no idea if it is a lot. I ask him what he made in the best month of his life, and that number is about 4 times the first one, and he tells me it involved a horse he still feels bad about. So I stop trying to sound like a man with options, and instead I make him an offer that is deliberately, almost insultingly small, and I watch his eyebrows do something complicated. 60 of them. Not 40, because I need to be able to lose 10. 60 rolled, graded into 3 tiers by Grook personally, wrapped, and moved by Finnick to whoever he likes, for a cut that is generous enough to be interesting and small enough to be nothing. He asks why so few, and I tell him the truth, because with this man the truth moves faster. I tell him I want him to sell out in a week and come back angry about it. He laughs at that, genuinely. He says most people try to load him up so heavy he cannot double-cross them, and that I have gone the other way. And he asks me if I understand that a small load is the easiest thing in the world to steal. And I say yes, and I say that if he steals 60, he has 60, and that if he does not, he has the only supply of the only thing anybody has ever smoked that puts a king on the floor forever, and that I will never sell to another mover as long as he keeps his hands clean. He is quiet for a bit after that. Then he says, mostly to himself, that I have made stealing from him the expensive option, and that he is not sure he likes what that says about either of us. Grook, who has been standing 4 feet behind me this whole time, holding a basket and saying nothing, asks him exactly one question. He asks whether Finnick sells by weight or by leaf. Finnick says, weight, obviously. Everybody sells by weight. Grook says, then he will pack the crate himself, and Finnick will not open it. And Finnick turns around and looks at him properly for the first time since he arrived. Vrath finds out that evening, and I have never seen a man that angry stay that quiet. He does not shout at me. He goes down to the river with 6 warriors and comes back at midnight with Tolvin, and there is a hearing in the small hall that I'm not supposed to be present for, and that Grook gets me into anyway. Tolvin is younger than I expected. He looks like somebody who has been standing in the same spot for 7 years waiting for something to happen, and has now had something happen. Vrath asks him what he took. Tolvin says 1 coin. Vrath asks him what he thought he was selling. Tolvin says nothing, he was selling nothing. The papers looked real, and the man had a seal. Then Finnick, who has been brought in and who is standing there entirely unbothered by 6 armed orcs, volunteers to explain the whole thing, and does, and it is the strangest performance I have ever watched. He walks Vrath through it, like a man delivering a professional assessment. The East Crossing has 1 guard and no relief. The seal on his papers is from a customs house that stopped existing 4 years ago, and nobody here would know that. The wall is checked at dawn and at dusk and never in between. He is not defending himself. He is not even bargaining. He is telling an enemy precisely how he beat him, in order, with dates, because he thinks it is interesting. I watch Vrath's face go from fury to something much worse for me, which is attention. He asks Finnick how many other ways in there are. Finnick says 4. Vrath asks him to name them, and Finnick does, and Vrath sends a man for a witness to hear it again. Tolvin gets stripped of a season's pay, told exactly once and very quietly what happens if there is ever a second coin, and put back on the East Crossing before the sun is up. I do not understand that at the time. I think it is mercy, or laziness, and it is neither. Vrath explains it to Karsha in front of me in about 10 words, which is that pulling a guard off a crossing tells anybody watching that the crossing was worth watching. He would rather have a known weak man in a known place than an unknown one somewhere he has not decided about yet. It is a good decision. It is a genuinely good decision by a competent man. Hold on to it anyway. Border guard Tolvin, 1 coin, kept at his post because moving him would say too much. Then Vrath turns around and tries to kill the whole thing. He tells the king that night that the trade has to stop before it starts. He says a road that carries leaf out carries eyes in. He says every buyer is a man who now knows there is something on this hill worth crossing for. The king listens to all of it, and he agrees with all of it, and then he says yes anyway. He says it plainly. He says the orcs have been left alone for 2 generations because there is nothing here anybody wants, and that this is not safety, it is being unimportant, and he is tired of it. It is the first time I understand that Borgun is not a cheerful gambler who likes a show. He has been waiting years for a reason, and a man fell out of the ceiling at his birthday holding one. Karsha says he is right, and that he is also going to get somebody killed, and that in her experience, both of those are usually true about the same decision. Then she votes with him, which nobody in that room expects, least of all his brother. 60 of them go out on the East Crossing 12 days later, graded and wrapped, on a mule that Finnick has named after his mother. Grook and I walk down to the river to watch it go, which we are not supposed to do, and we stand in the reeds a long way back and watch a man we barely trust carry the first thing orcs have ever sold across a border they have never once used. Gruck asks me what happens now, and I tell him with total confidence that a shop takes it and it sells and we make more. Nick comes back 8 days later. He comes back with the mule, and the mule is still carrying the crate, and I can see the shape of it from 400 yards away, and my stomach goes out from under me before he has said 1 word. I have never been more wrong about anything in my life. There is no shop. There has never been a shop, and there was never going to be one. And I could have found that out by asking 1 question. Every legitimate tobacconist on the far side of that river answers to a chartered guild that has held the leaf trade for 6 generations, and not one of them would touch a crate out of orc country if you paid them to. Which means 60 of the best cigars in the world are now sitting in a lockup behind a tavern in a human town, with nowhere on earth to go. Finnick sits on the fence with his boots swinging and explains the shape of the world to me for about 40 minutes, and by the end of it, I have to go and sit down somewhere by myself. The kingdom across that river has a tobacco merchants guild, chartered, which means the crown gave it a piece of paper 6 generations ago saying that leaf moves through them and only through them. Every shop with a door on a street buys through the guild. Every grower sells to the guild. The price is what the guild says it is, and it has been going up for 12 years while the quality has been going quietly down, and nobody can do anything about it because there is nowhere else to buy. I ask what happens to a shopkeeper who buys outside the guild. He says nothing happens. He says that in a tone that makes it clear that nothing happening is the point. Their supply gets slow. Their credit gets short. Their competitors get a better rate. Nobody breaks a window. They just make it arithmetic, and the arithmetic closes you. Then I ask him the actual question. I ask what happens if a shopkeeper buys orc leaf, and Finnick laughs at me, and it is not unkind. He says nobody would buy orc leaf, and when I ask why not, because ours is better and I can prove it, he looks at me like I have asked why water is wet. He says because it is orc. He says people over there do not think of orcs as bad farmers. They do not think of them as farmers at all. He says if you put a crate on a counter and say greenskin on it, the crate does not get argued with, it gets removed. The racial limit arrives in one sentence from a smuggler leaning on a fence, and I do not have a clever answer for it, and I would not have one for a long time. What I have is a much smaller and dirtier idea, which is that nobody has to be told. Because consider the crate sitting in a lockup behind that tavern. Nothing about it says orc. It is bark-wrapped, hand-rolled, tiered by grade, and it smells like money. It only becomes an orc product when somebody says the word out loud. I put it to the council 2 days later, and it should be said that I put it to them badly, because I dress it up as strategy when it is really just a man asking permission to lie by leaving a word out. Harsha hates it immediately, and she hates it for the right reason. She says that selling something while hiding what it is teaches the buyer that there was something worth hiding. She says we will be building the insult into the product with our own hands. And she is right. She is completely right, and it costs us later just the way she says it will. And I make the argument anyway because I want a door open more than I want to be clean. I tell her that nobody has ever tasted an orc thing and liked it because they have never been allowed to get that far. I tell her let them fall in love with it first, and then we tell them and let them work out what to do with having been wrong. Vrath does not care about any of that. Vrath cares about one thing in my proposal, and he goes straight at it, because I have said in passing that I should be the one who crosses. He asks the king whether he understands that we are discussing sending a human who has been here 2 months, who has no reason to love this hill, across the border into his own kind, with our only product, and expecting him to come back. That is not a cruel question. It is an obvious one. Everybody in that hall is thinking it, and he is the only one willing to be rude enough to say it, which is a thing I will eventually understand is his actual job. The reason I have to go is stupid and unanswerable. There is no orc alive who can walk down a human street and rent a room. There is no orc who can stand in a shop and talk about price. I can. That is my entire qualification, and it is the first time being human has been an asset since I got here. The king lets the argument run a while, the way he does, and then he cuts it off and sets his terms in about 4 sentences and does not invite discussion of any of them. Gruk goes as far as the river and no further. I come back inside 12 days, and Bo keeps working the whole time I am gone. And if I do not come back at all, the patch keeps going without me. Because the king is not going to build a thing that dies when one man walks off it. That last one stings. And it is also the single smartest sentence anybody says all week, and I think about it a great deal later. We cross at dawn on a flat boat, and Grook stands on the bank in the reeds not waving, and I watch orc territory get smaller behind me and feel something I do not have a word for. The other side of the river is farmland, and then a road, and then by mid-afternoon, a town. I have to say something about that town, because I was not ready for it, and nobody warned me, mostly because nobody around me could have known there was anything to warn me about. It is barely a town at all. It is mud and thatch and a market square with about 10 stalls, and somebody is baking, and there are children shouting in a language I half know, and a woman is arguing with a man about the price of a chicken while holding the chicken. And I stand in the middle of the road with a crate on a mule behind me, and I cannot move for about a minute because it is the closest thing to home I have seen since a wardrobe fell on me, and it is not home, and both of those hit at the same time. Finnick, to his eternal credit, does not say a single word about it. He stops the mule and waits, and then when I start walking again, he starts walking, and he never brings it up. Not once, in all the years afterward. That night, I lie in a rented room with a straw mattress under me and a human ceiling over me, and I do not sleep at all, because the room smells like every cheap room I ever slept in, and my body keeps trying to tell me I am home. I get up before light and stand in the yard until my head is straight again. Then I go and find Finnick, and I do not mention any of it either. Widow Hask's shop is on the wrong end of the square, which I learn later is the entire story of her life. It is narrow and dark and it smells wonderful, and every shelf behind the counter is about a third empty, and the woman behind the counter is somewhere past 60 and looks at us the way you look at weather. Finnick does his introduction. The go-between has already done his part, so she knows somebody is coming, and she does not appear to care. She asks what we have. Finnick puts one on the counter. She picks it up. She rolls it under her nose. She does the thing with the fingers where you press along the length, feeling for soft spots, and I watch her do it, and I know immediately that she has forgotten more about this trade than I will ever learn. She asks where it is from, and I say I will not tell her. Finnick's shoulders go up about an inch because that is not the plan, and the plan was a vague story about a southern estate that he had constructed quite lovingly on the road. Hask puts the cigar down and looks at me properly for the first time. She asks me if I understand what I am asking her to do. I say I do. She says she does not think I do, and then she tells me, and it takes about 2 minutes, and it is the worst 2 minutes of my week. She has been in this square 41 years. Her husband bought the lease and then had the poor manners to die in it. The guild sets her buying price twice a year, and it has gone up 7 times running. She has stopped stocking the middle grades entirely because she cannot make the margin on them anymore. 2 doors down there is a shop that opened last spring with guild backing, better credit, and a delivery that arrives on the day it says it will. She says she has maybe a year left. She says she has known that for a while now, and has been quietly making her peace with it, and that she would rather go out owing nobody than gamble the last of it on a stranger with a crate. Then she asks me again where it is from, and I say again that I am not going to tell her, and I add the only honest thing I have, which is that if I told her, she would have to decide whether to lie about it, and I would rather she did not have to. She is quiet for a long moment. And she says that in 41 years, every single man who has stood on that side of the counter with something to sell has told her a story about where it came from. And every one of those stories was a lie, and that I am the first one who has not bothered. She says she will take 20, not 60, 20. And she says the price, and it is lower than I want, and I take it without a single word of argument, which Finnick tells me afterward was either brilliant or the worst negotiating he has witnessed in his professional life. The terms are hers, unmarked, with no origin on the shelf card. She sells them singly, not in boxes from behind the counter, at the price she chooses, and she does not answer questions about supply. I ask her why she wants them sold singly. She says because a man who buys a box has bought a box and is finished with her, and a man who buys one has to walk back through that door tomorrow, and everything good that has ever happened in her life happened to somebody who walked back through the door. I have a business degree I never finished. She has a shop on the wrong end of a square. She is better at this than me, and we both know it inside 90 seconds. We stay 11 days because I have 12, and I want to see it happen with my own eyes. The first 2 days, nothing. She sells 4. I sit in the back of a tavern, getting quietly insane about it, while Finnick eats. The 3rd day, she sells 6, and 2 of those are men who bought one on the 2nd day. By the 5th day, she has stopped putting them out in the morning, because they do not last the morning. And on the 7th day, the man in the green coat comes in, and I get the single most satisfying afternoon of my entire life. I have already heard about this man. Hask calls him, without any affection whatsoever, her worst customer. He has money from somewhere upriver, he has opinions about everything, and he has spent 6 years telling her what is wrong with her stock in front of whoever happens to be standing there. He is in the shop when I come in, and I am nobody. That is important. I am a road-stained foreigner buying a twist of ordinary shag, standing at the end of the counter being entirely ignored, which means I get to watch the whole thing from 4 feet away. He has bought 2 of ours already. He does not know they are ours, obviously, and he has come back in to hold court about it. He tells the shop, which has 5 other people in it, that he has finally found something in this town worth putting in his mouth. He tells them it is an import. He says it with such confidence that I have to look at the floor. Somebody asks him from where, and he says, with total authority, that it is southern and probably island-grown, because you can taste the sun in it. It was grown in a wet corner of a cold hill by an old orc who has never seen the sea, and cured in a shed that smells of goat. He goes on. He is magnificent. He explains to the room how the wrapping tells you about the maker's discipline. He explains that the burn line is the mark of a proper house. He uses the word breeding about a plant. And then he turns around and asks Hask, in front of the whole shop, to put him on a standing order before word gets out, because he does not want half the fools in this square getting hold of it. And Hask, who has spent 6 years being told that her stock is provincial, says she will see what she can do, and writes his name on a slip of paper. I watch her hand while she writes it, and it is completely steady. Her face is doing nothing at all, and then she looks up over his shoulder, straight at me, for about a quarter of a second, and I have to leave the shop. I get about 10 steps out into the square before I have to stop walking and put my hands on my knees like a man who has been running, and a woman selling turnips asks me if I need water. Because it is funny. It is so funny. But underneath the funny there is a much colder thing, which is that I have just watched a man who would spit at an orc in the street, pay a premium for that orc's work, and call it breeding. The prejudice is not a wall, it is a blindfold, and it can be walked around by anybody willing to keep his mouth shut about who made the thing. This is the moment I stop thinking about surviving and start thinking about how far this actually goes. She sells out on the 9th day, all 20. She asks for 140, and I have to tell her we cannot make 140, and she looks at me like I have confessed to a crime. This is the receipt that actually matters out of that trip, and it is not the money, which is honestly not very much at all. It is a shopkeeper at the poor end of a square telling a supplier that he is too small. We agree terms for what we can actually do, which is 60 a month if the weather holds, and Finnick works out the moving side, and I sign nothing because there is nothing to sign. And that is a problem I do not think about for another 4 months. Before I go, she asks me one more time where it is from. She does not push, almost gently, at the door, the way you ask a thing you have decided you are owed. And I tell her that when she can afford to know, I will tell her myself, and that until then, the not knowing is the only protection I can give her. She says, that is the second honest thing I have said in 11 days. I ask her what the first one was. She says it was the 20. And that she had expected me to fight her on it, and that men who do not fight about a number are usually either fools or building something longer. I go back across the river on the 11th day. Grook is on the bank. He has, as far as I can determine, been there a considerable amount of the time. I tell him about the man in the green coat on the walk up the hill, and he makes me tell it 3 times, and by the 3rd telling, he has added a bit where the man falls over, which never happened, and which becomes the version everybody on the hill knows within a week. What I do not see, because I am on a boat, is a man 2 doors down from Hask's shop, standing in his own empty doorway, watching people walk past him to go into hers. He is guild-backed. He has better credit, and a newer building, and a supply line that arrives on time. And for 9 days running, he has watched the old woman with the 3rd empty shelves have the busiest counter on the square. He does not know what she is selling. He asks, and she does not answer. So he writes to the guild, because that is what a man does when the arithmetic stops working, and his letter is short, and it is annoyed, and it goes into a bag with about 40 others. And 10 days later, it is sitting on a desk in the capital in front of a man named Aldrich Vance, who reads everything. I am going to tell you about a season I spent nowhere near, and I would rather be honest about where it comes from, because I did not see 1 minute of it, and I did not know any of it was happening until long afterward. Most of it I have from Sella, secondhand, through Mira, years later and in the wrong order. Some of it I have from Hask, who remembers one particular afternoon in her shop extremely well, and one piece of it Aldrich Vance says out loud himself, in front of a hall full of people, at the worst possible moment for him. So this is the season where I have the best 3 months of my life so far, and a man I have never heard of quietly works out who I am. Let me do my half first, because my half is farming, and it is not complicated. 60 a month is the number. 60 is what Hask can move, and 60 is what I promised. And standing on a hill agreeing to 60 is an entirely different activity from making 60. Patch cannot do it, and it cannot be done by the patch alone. We need the flat ground past the North Pens, which means the King's Word, which we get, and then we need hands, which is where everything stops. Because rolling is teachable, and curing is not, or at least not fast. And I go and ask Bo to teach 12 young orcs his method before the winter. He says 4. I say 12. I say we have the ground, and we have the demand, and the demand will not wait. I say I can find 12 willing bodies before the end of the week, and half of them are already hanging around the shed asking questions. And Bo puts down what he is holding and gives me a full minute of his attention, which is a thing he does maybe 6 times in the entire year I know him. He asks me what happens when one of my 12 builds a pile wrong. I say we lose a pile. He says no. He says we lose a pile, and then a shopkeeper somewhere sells that pile to a man who has been telling his friends about us, and that man does not say the boy who packed it was careless. He says the stuff has gone off. He says a name takes years to build and 1 bad month to spend. and that I am proposing to hand his name to 12 people I met last Tuesday. I do not have a counter. I stand there in the wind with a demand curve in my head and no argument, because he is describing a thing I actually know about and have simply chosen not to think about. So it is four young orcs, taught over a full season, in front of him, on his rows, and he will not be hurried, and he will not take a fifth. That refusal cost me most of a year of growth. Put that on the record, because at the time I was extremely annoyed about it, and because it is also the only reason the product does not fall apart under us later. What it forces me to do is split the job, which I should have thought of first and did not. Curing stays with Bo and his four. Rolling is a different skill entirely. Rolling is hands and repetition, and Gruk can teach it, and he can teach it to anybody. So Gruk takes 14 orcs, most of them young, several of them warriors who are extremely embarrassed to be there, and sets up in the long shed with a bench and a lamp. Watching Gruk teach is one of the great pleasures of that autumn. He is not a natural at it. He starts by explaining nothing, sitting in silence for an hour, rolling in front of them until somebody gets frustrated enough to ask a question, and then he answers only that question. By the third week, the 14 are producing about 90 a day between them, and the worst of it is better than anything I rolled in my first month. And the very large warrior from the hearing, the one who coughed himself onto the floor of the council in front of the entire clan, is on that bench from the second day. Nobody makes him come. He does not explain himself to anybody. He simply sits at the end with his enormous hands doing very small work, and inside 2 months, he is the second best roller on the hill. Nobody ever mentions the council to him again, which is orcs all over. They will humiliate you completely, and then let it go completely. And I never entirely get used to it. There is one more thing out of that autumn worth telling you, because it quietly becomes everything afterward, and because at the time, all of us treated it as a joke. Nick brings back coin. Human coin, the first any of them have handled in quantity, and the king has it counted out on a table in front of the council, and then everybody stands around looking at it. Because what do you do with it? There is no orc market to spend it in. You cannot eat it. Karsha asks, entirely seriously, whether the humans will still honor it next year, since it is only worth something because they say so. And that question hangs there, and nobody has an answer. And I watch the smartest people on that hill discover in about 4 minutes that they do not want money. They want the things money can be turned into. So the first coin does not get shared out. It buys iron and salt and 2 seasons of grain against a bad winter and a mill wheel from a human trader who never learns who he sold it to. That is not generosity, and it is not economics. It is Karsha refusing to let a single coin sit in a hand where it might start meaning something on its own. And it is the reason the cooperative later works at all. So that is my season. 90 a day, 4 apprentices on the curing, a shed that smells like a shop, a mill wheel, and Karsha coming up the hill weekly to fold her arms and fail to find anything wrong. Now the other half. The letter that starts it is not written by anybody important. It is written by a guild-backed shopkeeper 2 doors down from Hask, who is annoyed, and it is 4 lines long, and it goes into a bag with about 40 others and travels 10 days to the capital. Aldrich Vance reads everything. Nobody understands that about him until it is far too late. He is not a shouting man, and he is not a stupid man, and he does not have a temper. He reads all of it, including the pointless ones. He is guildmaster. He is close to the crown. His family has held the leaf trade in the way that families hold things, which is to say he inherited a machine and his whole job is to keep the machine quiet. And in that bag, there is one letter that does not fit, because it describes something that cannot be happening. It describes a shop with no supply doing volume. A worse man would have written back and told the shopkeeper to stop whining. Vance goes there himself. 10 days on a road, unannounced, no retinue, and he walks into Widow Hask's shop on a wet afternoon in an ordinary coat. Hask tells me about that afternoon much later, and she says she knew who he was in about 4 seconds, and she says it was the hands, because guildmen have a way of touching stock that says they have never had to pay for anything. He does not announce himself. He looks around and he buys one. And then, because he is thorough, he sits down on a bench outside her shop in the rain and smokes it all the way down, watching the square for the better part of an hour. What actually matters comes next, and it is what he says out loud himself, much later, in a room where saying it out loud destroys him. He expected it to be a fraud. He expected an adulterated cheap leaf dressed up, or a stolen guild lot resold, or a novelty that some fool had convinced a town was exotic. Any of those he could have handled before dinner. What he gets instead is a genuinely excellent smoke, better than anything in his own warehouses. Better, specifically, than the top grade his guild has been selling at a rising price for 12 years to people who have no alternative. And he knows it while he is smoking it, in the rain, alone, with nobody watching, which is the only time a man ever actually finds anything out. This is the moment the rest of it becomes inevitable, and it has nothing to do with me. A man who has spent his life protecting a monopoly sits on a wet bench and discovers that somebody, somewhere, is simply doing it better. He goes back in and asks her where it is from. She says she does not discuss her suppliers. He asks again, pleasantly, with his name attached this time, and she says the same sentence in the same tone. Hask says he was not angry about it. She says he thanked her and bought 2 more and left, and that she stood behind her counter for a while afterward, feeling like she had just survived something. He does not lean on her. He does not threaten the lease. He does not send anybody. Every single one of those would have told the square that the guild master cared, and he has decided he would rather nobody knew that yet. Tries the obvious thing long before he tries a law. He takes 2 of them apart on his own desk. Nothing is added and nothing is hidden, and the leaf has been made to sweat after the drying in a way his trade has never done. And by midwinter, 3 of his own growers are attempting it. They fail for 2 years because a pile is not a recipe. You cannot write down when to take one apart. You feel for it. And a man who has cured by the calendar for 30 years builds to a schedule and cooks the middle exactly the way I cooked bows, with better equipment. 2 of the 3 give it up. The 3rd gets close enough to sell, and what he sells is uneven, which is the one thing a buyer punishes, because a shop can price a poor leaf, but never a surprise. The method was never worth stealing. What was worth stealing was a pair of hands nobody could hire, and by then those hands were training 4 apprentices on a hill he could not lawfully reach. So he goes and finds the answer somewhere else entirely, and it takes him about 5 weeks, and there is no drama in any of it, which is what makes him worse than an enemy who shouts. Guild pays for eyes on the border, and they are not spies, nothing that dramatic. It pays a few customs clerks and a few roadmen a small retainer to mention interesting things, because the true enemy of a monopoly is always somebody moving goods off the roads. And one of those men mentions, in a routine and extremely boring report, that Finnick Dre has been crossing at the East River 6 or 7 times more than his usual pattern, and that his usual pattern has never gone anywhere near there because there is nothing on the far side of the East River except orcs. Nobody tells Vance that orcs are selling tobacco. Nobody knows that. The clerk does not know it, and Finnick certainly has not said it. Vance works it out himself, sitting alone with 2 pieces of paper. An unlicensed product of unusual quality appearing in one town. A known small mover suddenly making repeat trips to the one border nobody bothers watching. He puts them next to each other and he arrives at Orcs, and the reason he arrives there is not that he is prejudiced. It is that he is good at his job, and then he does the thing that makes him genuinely dangerous, which is nothing at all. He does not accuse anybody. He does not raise it at the guild. He does not go to the crown with a theory. He writes one instruction and hands it to a junior clerk, and the instruction is to quietly confirm it. The clerk is Sella. Sella has been at that desk for 6 years. She is very good, in the specific way of somebody who has been given nothing but ledger work and has become terrifying at ledger work out of spite. 2 years ago, she was put forward for a promotion, and Vance took the man instead, and she has never once mentioned it. She is handed her first real assignment at the age of 27, and by every account I have, she goes home that night and does not sleep at all. Mira told me later what that conversation was like, because Sella told her, and Sella apparently remembered every word of it for years afterward. Vance calls her in and explains briefly that he would like a discreet inquiry into a supply line, and that the discretion is what counts, and asks whether she understands. She says yes, sir. He asks whether she has any questions, and Sella says she has 8. He says he was not expecting 8. She says she can reduce it to 5 if he would prefer, and that the other 3 would then have to be guessed at, and she would rather not guess in a document with his name on the bottom of it. In her account, he looked at her for a long moment and then said, "Go on," in the voice of a man who has just picked up something considerably heavier than it looked. What Vance wants is a quiet confirmation inside a month or 2. What Vance gets is Sella. She cross-references crossing tolls with warehouse intakes. She finds that a certain shop's tax declarations have been rising while its guild purchases have not. She traces a mule. She traces the mule's owner. She finds two separate go-betweens and works out which one is lying about who introduced him to whom. She files. She files constantly. She writes reports nobody asked for, in a hand so neat it looks printed, with the relevant lines marked, and she puts them on his desk before he has finished reading the last one. By the 6th week, she has a clearer picture of the shape of my operation than I have, and I am the one running it, which is a sentence I did not enjoy hearing years afterward. And by every account, Vance's reaction to this is not gratitude, it is unease. He asked for a quiet question answered, and he has created a machine that will not stop, and he starts gently telling her to slow down. That is his first real mistake, and it is not a strategic one. He tells a woman who has waited 6 years for somebody to notice her that she is doing too much. Sella does not argue. Sella never argues with anybody about anything, which is the thing every single person in that building mistakes for agreement. She asks him whether he would like her to stop or to slow down, because those are two different instructions, and she would prefer to have the correct one written down. He says, slow down. She says, yes, sir. Then she goes back to her desk and starts keeping a second set of notes for nobody, and not yet for any purpose, with no plan behind it at all, only because they are hers, and because nothing else in that building has ever been. None of this reaches me. Sit with that for a moment. All autumn, I am on a hill teaching orcs to roll, having the best months I have had since I was alive, congratulating myself about a man in a green coat. And there is a desk in the capital with a page on it that says, a human is living in orc territory, description unknown, involvement unknown, and a line underneath in very neat handwriting that says, the leaf did not exist 2 seasons ago. The last thing Vance does that autumn is not an attack. He goes to a dinner at a house in the capital and sits next to a man he has known since they were both young, and neither of them mattered to anybody. That man sits on the Crown's tariff committee. He is not a villain, and he has never once thought about orcs in his life. He is a tired official who is asked, roughly 40 times a year, to make somebody rich by moving a comma. Over the fish, Vance mentions that there is something coming into the kingdom out of the east that nobody has licensed, and that he has no particular view on it, and that he only raises it because unlicensed leaf is historically where the bad stories come from. The tariff man asks whether it is a large volume. Vance says small. The tariff man asks why it matters then, and Vance says that it does not matter yet, and lets that sentence sit on the table and rot for a moment. Then he changes the subject completely to horses, and does not come back to it once for the rest of the evening, which is the entire craft of the man in one move. And that is how it starts. It does not start with a raid. It starts with one sentence over a fish course, placed by a man who has already worked out that the fastest way to kill something excellent is to make it illegal before anybody important has tasted it. Meanwhile, up on my hill, we have the best harvest anybody there has ever seen, and Raka's clan hears about it, and that is a much louder problem arriving much faster. Chief Raka arrives on the first cold morning of the year, with 60 of his own people behind him, in daylight, up the main track, past every farm on the hill, and I understand what is happening about 4 seconds after everybody else does. He is not sneaking up on us. He wants to be seen coming. He has walked his entire delegation past 100 witnesses so that by the time he reaches the hall, everybody in the settlement already knows there is going to be a scene. Grook sees them from the drying shed and comes and finds me with his hands still full of leaf. He tells me who it is. Then he tells me what matters, which is that Raka's clan holds the flat ground along the South River. I ask him if that ground is good. He says it is the best growing ground any orc has, and that the reason nobody has ever thought about it is that until this year, nobody had any reason to think about growing ground at all. So I get about 10 minutes to prepare for what is coming, which is considerably more warning than I usually get around here, and I spend most of it trying to get shed dust out of my only decent shirt. Raka does not ask for an audience. He walks into the hall while the council is already sitting on ordinary business, which is a genuinely rude thing to do, and he does it in front of the largest number of people available. He is not what I expected. I had built a picture of a shouting man. What comes in is a broad, tired-looking orc in his 50s, with gray coming in at the temples and a very good coat, and he greets the king correctly and at length before he says a single hard word. Then he says the hard words, and they are extremely well chosen. He says he has heard that this hill is selling to humans, and that the humans pay well for it. He says he has heard there is iron and salt and grain in this settlement's stores that did not come out of this settlement's ground. And then he asks, mildly, without raising his voice at all, in front of every single person in that hall, whether Borgen is king of the Orcs or king of this one hill. That question is the entire attack, and it is beautiful. He has not asked for anything. He has not made a demand anyone can refuse. He has just put a question in the room that the king cannot answer badly without losing something. Because if Borgen says this is ours, he is a chief with a private business. And if he says it belongs to everybody, then Roka has just been handed a share without asking for one. The king does not answer immediately. He does the thing he does, which is lean back and let a silence get uncomfortable for other people. And Karsha, who I would have bet money would enjoy watching me squirm, chooses this exact moment to attack the entire enterprise from the other direction. And honestly, it is the worst thing that could have happened to me. She says Raka is right to ask and wrong to want in. She says she has watched this hill spend a season learning to want something it cannot make without humans buying it. She says the stores are full and the young ones are in a shed instead of at weapons practice. She says that when the humans stop buying, and they will stop because humans always stop, we will have a shed full of leaf and no idea how to be what we were. Nobody laughs at that. Nobody in the hall has an answer to it either, including me, and I am supposed to be the one with answers. Then the king turns and asks me what I have to say, in front of Raka, in front of 60 of his people, in front of the whole council, and there is no version of this where I get to think about it first. I have about 2 seconds, and I go with the only thing in my head, which is that Raka has not actually asked for a share. He has asked a question about who owns this, and nobody has to answer a question in the shape it was asked. So I ask him one back instead. I ask him what his South River ground grows at the moment, and I ask it like a man who is genuinely curious, because I genuinely am. He is not expecting that at all. He looks at the king first, which is a small thing that tells me a great deal, and then he says barley, mostly, and some of it grazing. I ask him how much of it floods. He tells me. I ask him which months, and he tells me that too, and I watch him get visibly annoyed halfway through his own answer, because he has come here to corner a king, and instead, he is discussing drainage with a human. I ask whether the flooded ground grows anything at all in the wet months. He says no. I ask what he does with it, and he says nothing. You cannot do anything with it, everybody knows that. And I tell him that our hill is cold and steep, and half of it faces the wrong way, and that we are already at the edge of what it can do, and that what he has just described to a room full of witnesses is the best tobacco ground in Orc country, sitting empty 5 months a year. The mood in that hall changes shape. He came in to take a cut of something. He is now being told publicly that he is sitting on the actual asset and has not noticed. Then I say the thing I have not thought through at all, because I am a man improvising in front of 400 people, and it becomes the most important sentence I say in my entire life. I say we should not give him a share. I say we should stop being a hill that sells things and become a thing that anybody can join. Ground, hands, or sheds. Those are the ways in. You bring growing ground, or trained hands, or curing space, and you get paid out of what the whole enterprise sells, in proportion to what you put in, at prices set by grade. Not a favor from the king, not a gift from this hill. A structure with a door in it, and the door is open to anybody, including the clans nobody has thought about yet. There is a long, extremely uncomfortable silence, during which I realize I have just invented an institution in a room where I do not have the standing to invent a stool. The king says one word, which is continue, and I have never been so grateful for a man's curiosity. And Roka, to his credit, does not take the deal. He does something much smarter, which is take the deal and immediately start pulling on it to see where it tears. He says he agrees in principle. Then he says that if his clan is growing on his ground with his people will grade his leaf. The fight is right there, in one sentence, and if I had been cleverer, I would have seen it coming. Because grading is everything. The price is set by grade. If every clan grades its own leaf, then every clan's leaf is top grade within a year, and the product becomes garbage, and Hask's shop stops selling out, and I am back to a mule and a lockup. I start to argue, and I get about half a sentence out before Bo speaks, and it is the first occasion Bo has said anything in a council hall since I have known him. He says he will not do it. He says it flat, into the middle of a political negotiation between 2 chiefs and a king, from the back of the hall where he has been standing with his hat in his hands. Raka asks him what exactly he will not do. Bo says he will not put his name on leaf. He has not judged himself. He says it is his name that is on it. He says the humans do not buy a hill. They buy a thing that is the same every time, and the only reason it is the same every time is that one pair of hands decides. Raka says he does not know Bo. Bo says that is correct, and that Raka's grandfather did, and gives his own full name, which is longer than I expected and has 3 parts to it. And something happens in Raka's face that I completely fail to understand until Gruck explains it to me 2 days later on the road. What Bo gave was not a name. It was a lineage, and the second part of it belongs to a settlement that was burned out during a war before Raka was born, and the survivors of that burning were taken in and fed by Raka's grandfather's people for 2 winters, which means Bo has just told a chief in front of his own delegation that his family owes Bo's family hospitality, and he has done it without once saying the word "oh," and he has done it by introducing himself. Gruck found this hilarious. He said old men fight with introductions, and that it is the meanest form of combat available to anybody, and that his own grandmother once ended a marriage negotiation this way. Will not pretend I followed any of it in the moment. What I understood was the shape of it. Bo was not arguing about grading. Bo was telling a chief in public that the value of the thing came from him and inviting him to try to take that away in front of witnesses. Raka does not try. He asks instead whether Bo intends to grade for the whole country by himself at his age, which is a fair question, and Bo says no, that he intends to train people, and that they will be trained by him and not by their own clans. So the grading sits outside the clans. This is the piece that holds the entire thing together for the next year, and it is Bo's, and I did not think of it. What I do think of, sitting there, is the second piece, which is that if grading is going to be independent, then the graders have to be paid by everybody and answerable to nobody, and I say so. And that is how the cooperative gets its first actual rule. Building the thing takes the rest of that day and most of the next, and honestly, almost none of it is stirring. There are 3 separate arguments about goats. The first goat argument is whether an animal counts as hands or as ground. The second is whether a clan that lends animals for hauling gets a share or a fee. The third one is not really about goats at all, and everybody knows it, and it goes on for 2 hours. At one point, an elder from a clan I have never heard of stands up to say that his people have no ground, no sheds, and no hands to spare, but they do have the only 2 orcs alive who know how to make a watertight barrel, and he would like to know where that sits. And the room actually stops, because that is a genuinely excellent question, and because a barrel is the difference between leaf that survives a wet crossing and leaf that does not. He gets a share, 2 barrel makers, an entire clan, 1 seat. I am told they still hold it. By the second evening, there is a thing that did not exist before, with a name I will not repeat, because the Orcish for it translates roughly as the shared basket, and Gruck laughed at me for 6 months every time I said it wrong. Raka gets a seat on it. He came to demand a cut, and he leaves with a chair, a quota, an obligation to send 4 of his people to Bo for a season of training, and a requirement to attend in person twice a year. I watch it land on him about an hour after he agrees to it. He is standing outside the hall with his own council, and one of them asks him something, and I hear him say, in a completely flat voice, that yes, apparently he has to come back in the spring. He came here to make the king uncomfortable, and he left with a job. That is not me being clever. He walked into it because he wanted the appearance of a steak more than he wanted the steak, and I gave him a real one, and real ones have work attached. Gruck laughs about that for a week. He does an impression. The impression is not accurate and gets less accurate every time, and the hill loves it. And then, 3 days later, I find out what it actually cost me. Because we have the ground now. Raka's South River Flats, the North Penn's Flat, 2 more clans making inquiries by the end of the month. I have run the numbers, and we can go to 400 a month by summer if we start clearing in the spring. And I take that to the shared basket, fully expecting to be congratulated, and I discover in about 90 seconds that I do not get to decide it anymore. Get a room. I get Karsha wanting to know what happens to the young men who go into sheds and never learn a weapon. I get Roka wanting the ramp slower so his own people are trained before his ground goes in, because he refuses to be the clan producing bad leaf. I get Bo saying, without any drama at all, that 400 a month needs 11 trained curers, that he has 4 apprentices, that a season is a season, and that the number I want does not exist until the year after next. And then I get Vrath, who has not said one word in 2 entire days of this, and who now asks me a single question from the back of the room without standing up. He asks how many carts a month 400 is. I say I could not tell him. He says he can and tells me, and then asks how many of those carts have to use the East River crossing, and I say all of them, because there is only one crossing. He says a road that carries 400 out is a road 100 men can walk in on. He says that at 60 a month, nobody on the far side has to build anything in order to look at us. At 400, somebody will. Nobody in that room has an answer to that. I certainly do not. I say something about escorts, and he lets me finish the whole sentence and then simply does not respond, which is considerably worse than being argued with. I get Vrath, who has said nothing at all for 2 days, pointing out that 400 a month is a road that runs both directions. They vote 180, less than half of what I asked for. You may assume I took it gracefully. I went outside and I kicked a fence post so hard I limped for 2 days, and Grook came out and stood next to me and did not say anything for a while. Then he asked me whether the number they voted was a bad number or just a smaller one, and I said it was smaller, and he said right and went back inside, and I received no further sympathy than that. Here is what I did not understand yet. I thought I had been slowed down. What had actually happened was that the thing had stopped being mine. Before that vote, everything on this hill happened because I convinced somebody. After it, there was a body that could tell me no, and it did, and it kept doing it. And about half the time it was right. I hated it for a full year. I hated it every single time it happened, and I hated it right up until the day it was the only reason there was anything left standing at all. And down at the South River, on flat ground that has grown nothing but flooded barley for 200 years, 40 orcs start clearing for spring, and the smoke from the burning goes up high enough that it is visible from the human bank. There are 3 people standing on that bank watching it burn. 2 of them are fishermen who think it is a grass fire and go back to their nets. The third is a customs clerk on a small retainer who counts the fires and estimates the acreage and writes it down and sends it on, because that is what he is paid a small retainer to do. The load that breaks Finnick's whole way of working goes into the river in early spring, and I am standing on the bank when it happens, which means I get to watch 4 weeks of 14 people's work turn into wet garbage in about 6 seconds. The crossing is a flat boat and a rope, and it has been that since before anybody remembers. At 60 a month, it is completely adequate. At 180 a month, you are running that boat 4 times a night in the dark, and one of those nights, the water is higher than the man on the rope thinks it is, and the boat goes side on. Nobody drowns, which is the only good thing about it. 2 barrels of the Barrel Clan's best work go down the South Channel, and the third one splits on a rock, and Grook goes into the water up to his chest, trying to get a hand on it, and I have to shout at him twice before he comes out. He stands there dripping with his hands shaking from the cold, and he says one sentence, which is that a rope is not a road. He is right, and it is a bigger problem than the barrels. We do not have a way to move 180 of anything. We have a smuggler with a mule, a bribed guard, and a boat. Finnick knows this before I say it. He is a professional, and he has been telling me in small ways for a month that his part of this is at its limit, and I have been not hearing it because I did not want a new problem. What he actually says, sitting on a wet rock at 4 in the morning, is that he can move 60, and he cannot move 180, and that anybody who tells me otherwise is going to take my money and lose my leaf. I ask what the answer is. He says the answer is a licensed carter with papers and a bonded warehouse, and that I cannot have one, because every single one of those answers to the guild. So we are stuck, and I'm about 10 days into being properly stuck when a woman I have never met walks into Widow Hask's shop and asks Hask by name about the crossing schedule on the East River. I need to explain how she got there, because I did not know for over a year, and when I found out, it reframed everything. Sella lost a document. That is how she put it, apparently, and she put it in precisely that way, and she is not a woman who loses things. She had assembled a summary of a supply chain that Vance had told her to slow down on, and she left the working papers on a table in a room where a clerk she trusted was going to be. She never handed anything to anybody, and she never said a word to a soul. There is no conversation she could ever be made to admit to. She simply arranged to be careless in a very specific direction, once. The clerk she trusted is Mira Ashback, and Mira reads it, and Mira is not slow. She is not slow about any of it. She works out inside a week what took Vance 5, and then she does the thing nobody in that building would ever do, which is decide to go and look herself. So, I walk into Hask's shop on a Tuesday expecting a normal conversation about volume, and there is a woman sitting on the customer stool with a satchel on her knees and a cup of something in her hand, and Hask gives me a look I do not know how to read. The woman stands up, says that she is Mira Ashback and that I must be Dex, and holds out her hand, and I shake it before my brain catches up, and by then I am in it. She is maybe 30, plain coat, ink on 2 fingers, and the general appearance of somebody who has been up since before dawn on purpose rather than by accident. And then she starts talking, and I get taken apart in about 4 minutes by a junior ledger clerk in a market square. She says she knows the product comes across the East River. She says the volume went from roughly 60 to roughly 180 in one season, and she knows that because Hask's declared takings tripled and Hask's guild purchases fell to nothing. She says there are 2 go-betweens, and that one of them is lying about who introduced him to the other, and she names both of them, and I do not know either name. She says nobody grows leaf on the East Riverbank because it floods, and there is no estate within 4 days of that crossing, and she has checked. Then she looks at me and asks whether I would like to keep guessing or whether we can talk about orcs, and I do the single stupidest thing available to a man standing in that position, which is panic quietly and start selling at her. Understand that I had a whole thing. Back home, I was good at almost nothing, except that I could talk, and I had spent 3 years selling things I did not believe in to people who did not need them, and my mouth simply took over. So I tell this woman about our commitment to quality. I tell her about a partnership opportunity in an emerging category. I use the phrase early mover advantage. I hear myself say that we are not just selling leaf, we are selling an experience. Mira Ashback listens to all of it with the polite blank patience of somebody waiting for a foreign language to end, and then asks me, genuinely, what an experience costs per unit. There is a silence. Hask, behind the counter, makes a noise like a kettle starting, and I stop. I actually stop mid-sentence, and I put my hands on the counter, and I say that I am sorry, that none of what I just said means anything here, and that I do that when I am frightened. She says that she noticed. Then she asks again about orcs, and this time I tell her the truth, all of it, in order, including the pit and the wardrobe and the 8 worst plants on the hill. The reason I tell her is not courage. It is arithmetic. She already has enough to destroy us if she wants to, so the only thing I still control is whether she hears it from me or reconstructs it from a ledger. She listens without interrupting a long while. Then she asks her first real question, and it is not about orcs at all. She asks who grades it. That is her question. Out of everything I told her, this is the one she picks, and I know right then that she is going to be worth whatever she costs me. I tell her about Bo, about one pair of hands outside the clans, paid by everybody and answerable to nobody, and she says, half to herself, that she has been in a trade her entire adult life where nobody can tell you who graded anything. Then she tells me what she wants, and it is not money, which throws me completely. She wants her name on it, and she does not mean the orc part. Her name, Mira Ashback, as the merchant who vouches for the goods on a real bill of sale to real buyers in the open. Because a guild clerk is a clerk forever. There is no promotion out of it for a woman without a family behind her, but a merchant who has publicly vouched for a product that turns out to be excellent is a merchant, and nobody can take that back afterward. She is not asking to be my agent. She is asking to stake her entire future on my leaf being as good as I say it is, which is why she says the thing that ruins my next 2 weeks, which is that she is not putting her name on anything she has not seen herself. I tell her that is impossible. I tell her the crossing is 1 boat and a bribed guard, and that she is guild staff, and that if she is seen on that bank, her career is finished before it starts. She says all of that is true and asks when the next boat is. Getting her across is the worst logistics of my life, and I will not pretend otherwise. Finnick refuses twice. Vrath refuses 3 times, and then Vrath does something I do not expect, which is come down to the crossing himself with 4 men and stand there while she lands. He does not do it to protect her. He does it because he wants to look at her before anybody else has talked to her, and he stands about 6 feet away with his arms folded while she steps off a boat into a country where nobody looks like her. He asks her exactly 1 question on that bank, and it concerns the trade not at all. He asks her who knows that she is here. She says nobody. He asks her whether she has family, and she says a sister. He asks whether the sister knows, and she says no, and he asks why not. And she says because if this goes badly, she would like the sister to be able to say honestly that she had no idea. Vrath looks at her for a while after that. Then he tells his men to stand down, and he walks up the hill ahead of her without another word, which I understand later is the highest honor he has available, because it means he is not walking behind her. I have thought about what that walk up the hill must have been like from her side many times since. Every single person she passes stops working. Some of them are twice her height, and none of them say anything. She does not slow down once. I know because I was behind her. The first thing she does at the top is not look at the sheds. She asks to see the ground. So Bo takes her out into the rows in the wind, and she asks him what he does about the wet corner. And he tells her, and then he asks her something back. Those two talk for 4 hours. I am not part of it. I brought her here, and I am not part of it. And I stand around at the edge of a field being nobody for an entire afternoon, which is what I deserved. I get pieces of it later from both of them, and the pieces do not match each other in any particular, which is how I know it was an actual conversation and not two people being polite. Bo's version is that she asked good questions and one stupid one. Her version is that the stupid one was whether he had ever considered writing any of it down, and that Bo looked at her like she had suggested he sell his hands. What she actually wanted, and she tells me this on the walk back, is to know whether the quality was a person or a system. Because a person can die and a system cannot, and she was about to bet her name on which one it was. She decided it was both, which she said was the worst possible answer, and which was correct, and which is the exact thing that nearly destroys us within the year. What breaks it open is Karsha, and it does not go the way I expect at all. Karsha comes to look at her the way you look at weather coming in, and Mira, who has been extremely careful with everybody all day, is not careful with her. Karsha asks her what happens to us when the humans stop buying. Same question she asked in the hall, same tone. And Mira says that they will not stop buying, they will try to own it, and that her people always do, and that she has watched it happen to 3 trades in her lifetime, and she can describe the shape of it in advance if Karsha would like to hear it. Karsha would very much like to hear it. They sit down on the wall outside the long shed, and it takes most of the evening, and about half the settlement finds a reason to walk past them. Mira gives her the shape in 4 stages, and does not soften any of it. First they buy, then they lend against the buying, because you always need more ground, and there is always somebody willing to fund it. Then they own the debt and set the terms. Then they own the trade and call it a partnership. Karsha asks her how many times she has watched this. Mira says 3 and names them, and one of them is a river valley 200 miles south that used to be its own people and is now a district with a governor. And Karsha says quietly that this is the first useful thing a human has ever said to her. And then she says something in Orcish I do not catch, and Mira does not catch it either, and neither of us ever finds out what it was. Do not get to be in that conversation either. What I get is Karsha, 2 days later, telling the council that the human woman should be trusted with the selling and watched carefully about everything else, which from Karsha is practically a marriage proposal. The agreement we finally make is small, and every single line of it is on her terms, and I do not get to argue with any of them. She vouches only for what she has personally inspected. She takes a fixed fee and not a share, because a share would make her ours, and she intends to be nobody's. She will not carry anything. She will not lie about origin to anybody, ever. And if she is asked directly, she will answer. That last line costs us more than everything else in the agreement put together. It is the end of the quiet years, and both of us know it while she is still saying the sentence. Take it anyway, because a channel that can survive being asked a direct question is the only kind worth having, and because Karsha was right in the hall, and I have been carrying that around for a season. Finnick takes it badly. Not loudly, which is worse. He says he understands. He says, of course, the scale, the licensing, all of it makes sense. And then he asks me, in a completely level voice, what happens to the man who moved it when it was 60 and nobody legitimate would touch it? And I do not have a good answer, because the honest answer is that he becomes less important, and the two of us stand there both knowing it. What I do say is that I will not cut him out, and that anything moving off the road still moves through him, and that I would rather have him inside this than anywhere else. He says that is a nice thing to say to a man on a riverbank at night. Then he says the sentence I think about for a long time afterward. He says that everybody he has ever worked for eventually got respectable, and that respectable people have never once had a use for him afterward, and he would rather I did not pretend to be different when it happens. Tell him that is not going to happen. He says that is what they say. Then he asks me for something instead of an assurance, which is smarter, and what he asks for is the 4 roots. He wants it written into the agreement that anything moving off the roads moves through him permanently, whether or not there is anything moving off the roads that month. He wants to be paid for the roots existing. I give it to him on the spot because it is cheap and because he has earned it, and because a man who negotiates for a floor instead of a promise has told you how much he trusts you. That decision keeps us alive later in a way I could not possibly have predicted on a riverbank at night. Mira makes her first legitimate sale 6 days after she gets back, and let me tell you about it, because it is the smallest and most important receipt in this whole story. She walks into a tobacconist in a town 2 days north, a man who has bought guild stock for 19 years, and she puts a box on his counter and a paper next to it with her own name written at the bottom. He asks where it is from. She tells him. She uses the word orc out loud in his shop, the first time it has ever been said over that product by anybody on our side. He tells her to get out. She says fine, and picks up the box and gets as far as the door, and then he asks her to leave one. He buys 40 the following week and never mentions the conversation again as long as either of them lives. And she writes to me about it, and her entire letter is 4 lines, and the last line says that she was asked and she answered and the sale happened anyway. By the end of that month, there are 2 channels running. One is a smuggler with a mule and a boat and 4 routes nobody has mapped. The other is a licensed merchant with her own name on a bill of sale, and a legitimate buyer list. She is building 1 shop at a time. 2 channels means twice the volume, and it also means twice the footprint, and a licensed bill of sale is a piece of paper that exists in a place where anybody can go and read it. Which is how, 6 weeks later, a very neat handwritten note reaches a desk in the capital, saying that a guild clerk named Ashback has resigned her position and has begun vouching in her own name for an unlicensed Eastern Leaf, and that her declared volumes are rising. Vance reads it twice. Then he sends for the draft language of a tariff he asked a tired official to start thinking about over a fish course last autumn. The paper that nearly ends all of it arrives nailed to a post in a market square, and the first any of us hears about it is a boy running up the hill from the crossing with a copy that Hask paid him a coin to carry. It is called an Act for the Protection of the Kingdom's Health and Revenue in the matter of unlicensed foreign leaf, which is 6 words too long and tells you everything about who wrote it. I read it 4 times and understand about a third. Mira reads it once on the boat coming over and is white by the time she gets off. The rate is what kills us. It is not a tax, and a tax you can pay. It is a duty set so high that the product becomes worth less than the duty on it, which means nobody moves it, which means it stops existing without anybody having to ban it. But that is not what has her white. What has her white is the second section, which makes it an offense to knowingly vouch for, warrant, or offer surety upon unlicensed foreign leaf. That is her. Nobody has written her name, and nobody needs to. There is exactly 1 merchant in this kingdom who has put her own name to a bill of sale for an Eastern product, and she did it on purpose, in public, because that was the whole point of her. They have criminalized the specific thing she gave up her career to become, and she has been that thing for 4 months. She does not cry about it. She sits down on a wall outside the long shed and reads it a 5th time, and then asks whether anybody has ink. There are 11 days before the reading. 11 days between a paper on a post and the crown putting a seal on it, and the reason it is 11 days and not 4 months is that nobody expects any opposition, because who exactly is going to argue for orcs? I have to take it to the council first, and that is the meeting where I find out what a year of being carefully right has actually bought me. Karsha does not say she told us. She is far too good for that. What she does instead is ask, in front of everybody, whether anybody remembers her saying that when the humans stopped buying, we would have a shed full of leaf and no idea how to be what we were. Then she says that she was wrong, and that she wants that on the record too, because they did not stop buying. They made it a crime, which is worse, and which she did not think of. Roka is the one who nearly ends it. He has 40 of his people clearing river ground on the strength of a market that a piece of paper has just deleted, and he wants to know who is going to feed them through the winter. The king lets it run. Then he asks 1 question, which is whether the paper is signed yet, and Mira says it goes to a reading in 11 days. And he says then we have 11 days, and closes the meeting. The first 4 of those 11 days are the worst professional days of my life, because I am completely and comprehensively useless in every one of them. I keep trying to fight it on the ground it was written on, I want to prove the health language is nonsense. I want witnesses. I want Yorna to certify that nothing in our curing is harmful, and I actually ask her and she says something I deserve. She says she will certify what she has tested, and nothing else. That she has not tested it, and that she will not start telling humans what is safe in order to help me sell things faster. Then she says she has been in exactly this room before, with a council, being asked to say a thing was true because it was convenient, and that the last time she refused it cost her 30 years. I have nothing to say to that either. It is a bad week for me and answers, and I go and stand in the wind for a while afterward and think about how many people on this hill have now told me no and been right. Hask sends a letter on the 6th day. It is short, and it is the only time in the years I know her that she asks me for anything. She writes that she has stock she cannot legally sell after the reading, that she has no guild credit to fall back on because she gave it up for us, and that she is 62 years old and would like to know whether she should be looking for a buyer for the lease. I do not write back, because I do not have anything true to put in a letter, and I have never entirely forgiven myself for that. Mira does not fight it on the ground it was written on. Mira takes it apart like a ledger, because that is what she actually is, and on the 5th day she comes and finds me in the shed and puts a page in front of me with one word circled, leaf. She asks me what the act taxes. I say our product, and she says no, read it. So I read it, and every operative clause in the entire document says leaf, and the definition section at the back says that leaf means the cured or uncured foliage of the tobacco plant, whole or broken, sold by weight. Sold by weight. We do not sell by weight. We have never sold by weight. We sell finished rolled pieces, singly or by the box, counted, because a woman with a failing shop in a market town told me on my first day across that a man who buys a box is finished with you. Mira sat in the guild's contract office for 6 years, and she knows precisely why that word is there. The guild buys leaf by weight from growers and sells leaf by weight to shops, and the shops do their own finishing. This is the entire structure of the trade in this kingdom, and it is so old that the man drafting the act did not even see himself assuming it. He did not exclude finished goods. He never once considered that a finished good could arrive from outside, because who would do that? Finishing is the shop's margin. Nobody ships a completed product across a border because the shop on the other side would rather do the work and keep the money. Nobody except somebody who learned this trade from an old orc who will not let anybody else grade his own name. Let me be honest with you about what that actually means, because a loophole sounds like a free win, and this one is not free at all. It means every single thing we send has to leave orc ground finished. There can be no loose leaf, ever, not one barrel, not a sample. Because the moment one barrel of loose leaf crosses that river, we are exactly what the act describes, and everybody involved is a criminal, which puts the entire enterprise through the eye of a needle, and the needle is a shed with 14 rollers in it, and one man who trains them. Gruck works it out before I do. He is not a strategist, and he does not think in laws. He counts hands for a living, and he sits down that evening with a stick and the dirt floor and does the arithmetic out loud. He says that everything the ground grows now has to come through his bench. He says he has 14 and they can do so many a day, and that if the river flats come in next spring, the ground will grow 4 times what 14 pairs of hands can finish. Then he asks me what happens to the leaf that his people cannot get to in time. I say we hold it. He says held leaf is leaf getting older, and that after a certain point, older stops being better, and he asks whether I know where that point is. I say no. He says neither does he, and neither does Bo, because nobody has ever had enough leaf to find out. I do not fully understand that conversation at the time. I understand it perfectly about a year later, standing in a different shed, making a decision I will pay for as long as I live. The other thing Mira does that week is the move I would never have thought of, and it is not clever. It is just knowing who is actually in the room. She goes to the Crown's tariff office and offers to pay, not the duty. The duty is designed to be unpayable. She offers a new one, on finished Eastern goods, a category that does not currently exist, at a rate her own arithmetic says our volume can carry, collected at the East River crossing by a Crown officer stationed there. She does it in writing, 4 days before the reading, in a building where an unlicensed trade has just given somebody a reason to walk down a corridor. Because the tariff office does not care about orcs. It has never once cared about orcs. It cares about revenue, and the guild has just handed it a law that produces none at all, and here is a woman offering it a permanent income from a trade it did not know existed. Vance's problem, and he does not see it until it is far too late, is that he wrote a law to kill something, and the crown reads laws to see what they earn. The reading happens in a hall in the capital, with a public gallery, and I am in it, 3 rows back, in a borrowed coat, being nobody. Mira told me not to come. She told me twice. She said that me being there helps nothing, and several versions where it costs, and she was completely right about that, and I went anyway, because I could not sit on a hill and wait. Vance opens, and he is good, and that belongs plainly on the record here because it would be extremely easy for me not to. He does not shout about greenskins. He does not mention orcs for the first 10 minutes. He talks about provenance, and about a kingdom's duty to know what its people are putting in their mouths, and about a supply chain with no name on it anywhere. And the room agrees with him, because he is describing a real problem, and because until 4 months ago he was completely correct that nobody could name a single person responsible for that product. Then Mira stands up, and she has a name on a bill of sale, and she is holding 400 of them. She does not argue about health. She does not defend orcs. She does the driest, most devastating thing available, which is read the act out loud in order, and stop after each clause to ask the drafting officer one question. Does this clause apply to a good sold by weight? Yes. Does the goods in question get sold by weight? It does not. So on to the next clause. She goes through all 9 of them. It takes about 20 minutes, and it is the most boring 20 minutes in that building's history, and I have never enjoyed anything more. Drafting officer is not embarrassed, because it is not his act, it is Vance's, brought to him in a form he was asked to tidy. So he answers honestly every single time, and every honest answer takes another wall down. It nearly comes apart at the 4th clause. Vance interrupts and says that a rolled piece is manifestly made of leaf, and that the act plainly intends to capture the thing and not the shape of it. It is the right argument. If the chair takes it, we are finished in that room in 4 seconds. And Mira, without turning round, says that if intent governs, then the act also captures every cigar rolled in every shop in the capital out of guild leaf, since those are made of leaf too, and asks whether the guildmaster would like that clarified now or later. There is a noise in that hall I can only describe as 40 men deciding at once not to be involved. The chair rules on the wording. Vance does not raise intent again. By the 6th clause, the tariff office man is leaning forward. By the 8th, he has produced Mira's letter and is asking the chair whether the proposed finished goods rate has been circulated. Vance sees it happen, and I will never forget that about the room. I am watching a man realize, in real time in public, that his own law has just been read back to him as a schedule of everything it fails to cover, and that the crown is now looking at a new source of revenue that only exists if the trade he is trying to kill continues. He does not lose his temper. He is far too good for that. He asks for one thing, which is the identity of the principal, and the chair says the merchant of record is present and has been named. And Vance says that the merchant of record is a vouching agent, and everybody in the room knows it, and that he would like to know who grows it, who owns it, and who profits. And he says the last word with a small amount of weight on it. Mira says she is not obliged to disclose a supplier. The chair agrees. Vance accepts it immediately, which is when I relax, which is when he turns around and looks directly into the public gallery at me. I do not know how long he has known. I have thought about it for years. My honest guess is about 90 seconds, because Sella's file has a description in it, and there is exactly one human in that gallery with sun on his hands and no reason to be there. He does not point. He says to the chair that he would only note for the record that the principal in this trade is a subject of this crown, resident in Orc territory, and that the crown may one day wish to ask him how he came to be there. Every head in that hall turns around. I sit in a borrowed coat with 400 people looking at me, and I do not stand up because Mira told me not to come, and the only useful thing left is to be silent. He finds me in the corridor afterward. I want to be clear that I did not go looking for him, and I would have walked past him if he had let me. He is not what I expected either. I had built a picture of a fat man in a good coat. What is standing in that corridor is a narrow, tired man in his 50s with ink on his cuff, who looks like somebody who has read every letter that arrived this week. He asks me whether I am the one who does the curing. I say no, an orc does the curing. He asks who taught the orc, and I say the orc taught me. He looks at me for a moment, and I can see him putting that away somewhere, because he came into that corridor with a picture too, and I have just taken a piece out of it. Then he says the only honest thing either of us says all day. He says that he has bought 4 of them, and that he has smoked all 4, and that they are better than anything he sells. I do not have a single word ready for that. I stand in a corridor in a borrowed coat with the guildmaster of this kingdom telling me my leaf is better than his, and what I feel is not triumph at all. It is something much closer to being afraid. Because he is not conceding, he is telling me that he already knows and that it has not changed one thing about what he intends to do, and that I should stop expecting the truth to help me. He says one more sentence before he goes, and he says it pleasantly. He says that a trade is not a product, and that I appear to have confused the two, and that he will see me again. The act passes. Nobody remembers that. It passes in full with all 9 clauses as written. It just does not touch us. And a new schedule for finished Eastern goods goes to committee the same afternoon and is approved 10 weeks later. And from that day, there is a crown officer with a stamp standing at the East River crossing collecting a lawful duty on orc work. I did not want a crown officer at my crossing. Mira told me I was going to want one badly within a year, and she was right, because a man with a stamp is a man who has to write down that the goods were fine. We go back across on a gray afternoon, and I am not celebrating. Neither is she. Because the price of that hearing is that the entire capital now knows there is a human living among orcs who is behind it, and Vance said it out loud in a room with a record kept, and my anonymity ended in the 4 seconds it took him to turn his head. Gruck meets us at the crossing, and can tell immediately that something is wrong, and I tell him we won, and he says that I do not look like a man who won. I tell him a man learned my face today. He asks me what happens now, and I say the true thing, which is that Vance has just lost the legal fight in public, in front of the crown, using his own document, and that men like that do not try the same door twice. 9 days later, a pamphlet appears in 3 towns at once, and it is not about tariffs, and it is not about weight, and it is about what the orcs are putting in it. The pamphlet is 1 page, printed on both sides, and it is titled A Warning to Honest Households Concerning the Eastern Leaf. And there are 400 of them in 3 towns before anybody on our side has read a single copy. It does not accuse anybody of anything, and the craft of the thing is exactly that. It does not have to. All it does is ask questions. It asks whether it is known what the Eastern Leaf is treated with. It asks why the sellers will not say where it is grown. It asks whether the buyer has considered that a product arriving from beyond the border at a price the guild cannot match may be priced that way for a reason. And then, on the second side, in the same reasonable voice, it asks what a hostile people might wish to put into the lungs of a kingdom that has been at uneasy peace with them for 2 generations. It is the accusation from my first night on this hill, word for word, spy from the kingdom. It has just been rewritten by somebody with a printing press and better manners. I stand in the long shed, reading it with Gruck over one shoulder and Bo over the other, and Bo asks me to read the second side again, and then he goes outside and does not come back for an hour. Because Bo is 60-something years old and has cured leaf for orcs his entire life, and a piece of paper in a town he has never seen has just told 400 households that he is poisoning them. The panic moves faster than anything I have ever seen in my life. Faster than the good word ever did, and the good word moved fast enough to frighten me at the time. 11 shops return stock inside 4 days, and belief has nothing to do with it. Most of them do not believe a word of it. They return it because a shopkeeper cannot afford to be the man who was still selling it when the thing turned out to be true. Mira's buyer list, which took her 5 months to build 1 door at a time, is cut in half in a week. She does not tell me that until much later. What she tells me at the time is a number, and the number is smaller, and she says it flatly and moves on. The council meets about it on the 2nd day, and it is the ugliest room I have ever stood in on that hill, and I have stood in that room while people voted on whether to eat me. Raka wants to know whether the humans are going to come. He does not mean buy. He means come. He has heard the second side of that pamphlet read out, and he has arrived at the only conclusion a chief arrives at, which is that a people who are being told you are poisoning their children eventually do something about it. Vrath, who has every possible reason to say I told you, does not say I told you. He says something far worse, which is that if it comes to that, the crossing they will use is the one we built. And the king asks the only useful question in that whole meeting, which is whether the accusation is true, and when the room stares at him, he says he means it, and asks Bo directly, in front of everybody, whether anything goes into the leaf. Bo says water. He says water and time and smoke and nothing else, ever. And he says it to a hall that already knew, and it needed to be said out loud by the man whose hands do it. And then a man in a town called Renford collapses in the street, and everything gets very much worse, very quickly. He does not die. Let me say that immediately, because at the time, nobody says it, and the story runs for 6 days before anybody bothers to correct it. He is 41. He is a wheelwright. He goes down in the market square in front of about 30 people with his hands shaking and cannot get his breath, and he is carried into a doorway, and somebody looks at what he has been smoking and says the word Eastern out loud. By the following morning, there are copies of the pamphlet nailed up in Renford with a line written across the top in ink. Hask's shop gets done on the 3rd night. I was not there. Finnick was, 2 streets over, and he got there while it was still happening and could not stop it, and he is not a man built for stopping things like that. They put the front window in. They put paint across the door and something worse than paint across the step, and they wrote one word on the shutter, and it is not a word about orcs, it is a word about her. She was upstairs the whole time. She stayed upstairs. She told me afterward, in a completely level voice, that she sat on the edge of her bed with a poker across her knees and listened to men she has sold tobacco to for 20 years break her window. Season costs exactly that, and it never goes away. She reopens. She trades for years afterward, but there is a shutter that gets closed at 4 in the afternoon from that week onward for the rest of her life, and everybody in that square knows why. I go across the day I hear about it. I do not ask the council, and I do not ask Vrath. I walk down the hill, and I get on the boat. And when I get there, she does not want comfort, and she does not want apologies. And what she says to me, standing in her own broken doorway with sawdust down, is that saying it is not true does not work. She has been saying it is not true for 3 days to everybody who comes past. She says the only thing that works is showing people what it actually was, and that until somebody can do that, every single word out of my mouth is just a man with an interest in it, talking. Vrath is waiting on the bank when I come back 4 days later, and he does not shout at me, and I would have very much preferred shouting. He asks whether I understood, when I got on that boat, that if a human town had taken me, there was no version of this where he did not have to send warriors over a border to get me back. He asks whether I thought about that at all, or whether I simply got on the boat. I say I simply got on the boat. He says yes and walks off, and it is the first entry in a ledger he keeps about me that I do not know exists until the day it is read out to me in full. Which leaves proof, and proof means Yorna, and Yorna is the one person in this entire business who has never once done a single thing at my speed. I ask her on a Tuesday. I have the whole thing prepared. I tell her about Hask's window and the wheelwright and the 11 shops, and I ask her to examine our product and tell the humans it is clean. She says no. Not unkind. Not even slow about it. She says she is not going to certify our leaf, because certifying our leaf proves nothing at all about what a man in Renford put in his mouth, and because I am asking her to answer a question I have not bothered to ask correctly. I lose my temper. I am not proud of it. I tell her that a shop has been wrecked and a woman is sitting upstairs with a poker, and that I do not have 6 days. And Yorna says, entirely calmly, that the last time I did not have time, I dried an unknown plant over an open fire in 1 hour and smoked it with a young man who trusted me, and that she found the 2 of us on the ground at dawn. Then comes the sentence that ends the argument. She says that if she guesses now and she is wrong, then the humans will not merely believe our leaf is poison. They will have proof that the orc who examined it lies. Mira is the one who breaks the deadlock, and she does it by asking Yorna what she would need, which is a question I did not think to ask because I was busy demanding. Yorna needs the actual thing, and not a similar thing, and not a sample from our stock. The specific object the wheelwright of Renford was smoking when he went down in the square. Getting it takes Finnick 2 days and a genuinely impressive amount of lying, and what he brings back is a half-smoked roll and about a dozen more from the same box, and the box is where it falls apart because the box is not ours. It is close. It is close enough that I would not have caught it in a shop. Same bark wrap, same taper, same rough size. The bark is a different bark though. The roll is machine even in a way no hand does, and the ash, when Yorna burns one, comes out white. Ours does not do that. Ours comes out gray. Yorna asks me whether I know why white ash happens, and I say no, and she says good, At least I have stopped pretending. She takes 6 days. She spends most of it on the burning, and on things I do not watch, and on 2 mice which I also do not watch. I sit outside her door for a good part of it, which she permits and does not encourage. On the 4th evening, she comes out and hands me a cup of something and sits down, and I get the only lesson she ever gives me for free. She says that everybody who comes to her wants a yes. She says that in 30 years, she has never once been asked for the truth, only for permission, and that the council stopped listening to her precisely because she would not hand out permission. Then she asks me what I would have done if she had said yes on the first day and been wrong. I say I would have used it. She says she knows, and that is why she said no. I ask her, because I have been building up to it for a season, what the treeline plant actually is. She says she is not telling me that yet. I ask when. She says when I can hear the answer without immediately trying to sell it, and she takes the cup back and goes inside. What she finds is that the rolls have been dipped. There is a mineral salt used in the tanning yards for whitening hide, and somebody has soaked the wrappers in a weak solution of it before rolling. It does 2 things. It makes the roll burn slow and even, which looks like quality, and it turns the ash white, which also looks like quality to anybody who has been told that white ash is what the expensive ones do. And it is poison. It does not work immediately, and there is not enough of it to kill a man in a market square, which is why the wheelwright is walking around Renford within a fortnight, but enough to knock the breath out of somebody who smokes 4 of them in an afternoon on an empty stomach. Yorna's report is 9 lines long, and it says 9 things and not 1 word more. She will not say that our leaf is safe, because she has not tested our leaf for everything, and she says so in the report, which infuriates me for about a day until I understand it is the reason the report works. A document that says everything is fine convinces nobody. A document that says these specific rolls contain this specific salt and that I have not examined anything else is a thing a suspicious man can check. Mira takes it to Renford herself, and not to a court, to the market square in the middle of the day, with the box and the wheelwright standing next to her, and she does the boring thing again, which is her actual weapon. She reads the 9 lines out. Then she asks the crowd who sold the man that box. And this is the point where the whole thing turns over, because somebody in that crowd knows, and says a name, and the name is a factor 2 towns north who supplies 4 shops in that district with cheap goods. I send for him. He comes, because refusing would be worse. And this man, who is not a professional at anything except making a small margin, is asked in front of about 90 people where the Eastern rolls in that box came from. He says a supplier. They ask him which supplier. He says a man who came to him, and he says it in the voice of somebody who has just heard the ground open. They ask what the man's name was, and he says he does not know, and somebody at the back says he is lying, and the crowd makes the sound a crowd makes, and this man folds so fast and so completely that it is almost embarrassing to watch. He does not just give the name. He gives the name, the 2 dates, the amount he was paid to place them alongside ours, the tavern they met in, and the fact that the man told him not to sell them anywhere. Guild stock was strong. The name he gives belongs to an agent who has worked for Aldrich Vance for 6 years. Nobody is arrested, and I will be honest about that. There is no trial and no ruined villain in chains, and Vance is never once formally connected to any of it, because Vance never once wrote anything down. What happens instead is much slower and much better. The story of a man folding in a market square travels the same roads the pamphlet did, and it arrives at every one of those 400 households, and it is a far more interesting story than a page of questions. 11 shops take their stock back. 9 of them do not apologize. 2 of them do. And Vance stops looking like the sober voice of an old institution warning about a foreign danger and starts looking like a rich man who paid somebody to poison a wheelwright in order to protect his prices. He did not do that. That is what I believe, and I believe it because I met him in a corridor. He funded a rumor, and he let an agent choose the method, and the method was somebody else's idea, and he did not ask. It does not matter, which is the thing about a smear. He built the machine, and the machine did what machines do, and the same crowd he pointed at us turned around. Tonight the news comes back up the hill. Karsha finds me outside the long shed and says something she is clearly furious about having to say. She says she spent 3 days hoping I could prove it. She says she has been against this trade since the first morning, and she is still against it, and that she sat in her house for 3 days, wanting a human woman in a market square to win. Then she asks me what exactly that makes her, and I have nothing to give her, and she does not wait for one, and she goes home. That is not her changing her mind. She spends another year telling me I am wrong about most things. Something moved in her that week, though, and it does not move back. And when the worst day comes, it is Karsha who says the thing that saves us. I do not sleep well for a long time after that, and it is not fear, because the fear is genuinely over by then. It is something slower that has been waiting all season for a quiet week to arrive in. It is that I have spent a season watching people put windows in and print pages about lungs, and it has landed on me, finally and completely, that I am never going home, and that this is not a story I am going to tell anybody afterward. I lie in the dark, in a building on a hill, in a country that does not have a word for the town I grew up in, and I think about Marco. I think about whether he blames himself. He would. He has a whole system for it. I think about Deshaun, who laughs when he is frightened, and about the last sound I ever heard, which was him doing exactly that. I think about the wardrobe being lifted, and about somebody having to say out loud to a paramedic that his friend tripped, and about what my mother's face did. The honest thing, the thing I do not say to anybody on that hill for a very long time, is that some nights I am not sure I want to go back, which frightens me considerably more than the pamphlet ever did. The board changes that season, and it does not change back. Before Renford, the question in every human town was whether the orc product was safe. After Renford, the question is who has been attacking it, and why, and who paid. We are not a suspicious foreign good anymore. We are the thing somebody rich tried to destroy and failed to, which is worth more than any amount of advertising I could have invented. And Aldrich Vance, who has now lost in front of the crown and lost in front of a crowd, sits down and does the only rational thing left to a man whose own kingdom has stopped being useful to him. He starts writing letters to people outside it. The one that matters goes north, over a border, to a household that has been watching all of this with considerable interest for about 8 months, and it is answered inside 3 weeks, which is not how correspondence between strangers normally works. 6 weeks after that, a carriage comes down the river road with an escort in a livery nobody on our side of the water recognizes, and a woman gets out of it and asks, very pleasantly, in flawless Orcish, whether she might speak with the king. She waits 11 days for an audience, in a tent, on the wrong side of the river, in weather, and she does not once send a rider up to ask whether anybody has decided anything. This is the first move, and it is better than anything Vance ever did to us. Because by the 4th day, the settlement is talking about her, and by the 7th, people are bringing her things, and by the 9th, an elder is genuinely embarrassed that a woman of rank has been left standing in a field. Nobody makes her wait on purpose after the first 2 days. She simply never asks, and a request you have to invent yourself always feels like your own idea. When she finally comes up the hill, she does it on foot, which means her escort does too, which means 12 people in extremely good boots walk 4 miles up a cart track in the mud. Countess Isel Dunmore is about 50 and built like somebody who rides with gray coming in and no attempt to hide it, and she has the specific, unhurried physical confidence of a person who has never once in her life been asked to leave a room. She greets the king in Orcish, not phrasebook Orcish. Correct, formal, the long greeting, the one with the clan naming in it, which she gets right, and which she has clearly spent months learning from somebody who charged her a great deal for it. The hall makes a noise. I am standing at the side, and even I can feel what that does. 2 generations of humans on the other side of that river, and not one of them has ever bothered to learn how to say hello. Then she does the second thing, which lands considerably harder than the first, and which costs her nothing at all. She does not ask about tobacco. She spends the entire first afternoon asking about the North Pens, and the winter feed, and how many of the young are going into the sheds instead of into the warbands, and she asks Karsha directly, and she listens to the answer without interrupting once. I watch Karsha, who has spent a year being suspicious of every human alive, spend 2 hours in genuine conversation with a countess about goats. By evening, the mood in that settlement toward humans has moved further than anything Mira or I managed in a year, and Dunmore has not made a single request. Her gifts arrive on the 2nd day, and they are not gifts, they are a diagnosis. She has brought seed, and it is not ornamental. Winter fodder seed for high cold ground, which is precisely the thing this hill cannot grow and has never been able to grow, and which is the reason the herds are thin every spring. She has brought a physician who spends 4 days with Yorna and does not condescend to her once, and who leaves behind a written thing about wound rot that Yorna keeps for the rest of her life. And she has brought a bridge man. That one nearly finished me on the spot. A quiet older engineer who walks down to the East River with Vrath and looks at our flat boat and our rope and says that a pier and pile bridge at the Narrows would take a season and 40 men and would carry carts. Vrath asks him what it would cost. The man says the Countess has already covered the survey. Vrath asks what it costs afterward, and the man says he is only the engineer, and it is the first moment anybody on our side gets a proper look at the shape of the thing. Because she has not offered us money. Money we would have argued about. She has offered us precisely the 4 things we cannot make ourselves, and she has offered them before asking for anything, in front of the entire settlement. The proposal comes on the 5th day, and it is 1 page, and it is beautiful. Her kingdom takes exclusive distribution of our product within her borders. In exchange, capital at a rate that is honestly generous, the bridge, formal recognition of Orc territory as a trading state in her crown's own language, and protection of the route. And she uses the word partners, and she uses it in a way that does not sound like a word being used. Let me be completely honest about the next 4 days, because it would be easy to tell this as if I saw through her, and I did not. I was in. Her kingdom is 4 times the size of Vance's. Her borders are 12 days further from anybody who has ever printed a pamphlet about us. She was offering a bridge, and I had watched barrels go into a river. More than any of that, she was offering the one thing I had wanted since I woke up in a hole, which was for this to be real, a treaty, language, Orc territory named as a trading state on a document with a crown seal on it. I spent 3 nights doing arithmetic, and every single line of it came out in her favor, which should have been the warning, and which I instead took as confirmation. She has me alone on the 4th evening, which she arranges so smoothly that I do not notice it has been arranged until about a year afterward. She asks me where I am from. Nobody has asked me that in a year. Everybody on this hill knows I am from somewhere and has quietly agreed not to poke it, and she asks it directly and then waits. I tell her a version. She listens and does not laugh, and asks 2 follow-up questions that are frighteningly sensible, and then she says the thing I have not said out loud to a single person. She says that it must be strange to build something enormous in a place where nobody will ever entirely believe you belong. I sit there in a tent with a woman I have known for 4 days, feeling more seen than I have felt since a wardrobe fell on me, which is precisely what she was paid a great deal of money over many years to learn how to do. The council is split, and it is split in an unusual way. Karsha, of all people, is warmest because she has spent 2 hours talking to the woman about winter feed. Raka wants it because Raka wants volume. The king says almost nothing for 4 days, which I should have noticed. Vrath is against it, and he is against it badly, which is to say, his arguments are not his best. He says she is a human noble, and that is enough. He says the bridge is a road, and a road is a road both ways, which is the same thing he said about carts, and which people have started to hear as a tick. And I argue him down in front of the council. I take his own bridge point and turn it around and say that a bridge her engineers built is a bridge her kingdom has an interest in keeping open, and that safety for a small people never looks like anything else. It is a good argument. It got applause. I have thought about it a great deal since. Then Gruk asks a question and the entire thing falls over. He is not on the council. He is standing at the back with the rollers because the shed shift ended and half of them came to watch. He puts his hand up like a man in a shed, which is what he is, and the king sees him and says, "Go on." He asks who owns the boxes. Nobody understands the question. Dunmore's secretary asks him to clarify, and Gruk says it again, slower, in the tone of a man who has counted something and would like somebody to check his arithmetic. He says he packs the boxes. He says the boxes go on a cart and cross a river. He wants to know when they are on her side under her exclusive right, who owns them. Dunmore answers honestly, which is the best and worst thing she does that week. She says her chartered agents purchase at the crossing at an agreed price and distribute within her borders. And Gruk says then she owns them. He says that at the moment he knows the names of 9 shopkeepers. He says one of them sends back word about which grades sell, and he has changed how he rolls twice because of it. He asks what happens to that when there is one buyer at a river and no shopkeepers at all. The hall is completely silent. Dunmore's secretary starts to answer, and she puts a hand up and stops him because she has understood that a very serious question has been asked by a man in a work apron. Gruck finishes it. He says she is not offering to buy our leaf. She is offering to buy the people who buy our leaf. And after that, we are a farm with one customer. And a farm with one customer is not a trade, it is a job. I did not think of that, and I will be extremely clear about it. I had spent 3 nights on arithmetic, and a man who rolls for a living saw the whole structure in one afternoon because he thinks about who he is making things for. Dunmore takes it well. She takes it far too well. She says he is quite right, and that exclusivity is exclusivity, and that it costs what it costs and buys what it buys, and she does not insult anybody by pretending otherwise. Then she says the thing that tells me what she actually is. She says that every people who has ever joined her kingdom's trade has asked that question, and that most of them asked it about 10 years too late. And she compliments Gruck on his timing. She is not embarrassed by any of it. She is a professional who has been asked a correct question by an amateur in public, and the honest truth is that she has enjoyed it. The king speaks for the first occasion in 4 days, about 10 minutes after that, and what he says is short, and it explains the entire 4 days of silence. He says he's been waiting to find out which of us would ask that question. He says he knew somebody would, because a room this size always contains one person who has counted something, and that he wanted to see who it was before he decided anything. Then he says to Dunmore entirely pleasantly that he will take the parts of her offer that do not require him to sell the names of his shopkeepers. Karsha asks him afterward why he did not simply say so on the first day and spare everybody a week. And the king says that if he had ruled on the first day, it would have been his decision, and this way it belongs to a shed. What we sign in the end is small, non-exclusive. Her chartered agents may buy at a floor price up to a fixed volume, and Mira may sell to anybody else in that kingdom she can find on her own. There is no bridge and no capital. The seed we keep because it was given before terms and she does not ask for it back. She signs it without one word of complaint on the same afternoon, which should have frightened me a great deal more than it did. Mira, who was not there, writes to me when she hears the terms, and her letter is the shortest she ever sends me, and I still have it in my head. She writes that a woman who spends 4 months learning Orcish, those days standing in a field, and the price of a bridge survey, and who then accepts a quarter of what she asked for without arguing, did not come for the quarter. She writes that Dunmore has just paid a very large amount of money to find out how we make decisions, and that she now knows something none of our enemies know, which is that our hard limit is the shed and not the king. Then she writes one more line, which is that if I am ever offered that deal again on a day when the shed is not in the room, I should say no before I have finished reading it. And on her way out, she stops in front of me, and she says something I did not understand for another year. She says that she likes the way I think, and that it is unusual, and that when I get tired of asking a room full of people for permission, she would like me to remember that she can move fast. That is not a threat. That is not even really a recruitment. That is a woman who has correctly identified the exact thing I am worst at in 1 week from across a table. The bill for all of it comes that night, and it is Vrath who hands it to me. He finds me outside, and he does not raise his voice, and what he says is that he does not care that he lost the argument. He says he has lost arguments before. He says he lost this one because I made a better case than he did, and that is how it should work. What he wants to know is a different thing. He asks me how many nights I spent working out reasons to say yes. I tell him 3. He asks how many I spent working out reasons to say no. And I stand there, and I do not answer, because the honest answer is none of them. Not 1 hour of it. I had done every piece of the arithmetic in one direction, and I had not noticed. And a man in an apron had to walk into a council hall and save me from it in public. Vrath does not say anything cruel. He says that up to this week, when I wanted something, he had assumed I had at least looked at both sides of it first, and that he will not assume it anymore. Then he says goodnight, which is somehow much worse than being shouted at, and goes. That is what the week costs me, and it does not get paid back for a long time. It is not a lost shipment, and it is not money. A general who had been slowly deciding I was reliable, deciding on evidence that I am not. I go and find Gruck afterward, in the shed, still working, because he is always still working. I tell him he saved us. He says he asked a question. I tell him it was a very good question, and he shrugs and says that he only asked it because he has been trading letters with a shopkeeper in a town he will never see, about whether the third grade should be rolled a little looser for the winter. He says, in the flattest and most matter-of-fact voice available to him, that he simply did not want to lose the letters. That is the entire basis on which he dismantled an annexation. He did not want to lose his correspondence with a man he has never met about how tight to roll a cigar in cold weather. I have never in my life been more certain that I was working for the right person. Down south, meanwhile, Aldrich Vance finds out that a foreign countess is now lawfully buying orc goods at a crossing, in volume, under her own crown's charter. And there is a version of that afternoon I would pay real money to have watched. Because he cannot touch it. He has no standing in her kingdom, no charter that runs across that border, and no argument that a foreign noble buying a foreign product on foreign soil is any business of a guild in a different country. He wrote to her first, and that must have burned. He went looking for an ally against us 8 months ago, and what he found was a competitor who has now legally purchased a share of the thing he has been trying to destroy. They are still writing to each other after this. That is what I hear later, and I believe it, because two people who cannot stand each other and who both want the same trade have a great deal to discuss. That is a problem for a different season, because we have just opened a market 4 times the size of the one that nearly killed us, and there is a floor price on paper, and the orders start arriving in the spring. And what nobody on that hill says out loud, including me, especially me, is that we have no idea how we are going to make that much. The wall we hit that spring is not a law, and it is not a rumor, and for about 2 months I cannot even work out what it is made of, because on paper everything is fine. Volume is up. The duty gets paid at the crossing by a bored crown officer with a stamp. Mira has 41 shops. Dunmore's agents take their fixed lot every month as agreed, and never once quibble. And there are 3 buyers in that kingdom we cannot get anywhere near, and those 3 are the only ones that actually matter to anything. They are the houses that supply the capital's clubs, and the great households, and the court, and between them they set what the top of that society smokes, and none of them will meet Mira. They do not refuse, and they do not decline. There is simply never a day that works. I spend a while assuming it is the guild. It is not the guild. Vance is having the worst year of his professional life and has bigger problems than a club supplier's diary. It is a man called Lord Bastian Kroom, and I have never heard his name until Mira says it in a shop doorway in a completely level voice, and then I hear it about 6 times a week for the rest of the season. Kroom does not sell tobacco. Kroom does not own a shop, a warehouse, a root, or a single leaf. What Kroom owns is about 400 dinner invitations a year and the opinions of everybody at them. He has been running a campaign since the winter, and it has nothing to do with health and nothing to do with tariffs. It is about decency. His pamphlets are well written, which makes them worse. They do not say orcs are dangerous. They say that a kingdom which admits greenskin goods into its drawing rooms has stopped being able to tell the difference between trade and appetite. He talks about standards. He talks about what it means when a gentleman's pleasures come from a people who cannot read. He is charming about it. Nobody who reads him has ever met an orc. And it works. It works far better than the poison pamphlet ever did, because it does not ask anybody to be frightened. It asks them to be embarrassed, and there is nothing on this earth that moves faster through a society than embarrassment. I take it to the council because I have learned that much, and it is a strange meeting, because there is nothing to decide. Vrath says he does not understand why we care what a human in a drawing room thinks. Karsha says she has been saying for 2 years that money does not buy respect, and asks whether anybody has noticed that she was correct. And the king says the thing that lands, which is that any people who are wealthy and despised are a people somebody eventually decides to rob. There is one other thing from that meeting, and I have never been able to put it down. Somebody has translated a section of the newest pamphlet badly, and it gets read out, and it contains the line about a gentleman's pleasures coming from a people who cannot read. Bruck is in that hall. He is in that hall because he now attends council on shed matters, which is a thing that happened gradually over a year and that nobody voted on. And he does not say anything about it at all, then or ever afterward. What he does is walk back down to the shed and take out the bundle of letters he keeps under his bench. 9 shopkeepers in 2 kingdoms writing to him about draw and winter and grade, which he has been answering for over a year in a hand he taught himself out of pure stubbornness because he refused to dictate them to anybody. He counts them, and he puts them back. He goes on with his shift. Bo told me that years later, and Bo was not a man who told you things for effect. I go across and I sit in Mira's rented room over a chandler's yard, and we go at it for 3 days, and by the end of it, we have found the thing that makes the move possible. She has a contact, a tobacconist in the capital named Corwin, who has supplied great houses for 19 years, who she has known since she was a clerk, and who told her something at a trade dinner 4 years ago that he has never told anybody else. Lord Bastian Kroom buys from him under a false name, has done for years. A standing order collected by a valet, entered in the book as an account for a Mr. Halloway of no fixed address, paid in coin, and since the autumn, that standing order has been for hours. Kroom has been buying orc leaf, through an intermediary, under a made-up name, at a premium, the entire time he has been writing pamphlets about drawing rooms. Let me tell you what I wanted to do with that, because it is not flattering and because it matters. I wanted to write him a letter, 1 page, no thread in it, just the account name and the dates and the volumes, and a polite note saying that we would very much appreciate his silence on the subject going forward. I had the whole thing drafted in my head before Mira had finished telling me about it. I was pleased with myself. I thought it was elegant, which is a word men use about things they are about to be ashamed of. And Mira says no, and she says it in a way she has never said anything to me before, which is without any explanation attached. I ask her why, and she says because she will not. I say, that is not a reason. She says, it is her reason. So I argue, because I am on a run of good months, and I have started to think that being right is a thing I now simply am. I tell her nobody gets hurt. I tell her he is a hypocrite, and that we would only be asking him to stop lying. I tell her it is the fastest available road, and that every week he keeps going costs us 3 buyers we cannot replace. And she lets me finish every bit of it, without once interrupting. And then she asks me a single question, which is what exactly I think she is worth. She says her entire value is that when Mira Ashback says a thing about goods, it is true. She says that is all she has. She gave up a career for it, and she has spent 2 years building it 1 shop at a time. She says that a woman who has blackmailed a lord once is a woman who might be lying about anything, forever, and that she will not become that in order to sell more product for me. Then she says the sentence I did not like and have never forgotten. She says that I am asking her to spend something of hers, permanently, to buy something of mine, quickly. Sat with that for about a minute, and then I said fine, and I meant it, and let that be noted, because I did the right thing that afternoon, and it makes what I do about 9 months later considerably worse rather than better. What we do instead is her idea, and it is much better than mine. Because a letter is a paper thing that happens in private between 2 men, and either he complies or he does not, and nobody else ever knows. What she wants is a live one, in a room, with witnesses, where nobody accuses him of anything at all. Because Kroom has a party trick. This is the piece that makes it possible at all, and it is entirely and completely his own fault. He is known for it. He does it at dinners. He will take an unmarked cigar, cut it, smoke about a third of it, and then name the region it came from, and he is apparently very good at it. And he has been doing it for 20 years. It is his whole personality in a party, the man who can tell, the man with the palate. Every single person in that society has watched him do it and enjoyed it. So Mira does not have to prove that Kroom buys our leaf. She only has to put our leaf in a room and let him perform. Getting it there takes 6 weeks, and it is not glamorous. There is a wine merchant who fills the sideboard boxes for about 14 houses in that district. And he does not care what he is paid to put in a box, and he is paid. The evening is Kroom's own, a subscription supper for his campaign, to raise money for the next run of pamphlets. 42 people, most of the club suppliers in the room, including 2 of the 3 houses that will not meet Mira. Mira is there. She has an invitation, legitimately, because she is a merchant of record, and it is a trade-adjacent event, and Kroom has never met her and does not know what she looks like. I am not there. And I will be very clear about that. There is no version of this where a human in a borrowed coat with sun on his hands stands in a lord's drawing room, and I had learned that lesson in a public gallery. So I get this from Mira and from Corwin, who was also in the room and who understood what was happening about 4 seconds before anybody else did. Kroom speaks first. He is good. He gives them 12 minutes on the difference between a trade and a fashion, and he says that the eastern leaf will be gone in 2 years the way all fashions go, and that what will remain is whether this kingdom kept its head. He gets applause for it. He is having an absolutely magnificent evening in his own house, among his own people. And then somebody asks him to do the trick. Not Mira, which I love the most of anything in it. She never says a word for the entire first hour. A man from one of the clubhouses asks him, because everybody always asks him, because it is what happens at Kroom's suppers. Kroom, who has just delivered a speech about standards to 42 people, walks over to his own sideboard, opens his own box, and takes one out. He cuts it. He lights it. He does the whole performance, the pause, the closed eyes, the small nod. He takes his time because the room is watching, and he has done this 1,000 times and never once been wrong in public. Then he says it is southern. He says it is island grown, almost certainly, and probably from one of the older estates, and he says you can taste the sun in it. It was grown on flooded barley ground beside a cold river by a clan that had never planted a seed of it until 2 years ago, and it was cured in a shed by an old orc named Bo, and rolled by a young one who worries about winter draw. He is not finished. He goes further because he is enjoying himself. He tells the room that this is precisely his point, that proper leaf tastes exactly so, and that a man who has had this does not need to go rummaging about in the East. Corwin says that at this point, he considered leaving the room because he knew what was in that box, and because he had worked out what was about to happen to his own life. He stayed. He has never told Mira why, and she has never asked him. And it is at exactly this moment that Mira Ashback speaks out loud for the first time all evening, from the middle of the room, in a voice pitched to carry no further than politeness allows. She does not accuse him. She does not produce anything. She asks him pleasantly, from the middle of a room of 42 people, whether he would be willing to repeat that assessment for the record, since she is a merchant, and it would be extremely valuable to her. He says of course, and he says it warmly. He asks who she is, and she tells him her name, and there is a noise in that room, because 2/3 of those people have read her name at the bottom of a bill of sale, and all of them work out what has just happened at the same instant. Corwin says the silence went on long enough that everybody in that room heard somebody put a glass down on a table on the other side of it. And then a woman near the window laughed. One laugh, cut off immediately, from somebody who had not meant to, and Corwin says that was the sound of the thing being over. Kroom does not fold. He is much better than the supplier in the Renford Square, and he has been in rooms his entire life. He says something graceful about how any leaf can be adulterated by good marketing, and he changes the subject, and the evening goes on. He never does the trick again, not that year, and not ever. And the 2 clubhouse men who watched it are the first 2 of those 3 buyers to take a meeting with Mira, and one of them opens with a question about grading that tells her he has already decided. That is how the top of that society opens, and it does not open from an argument about orcs. From 42 people watching a man with the finest palate in the kingdom call our leaf island grown in his own drawing room at his own supper while raising money to have it banned. The bill for the evening arrives about 10 days later, and it does not land anywhere near me, and it does not land on Mira. It lands on Corwin. Somebody works out where the box came from. It takes them under a fortnight because the wine merchant is not a professional and folds when asked twice, and the trail goes to the account book, and the account book has Mr. Halloway in it in Corwin's own hand for 7 years. Kroom cannot punish Mira. She has done nothing and she is nobody's client, so he punishes the man who kept his secret, and he does it by simply mentioning, in 4 or 5 houses, that Corwin's discretion is not what it was. 19 years of great house custom, gone in a season. Corwin is 60. He does not lose the shop. He loses the part of the trade that made it worth having, and he ends up supplying inns. Mira goes and sees him. She does not send anything. She goes herself, and she tells me afterward that he was decent about it, and that decent was worse than angry. She never mentions his name again in my hearing, and she does not let me put money into his hands, because she says that is my comfort and not his repair. What she does instead, quietly, over about 4 years, is send him buyers. In trade, at first, because that is what he has left. Then a coaching house. Then 2. She never tells him it is her. He almost certainly works it out. Neither of them ever says anything about it, which I think is the most human arrangement I have ever heard of. That season costs exactly that, and it is a small bill compared to what comes later, and it is a man's whole working life. So this is where I stand by midsummer, legal, after the tariff. Trusted after Renford, socially acceptable after Kroom, 2 kingdoms buying, 3 clubhouses meeting Mira in daylight and asking her about grading. A crown officer at my crossing with a stamp, writing down every month, in an official hand, that the goods were what they were declared to be. Kroom does not go away, and this is the thing I entirely failed to think about, because I had a scoreboard in my head, and his name had a line through it. He stops writing pamphlets, which everybody reads as a surrender, and which is nothing of the kind. Pamphlets are public, and public did not work. What he does instead is get quieter and considerably more specific. Mira hears, that autumn, that he has withdrawn from 2 committees and joined one, and the one he joined is an obscure body concerned with the standards of trade fairs and public exhibitions. She mentions it to me in a letter. I read the letter. I remember thinking it was a small man finding a small room, and I do not think about it again for over a year, which is how long he needed. I have been in this world for a bit under 2 years now, and I have not lost a single fight in 14 straight months, and I had started keeping count. That is not a good sentence about a person. I did not know it was not a good sentence. I thought it was a scoreboard, and Kroom, who does not go away, and who never once shouts, starts asking very quietly around the capital who exactly it is that decides what wins a prize at a trade exposition. The letter that kills my friend arrives in the last week of the autumn, and it is extremely polite, and I have read it perhaps 400 times since, and it is still polite every time. Countess Dunmore's kingdom is chartering a market, an actual market in her capital, with a building and a charter and a list, the way her crown does things, and it will be the only lawful place in that entire country where foreign leaf may be sold at wholesale. There is a founding allocation. 9 houses get named in the charter on the day it opens. Those 9 names are in the document permanently, and every buyer who ever walks into that building for the next 100 years walks past them. We are offered one of the 9, on terms that are, if anything, generous. And the letter says so in the sort of language you use with people you have already decided are worth having. There is one condition, and it is not negotiable, because it is not hers. The charter opens on a fixed day, set by her crown, and a founding house has to deliver its founding stock into that building before the doors open, or the 10th name on the list moves up. 11 weeks is the window. 11 weeks from the letter arriving on our hill to boxes standing in a warehouse, 11 days beyond her border. Let me explain what that offer actually is, because if it sounds like a large order, then I have told it badly. It is not an order, because orders end. What it is permanence. 9 names in a founding charter, in a kingdom 4 times the size of the one that tried to poison us, in a document nobody can amend afterward. Every threat we have survived in 2 years has been about whether we are allowed to exist. A tariff, a pamphlet, a drawing room. This is a piece of paper that answers that question for good in another country, where Aldrich Vance has no standing at all. I did not want more money. Let that be understood. By that autumn, I had more money than I had any idea what to do with, and so did the hill. What I wanted was for this to be over, for there to be a day when nobody could take it away, and the Orcs would be a people with a trade and a charter and a name, and I could stop lying awake doing arithmetic about how many ways it could still be killed. That was my reason, and there was nothing else in it. It was not greed for money, and it was not vanity, and I have had a long time to check. It was a man who had been frightened for 2 years deciding that one more push would buy the end of being frightened. And none of that makes it any less my fault. Arithmetic goes onto the shed floor in chalk on the 3rd day, and it does not work. And everybody in that shed can see it does not work. We need roughly 8 times a normal month. We have the leaf. The river flats came in strong, and the sheds are full, and there is more cured stock on that hill than has ever existed in Orc history. The problem is that it is not ready. The last 2 curings went into pile at the end of the harvest, and they are at 17 days, and 30 is the number, and 30 has been the number since the first pile I ever built with Gruck in a corner where Bo could walk past it. And the second problem is the crossing. The East River cannot carry it, and certainly not in 11 weeks. 4 boats a night on a rope in the dark, and 1 bad night puts the founding stock in the water, which is how the North Road comes up. There is a second crossing. It is 10 hours north, at a place where the river runs shallow over gravel for most of the year, and carts can be walked across it if the water is low and the driver knows the bottom. Nobody uses it. It has no post, no toll, and no reason to exist, because on the far side it comes out in 9 miles of nothing before it meets a road. It is also the only way to move that volume in that time, and everybody knows it before anybody says it. I should tell you about the second evening first, because it turned out to be the last ordinary one either of us ever had, and neither of us knew that at the time. Grook and I sit outside the shed with the chalk numbers still on the floor behind us, and we do the thing we have done maybe 200 times in 2 years, which is that he asks me about my world and I fail to explain something. That night, it is bridges. He wants to know how a bridge stands up when nothing is holding the middle. I get about halfway through an arch before I run out of words and start using my hands, and he watches my hands and says that I do not know either. I admit that I do not know either. He says, that is the most honest thing I have said all week, and he says it as a joke, and we sit there a while longer, and then he goes back in to check a pile. Gruck comes to me on the 4th evening, and he does not do it in front of anybody, which I understood much later was a kindness, and which at the time I took as him simply being reasonable. He has a leaf in his hand. He does not start with the road or the date or the charter. He hands me a leaf and asks me to fold it. I fold it. It bends, and it does not snap. And I say so, and I say it a little pleased with myself, because that is the test I taught him in my first month here. And he says yes, and then he takes it back and folds it the other way, across the grain, and it tears. He tells me what that means, and I do not have any grounds to argue, because he is describing my own craft back to me better than I ever understood it. 17-day leaf is not bad leaf. It is unfinished leaf. It will look right, smell right, and roll right. And then it will sit in a box in a warehouse for 3 months, and it will go on fermenting in there without any of us watching it, because we stopped it in the middle, and what comes out the other end is nobody's guess. I ask him what the worst case is. He says the worst case is that it is fine. He says that is the worst case, because then we do it again next year at 17 days, and the year after that at 12. Then he tells me the second thing, which is about hands and not leaf. To make that number in that window, his 14 have to roll about 3 times a day what they roll now. He says he can get them there. He says he can for 11 weeks, and that they will do it because they are proud and because they will not be the reason a charter goes to somebody else. And a fast roll is a looser roll, though not by much. Not enough for a shop to notice on a dry day. He tells me a loose roll on a wet crossing takes water into the foot and swells, and that a swollen foot splits the wrap about a week later when it dries. And a gravel ford in winter is wet. That is his second warning in full, and it takes about 4 minutes, and he does not raise his voice once. I acknowledged it, and I would like that on the record, because it would be easier to tell this as a man who was not listening. I told him he was right about the leaf and right about the roll. I told him I understood the ford was wet. I said all of that out loud to his face in the shed, and then I told him we were going to do it anyway. He asked me why, and I gave him the charter and the 9 names and the permanence, and I gave it well, because giving things well is the only skill I have ever actually had. Gruck listened to all of it, and then said one sentence, which is that a name in a book is not the same as a thing being true, and went back to his bench. Vrath's warning comes 4 days after that, and it is not about leaf at all. And it is worse. He does not argue about the charter. He says he assumes the charter is worth what I say it is worth, because that is my trade and not his. What he wants to talk about is the North Ford, and he wants to talk about it with a piece of dirt and a stick on the ground outside the hall for about an hour. He tells me what he knows about the East Crossing, everything, who watches it from the far bank and at what hours, which of his own men are on it, and which of those he trusts, which fisherman talks. He has spent 2 years building that quietly, and I had no idea any of it existed. Then he tells me what he knows about the North Ford, and the list is short. He knows the depth in 3 seasons. He knows there is nothing on the far side for 9 miles. He does not know who watches it, because nobody has ever had a reason to. He does not know what the guild has been doing at either crossing for the last 6 months, because his people cannot go over and ask. And he says the sentence that I hear in my head in his voice for the rest of my life. He says that a road nobody uses is not a safe road. It is an unwatched one, and those are the same thing only until the moment somebody else starts watching it. Then he tells me about the guard Tolvin, and this goes through me afterward like a nail every single time I think about it, for years and years. He says he has never trusted the man since the season he took a coin, and that he has therefore kept him for 2 years on the East Crossing, which is the busiest post in front of the most eyes, where a man cannot sell anything without 6 people noticing. He says that if the North Road opens, he will have to post somebody on it, and that he will post Tolvin, because the North Road is the quiet one, where there is nothing worth selling. And that is where you put a man you have already had to warn once. I remember thinking that was very sound. I remember thinking that this was a competent man handling a small problem well. He was. That decision was correct on every single day it was made, and it stayed correct right up until I changed which road mattered. And then Vrath asks me to take it to council, and this is where I do the thing I actually cannot forgive. Council sits at midwinter. It is autumn. Calling an extraordinary session means riders to 4 clans and Raka coming from the South River, and it cannot be done inside 11 days, and we do not have 11 days. That is true. Every single word of that is true, and I said all of it out loud, and none of it was a lie, and that is what makes it the worst thing I have ever done. And underneath it there is a second thing, which is that I already know what the council will say. Karsha will want it slower. Bo will want 30 days. Raka will want his own people involved, which takes time we do not have. Vrath will vote no. They would have said no. I can put it no more honestly than that. They would have said no, and they would have been right, and I did not call them. What I do instead is worse than simply overruling them, because it is clever. The agreement I hold from the shared basket lets me accept ordinary trade on standing terms without a vote. That was written so that I did not have to convene 4 clans every time a shopkeeper wanted 40 more. So I do not accept a founding allocation. I accept 9 ordinary monthly orders, and I accept them all in 1 week, and I schedule them close together. Every single one of them is inside my authority. All 9 of them together are the largest commitment anybody on that hill has ever made, and I made it with a piece of paperwork. Finnick is the 3rd person to say no to me that autumn, and he does it in about a dozen words, and I did not even register it as a refusal at the time. I ask him to run the North Ford. He says no. I ask him why not, since he is paid a standing sum for 4 routes precisely, so that routes exist when I need them. And he says the North Ford is not one of his 4. He says he has never used it, that he has never met anybody who has, and that in his trade a road with nothing on it either has a reason or it has an owner, and he does not know which this one is. Then he says he will take the east crossing traffic as usual, and he will not be anywhere near the North Road, and he wishes me luck, and he is entirely pleasant about it. I remember being mildly annoyed. I thought he was being precious about his routes. I have thought about that conversation more than almost any other in my life, because a professional coward told me plainly that he did not like a road, and I heard a man protecting his margin. Mira sees the paperwork for what it is inside a day, and writes me the only genuinely angry letter I ever get from her. She says that she once refused to write 1 letter for me because of what it would have made her, and asks whether I remember that afternoon. I did remember it. I wrote back explaining the window, and she did not answer that one. Bo is the one who stops me cold, and he does it without any anger at all, which is how I know it is real. He walks up to the loading yard on the day the first carts are being built out, and he looks at the crates and he asks whose grade is on them. I say his, because it is. Every box off that hill for 2 years has carried his grade, because it is the entire architecture of the thing, and it is the piece that keeps 4 clans honest with each other, and Bo says no. He says he will not put his mark on 17-day leaf. He says it exactly like that, without heat, the way you would tell somebody the door is locked. He says he has never done it and will not start. I ask him whether he thinks the leaf is bad. He says he thinks the leaf is unfinished, which he says is a different word, and that unfinished leaf is not a thing his mark can describe, because his mark means he knows what it will be, and he does not know what this will be. And he tells me that if his mark ever appears on something that turns out wrong, then every crate that has ever carried it becomes a question, back to the first one, forever. Which is precisely what I told Raka in a council hall a 1.5 years earlier when I invented the grading rule. He is quoting me. He does not say so. So the boxes go out ungraded, except that they cannot go out ungraded, because a founding house does not ship anonymous goods into a chartered market. So I grade them myself. I write my own name where his has always gone, on 1,100 crates at a bench in the loading yard, over 3 evenings, and nobody stands there and stops me, because there is nobody left on that hill with the standing to do it. The king is at the winter gathering. Vrath has said his piece and is not a man who says a thing twice. Karsha does not know. Bo has walked away and gone back to his rows and does not speak to me again for 11 weeks. Gruk is in the shed with 14 exhausted rollers, working a shift he told me plainly would produce a looser roll because he said he could do it and he does not go back on a thing he has said. The 11 weeks themselves are a blur, and I remember almost nothing of them except sounds. The shed going all night, carts, somebody counting. The rollers do it, and nobody says so afterward, and it deserves saying. 14 people, and then 19, and then 26 as Gruk pulls in anybody with steady hands, working shifts that no one on that hill had ever worked, and they make the number. They make it 4 days early. There is a night in the 10th week when the last of it comes off the benches, and somebody starts banging a cup on the table, and the whole shed picks it up, and I stood in that doorway and thought that I had been right. Put that on the record too. In the 10th week, I thought I had been right, and I was happy. And it is the last time I am happy about anything for a considerable while. The last carts are loaded on a cold, clear morning with the Ford running low, which every single person in that yard takes as luck. Somebody has to walk them over. The gravel bottom is not a road, and a cart that stops in it does not start again. And the crates cannot go in wet, which means they have to be handed across the last 4 yards by people standing in the water. 1,100 crates, by hand, in the dark, without one of them going under. There is exactly one person on that hill who has ever demonstrated that he can handle fragile work fast, in bad light, without ruining it, in front of witnesses, and everybody standing in that yard knows his name. I did not ask him. I need that written down somewhere, even though it changes nothing at all. I did not ask him, and he was always going to go, and I knew that when I signed the 9th order. Road north takes 4 days, and they are good days, and this is the piece of it I never expected and have never been able to get past. Nobody is grim about it. The crates are made, the number is beaten, the weather is holding, and 31 people are walking a cart road in cold, clear winter with a job nearly finished behind them. There is singing on the 2nd night. Orc singing is not what you would guess. It is low and it is in rounds and it goes on for a very long time, and I still cannot do any part of it. And Gruk spent 2 years trying to teach me the easy line. Tries again that night. I get about 4 bars in before somebody down the fire tells me to stop, and Gruk defends me, badly, by claiming that humans have fewer notes. On the 3rd evening, he asks me what I am going to do afterward. I ask him what he means. He says after the charter, after the 9 names, when the thing is finished and nobody can take it away. And I say I do not know. And he says that he does, and that he is going to build a proper shed, stone, racks instead of hooks, room for 60 benches and a door wide enough to get a cart through, so that the young ones do not have to hand crates around a corner in the rain. He had it worked out, dimensions, drainage, which slope. He had been thinking about it for months and had not told anybody, because he wanted to have the drawing finished first. We reached the North Ford about 2 hours after dark on the 4th night, with 9 carts and 31 people, and the water is low and clear and running over gravel, just the way it was promised. I remember thinking that it looked easy. It looked like a stream you could walk a dog across. The plan is not complicated. The carts go to the edge and stop. The crates come off and go across by hand, 4 yards at a time, passed along a line of people standing in the water, and get restacked on the far bank onto 3 carts that Phoenix people brought up from the south a week ago and left. Brooks sets the line himself because he will not let anybody else set it. He puts the tallest in the deepest part, and he goes in the middle at the join, where the 2 halves of the chain meet, and where every single crate in the shipment has to pass through 1 pair of hands. He does it because that join is where crates get dropped, and because it is the only place on that Ford where a wet foot on a crate matters, and because he has spent 11 weeks watching those crates get rolled, and he will not hand the last 4 yards of it to somebody else. Let me be exact about the water. It is not deep. At the join, it is a little above his waist, all of it, and that is the depth of the water in which everything ends, and I have stood in deeper water in a bath. The work takes 2 hours, and for most of those 2 hours, it is boring, which is the thing nobody believes when I tell it. Crates going along a line and somebody counting out loud, people complaining about the cold. At one point, Gruk stops the whole chain because a crate has come to him with a corner soft, and he has it opened on the bank, and 12 pieces taken out of it and repacked, in the dark, in the middle of a crossing, with the water at his waist. Somebody down the line says something about it, and he says, without looking up, that a man in a shop is going to open this one, and that is the last full sentence of his I ever hear properly. We are about 2/3 through when the lights come along the far bank. Not torches, lanterns, hooded, spaced out, moving at a walk from the north, which is the direction where there is nothing for 9 miles, which means they came out to a place with nothing in it and waited. There are, we work out later, somewhere between 18 and 25 of them. They are not soldiers. There is no livery. They are the sort of men a guild hires for a night, and they have with them one man, who is not that at all, who is carrying a paper. Because it is lawful. I did not understand that until it was explained to me in a room 3 days afterward by Mira, and it is the piece of this that I will carry until I die. Every crate we had ever sent into that kingdom went through the East Crossing, where a crown officer took a stamped duty on finished Eastern goods under a schedule Mira built and got approved. That schedule names the crossing. One crossing, the East River. Goods of ours arriving on human ground anywhere else are not lawful trade. They are contraband, and any man with a warrant may seize them, and the men on that bank had a warrant with a date on it. Nobody had to break a law to take that shipment. I had walked it off the only road where it was legal, and I did not know. And I did not know because I did not ask, and I did not ask because the only 2 people who would have caught it were Mira, who I did not tell the route, and a council I did not call. Gruck did not know any of that either, and it matters a great deal to me that he did not, and it should not matter at all. What he knows, standing in the water at the join, is that men are coming along the bank, and that there are about 400 crates already stacked on the far side, and he does the thing that anybody who knew him would have predicted, which is start moving them back. He turns the chain around. He does it in about 4 seconds, shouting one word, and 31 people who have been passing crates one direction for 2 hours start passing them the other. I have thought a great deal about why. He is not trying to save the shipment. He knows the shipment is gone the moment those lanterns are on the bank. What he is doing is getting our crates off human ground, because a crate found on human ground is proof, and proof is the thing that makes every other crossing we have ever made retroactively into smuggling, and he had sat in enough councils by then to know it. He was protecting the East Crossing. He was protecting the crown officer and the stamp and the 2 years of lawful paper and everything Mira had built. And he did it in 4 seconds in the dark with cold water at his waist. I was on the Orc bank. Put that plainly on the record. I was standing on dry gravel on our side, taking crates off the end of the chain, and I stayed there for the entire thing. The men on the far bank start running when they see the chain reverse. They are not there to fight anybody. They are there to seize goods, and they are watching the goods leave. 2 of our people on the far side get hold of a horse's head to swing the last cart around, and the horse goes up, and it comes down in the shallows sideways, and the cart goes over on the gravel at the edge. It is a small thing. It is a horse being frightened by lanterns, and nobody hit anybody. There was no blade drawn on that ford all night, and I have had that confirmed by 4 separate people because I could not stop asking. The cart goes over and about 60 crates go into the water and start moving, and Gruck goes after them. He is at the join in the middle, and he goes downstream after a floating crate, and the join is where the gravel bar ends. 9 feet further down, past where any of us had walked, the bottom drops away into a scour hole under the far bank. That is what a ford is. Gravel where the river is wide, and a hole where it turns. Nobody knew. Vrath did not know. Finnick did not know. The depth in 3 seasons was known, and the shape of the bottom 9 feet off the crossing line was not, because nobody had ever had a reason to go there. I saw him go in, and I saw him not come up again, and the distance between those 2 things was about the length of one ordinary breath. I went in. I got about 6 yards, and somebody had me by the collar and by the arm, and hauled me backward, and I fought them, and there were 2 of them, and they were orcs, and I am a man who used to sell things. I do not remember most of the next hour. I have been told what I did, and I will not write it down. What I do remember is the rest of the night, because the rest of the night is very long and completely clear. 30 people walking a riverbank in the dark with 3 lanterns between them. Somebody going into the water every few hundred yards to check a snag. Nobody talking except to say the same 4 words at the water, over and over, which is the orc phrase for calling somebody in from a distance. The lanterns on the far bank went out at some point, and the men went away, and I never noticed it happening. They find him at first light, a little under a mile downstream, on a gravel bank on the orc side, both hands still closed. Nobody needed to tell me that, and somebody did. He came out of that river holding a crate handle. The men on the far bank took what was on their side, which was about 300 crates, and left. They did not cross. They had no reason to cross and no right to, and their warrant stopped at the water. I do not know if any of them knew. I have turned it over many times since, and I think probably not. They were paid for a night, and they took the goods and went home. And somewhere in a town, somebody wrote down a number. The founding stock does not arrive in Dunmore's capital. The charter opens on the fixed day with 9 names in it, and the 9th one is a house from the south coast, and it is in that document permanently, and I have never seen the building. 600 crates come back up the hill on the carts that went down. I have to tell Bo, which I had not thought about at all on the road back, and it arrives about a mile out when I see the sheds. He is in the rows. He sees the carts coming up loaded, and he understands that first, because loaded carts coming back is a whole story on its own, and he starts down toward the track already angry. Then he counts. He gets to the end of the line of people, and he counts them a second time, and I watch a man in his 60s do arithmetic at 40 yards and get an answer. He does not ask me anything. He turns around and walks back up into his rows and stands there with his back to all of us for about an hour, and I do not go after him. And I have never known whether that was respect or cowardice. We bury him on the hill on the 4th day. I am not going to describe it because it is not mine to describe, and because I stood at the back. His mother came. I had known him for 2 years, and I did not know he had a mother 2 days away, because I had never once asked him where he was from, and she was extremely kind to me, which was the worst of that entire week. Bo dug. He would not let anybody take the shovel off him, and he was in his 60s, and he dug a long while, and nobody stopped him because nobody was brave enough. Tolvin walks up the hill on the 6th day and gives himself to Vrath. Nobody has caught him. Nobody is looking for him yet, because the North Road post was 4 hours from the ford, and there were half a dozen other ways it could have gone. He walks up the hill and stands in front of the hall and says what he did. He had been taking guild money since the summer and not for anything. That is what makes it invisible. A small standing payment to a bored guard on a dead road for information. And for 4 months, he had nothing at all to report. And he took the money for having nothing. Then the North Road opened, and he had something, and a man he had never met got a letter. And he did not think anybody would be hurt because it was crates. That is what he says. I was there. He says it standing up, and he does not make excuses, and he does not cry. And when Vrath asks him whether he understood what he was selling, he says he understood he was selling crates. Vrath does not kill him. I think most of the people in that hall expected it, and I think a fair number of them wanted it, and I will not pretend I was not one of them. What Vrath does is take him out to the burial ground and make him stand there, and then bring him back and put him out of Orc territory permanently, alive, with nothing, and instructions that if he is seen again anywhere between the 2 rivers, he does not get a second conversation. I asked him afterward why he did not just do it, and Vrath said that he posted that man on that road, and that if a bad posting is going to cost somebody their life, it should not cost it twice. He said it looking at nothing. He was carrying a piece of this that was not his to carry, and I let him carry it for weeks before I said anything, which is another thing I did wrong that season. Because none of it is his, and none of it is Tolvin's. It is a straightforward chain, and every link in it is mine. I signed 9 orders in 1 week to avoid a vote. That made a road matter that had never mattered. That put a compromised guard on the road that mattered, because a competent man had correctly put him on a road that did not. Pulled leaf at 17 days and had it rolled loose by exhausted people, so the crates had to be hand-carried instead of driven. That put a chain of people in the water. And I never asked which crossing our lawful duty was collected at, because I had won that fight a year earlier and had stopped thinking about it, so I did not know that stepping off the East River turned 2 years of legal trade into a night of contraband. Any one of those things alone is survivable. All 4 together put one specific man at the join of a chain in the dark, because he was the only person on that hill who could do that work fast enough, and everybody, including me, knew it while the carts were being loaded. Vrath says exactly one thing to me in that entire week, and he says it at the graveside, and he does not say it cruelly, which somehow makes it land harder. He said that he had told me, and that I had heard him, and that this was the difference between being lied to and being ignored, and that he was going to need some time before he decided what to do about it. Then he walked away and did not speak to me for a month. The operation stops. Everything stops. I halt the South River clearing. I halt Raka's second season. I write to Mira and to Dunmore's agents and to every shop on our list and tell them there is nothing coming until further notice. Some of that is grief. I would like to say all of it was grief. Some of it is a man who has just watched what his own judgment produces, deciding that he should not be allowed to make any more decisions for a while. And the last thing I do that month, on the 9th night, is walk down to the long shed on my own after everybody has gone. There is a bundle of letters under the bench where he always kept them. 9 shopkeepers in 2 kingdoms, in a hand he taught himself. 3 of them are unanswered. They came in during the 11 weeks and he did not have time, and he would have got to them because he always got to them. I sit on his bench in the dark and I read the 3 letters he did not answer, and they are about winter draw and about whether the 3rd grade wants a looser roll in the cold, and one of them is from a man in a town neither of us will ever see who signs off by asking after his health. The rite goes on for 9 days, and it is nothing like what I expected, because there is no ceremony in it at all until the very end. What orcs do when somebody dies is finish his work. Everything the dead left half done gets completed by other hands, and not symbolically either. Actually, whatever was on the bench, whatever was in the ground, whatever was promised to somebody and not yet delivered. And there is one rule about it, which is that nobody may put their own mark on any of it. Whatever you finish stays his. I did not understand what that was for until about the 4th day, when I walked into the long shed at dawn and found 9 people working who had no business being there. 2 elders, a woman who breeds goats and has never rolled anything in her life, Raka's youngest son, who had come up for the burial and simply not gone home. All of them at benches, working through a stack of unfinished blanks that Grook had left cut and unrolled on the 11th week. They were terrible. Genuinely terrible. The goat woman's rolls looked like something you would use to prop a door, and each one of them went into a box, and the box went out, and it went out with his grade on it, because that is what the rite is. I asked Karsha about it on the 5th day. She said that a people who live in a hard place cannot afford to bury work. She said that a man's things belong to the settlement the moment he stops needing them, and that his unfinished things belong to it most of all. Then she said the thing that got me. She said that this is also how you find out what somebody actually did, because you do not know until you try to finish it. That is what those 9 days do. 26 people find out, by doing it badly, how much of that operation was one pair of hands. The letters are mine. Nobody assigns me anything because nobody would dare assign the human anything that week, and I go and take the 3 unanswered letters off the bench and sit down with them. It takes me 2 full days to write 3 replies because I have to answer them as him. Those are the rules. His mark and his voice. A man in a coaching town wants to know whether the 3rd grade wants a looser roll for winter, and I have to give him the answer Gruck would have given, which means I have to go and ask Bo, and then go and stand at a bench and try it, and then be wrong twice. The answer, for what it is worth, is that you do not roll it looser. You cut the filler shorter, because a looser roll draws cold, and a shorter cut burns even. I did not know that. Grook knew it in his hands, and had never said it out loud to anybody. I have turned over at length a rite that makes the mourners learn the dead man's trade before they are allowed to grieve properly. On the 9th night, everything that was finished gets laid out in the long shed, and the whole settlement walks past it. The ceremony is nothing more than that. People walking slowly past a table of ordinary objects, most of them badly made, all of them his. And then everybody goes home, and after that his name is said normally again, and I have never anywhere in either life seen death handled better. Let me put something next to it, because I could not stop putting it next to it that week. Somewhere on the other side of a door I cannot find, there was a room with my name on a card in it. There must have been. Somebody stood up and said something. Somebody chose the music, and it was almost certainly wrong. Marco would have organized it. Marco organizes things when he cannot fix things. I know exactly how that goes, because I watched him do it when his uncle died, and he made 20 phone calls in an afternoon and did not sit down once. And Deshaun would have been useless, because Deshaun is useless at this, and would have stood outside for most of it, and would have laughed at the wrong moment, because that is what he does when he is frightened, and then hated himself for it for a year. Nobody finished my work. The difference sits right there, and I could not stop turning it over. There was nothing on my bench. I sold advertising space for a company that no longer needed me by the 2nd week. 9 days of an entire settlement completing a dead man's unfinished rolls, badly, so that his hand goes into 2 kingdoms one last time, and I am from a place where they empty your desk into a box. Mira comes for the burial. She crosses on the ordinary boat in daylight with her own name in the crossing book, which is not a small thing for a merchant of record whose goods have just been seized as contraband, and she does not mention that once. She is the one who explains the crossing schedule to me, and she does not do it at the graveside. 3 days after, in the small hall, with a copy of her own tariff document open on the table, going through it line by line until I have understood it properly. She does not soften it, and she does not sharpen it either. She reads out the clause, naming the East River as the point of entry, and then she waits and lets me sit with it. I ask her whether she would have caught it. She says yes. She says she would have caught it in about 4 seconds because she wrote the schedule, and that if I had put the words North Ford in a letter to her at any point in 11 weeks, she would have written back with 1 sentence. Then I ask her why she is not angry, and she says she wrote her angry letter in the autumn and I did not answer it, and that being angry now could only be about something except making herself feel better. She stays 4 days. On the last one, she goes down to the long shed and takes a bundle of Gruck's letters and reads them all, sitting on his bench. And when she comes out, she says one thing, which is that he was a better correspondent than she is. Bo talks to me on the 7th night, and it is the first thing he has said to me since the afternoon he counted the people coming up the track. He comes and sits down on the bench beside me while I am butchering the second letter, and he takes the paper off me and looks at it and gives it back, because he cannot read it, and we both know that, and it was still a thing he needed to do. Then he tells me about a man named Tosk. Tosk cured Leaf on this hill for 40 years, and he was the finest anybody had ever seen, and he was Bo's teacher, and he was also, by Bo's account, an absolute swine about it. He taught Bo about a third of what he knew. He held the rest back deliberately, year after year, because a man who has taught everything is a man who can be replaced, and he was old and frightened, and it was all he had. And then, Tosk died in a bad winter, without warning, and Bo, at 31, had to reinvent the other 2/3 himself, alone, ruining batch after batch on a hill that had suddenly stopped being able to cure anything. It took him 9 years. He tells me that flatly. 9 years to get back to where the hill had been the week before the old man died. Then he says the thing he came to say, which is that he has spent his whole life since making absolutely certain that nobody could ever replace him, and that he had not once in 30 years noticed he had turned into Tosk. He tells me his 4 apprentices are now 11. He did it in the 6 days after the burial, without asking anybody, and he has put the goat woman in it as well because she asked and because he has stopped caring who asks. I say something about how that is a big change, and Bo says it is not a change, it is a correction, and that there is a difference, and that he would like to have made it while there was still somebody around to see him do it. The council sits 12 days after the burial, and it is the meeting that decides whether any of this continues to exist. I do not speak. I want to be clear that this is not humility, and it is not strategy. I sat down at the back of that hall because I did not trust my own judgment about anything, and had not for 3 weeks. Frath opens and he asks for it to stop. Permanently. He does not make it about me. He makes it about the road. He says the trade brought a road, and the road brought a reason to watch us, and that the moment we became worth robbing, we started losing people, and that we will keep losing them. He says that the Orcs were poor and unimportant for 2 generations, and that nobody died of it. And that is a strong argument in a hall that has just buried somebody, and I sat there thinking he was going to win it, and honestly thinking he ought to. Then Karsha stands up. Hold in your head who this woman is. She spent the first 18 months of my life on that hill telling anybody who would listen that the trade would hollow the Orcs out from the inside. She was the first person ever to argue against me in a council. She was right about the origin lie, and right about the money, and right about the young men going into sheds instead of onto the practice ground. She says she agrees with everything the general has said. She says she has been saying most of it for longer than he has. Then she says that she is going to vote to continue anyway, and she gives one reason. She says that if they stop now, then the boy died for a batch of leaf that got taken by men with a paper, and that if they do not stop, he died building the thing that the Orcs eat from for the next 100 years. She says the death does not change based on which one they choose. The meaning of it does, and that meaning is the only part they still have any say over. Nobody argues with her. There is nothing available to argue with. Roka says something about the ground, and somebody asks about the winter, but the vote is already over and everybody in that hall knows it. They continue. Slower. Half the volume. No new ground for 2 years, no new routes at all, and a rule that any commitment above a stated size goes to the full council with a 9-day notice. No exceptions, no clever paperwork. That last clause is aimed directly at me, and it is read out in front of everybody, and I sit at the back and take it, because it should be. Vrath comes and finds me that night, and this is the conversation the whole year turns on. He does not apologize, and he does not accept an apology. And when I start on one, he stops me, because he says apologies are for things that can be settled, and this cannot be settled, and we are both going to have to work anyway. Then he takes out the ledger, and it is an actual ledger, a real physical one in his own hand, going back about a year and a half, and I did not know it existed. Every decision I made without asking anybody. The day I got on the boat after Hask's window. 4 crossings I made without telling him. 2 commitments I gave Mira before the council knew. The 9 orders. He reads all of them out. It takes a considerable while. He does not editorialize on a single entry, and that is precisely what makes it unbearable to sit through. And at the end, he says that he is not going to work with a man he has to audit afterward, and that he is willing to work with a man he can audit beforehand, and that those are the only 2 options available. His terms are simple, and there are 3 of them. Every major decision goes to council first. He is the one who decides what counts as major, and I do not get to argue about the definition. And he attends every meeting I have with any human of rank. I say yes. I do not negotiate a single word of it, and I do not explain myself, and I do not make a speech about having learned something. He looks at me for a moment after that, because he had clearly prepared for an argument, and then he says that he will see me at the next sitting and leaves. That was the reconciliation. It is not warm. It does not become warm for a long time. From that night forward, though, he is in the room, every time, and the price of him being in the room is that I am never alone in it again. And I would have paid considerably more. The king says nothing at all to me for the whole of that month, which I take as judgment, and which turns out not to be judgment in any way. He was at the winter gathering when I signed the 9 orders. He has been on a horse for most of the season since, going from clan to clan, explaining in person what happened at a ford, because the story of an orc drowning while carrying human goods is the sort of thing that ends a cooperative. He gets back on the day of the council and says nothing during it. Afterward, he finds me and asks one question, which is whether I am planning to leave. I say no. He says good, and that he had a wager with his brother on the answer and has won it. I ask him which way Vrath bet. He tells me, and it is the only genuinely kind thing anybody says to me that month. Yorna comes up on the 6th day of the rite. She does not say one word about the plant, or about caution, or about the last time I did not have enough time. What she does is stand at a bench for 2 hours, making genuinely terrible rolls alongside everybody else, and then go home. It took me about a year to understand that she was the only person who came who owed him nothing at all. Bo and I end up back in the long shed on the last night of the morning, after the table has been cleared, doing nothing in particular. He asks me about the tall shed, the stone one. Grook had apparently gone and talked to Bo about drainage months earlier without telling me, which is the most Grook thing I have ever heard. I tell him we will build it. He says he knows, and that he wants the door on the north side, and we argue about the door for a while, and it is the first ordinary argument I have had in a month. Then Bo asks me what the boy was always going on about with the doors. It takes me a second, and then it lands, because Grook had apparently been asking other people about it for 2 years. The first night we ever got wrecked together, out at the tree line, I tried to explain a supermarket to him, and could not get past the entrance, and he asked me, with total sincerity, whether the doors know you are coming, or whether somebody is watching. He never let it go. He had been asking around for 2 years. He had asked Bo, he had asked Karsha, he had, I find out later, asked Mira, who did not understand the question and thought he was testing her. So I sit in a shed with a man in his 60s, and I explain automatic doors to him, badly, with my hands, and Bo listens to the whole thing, very seriously, and at the end he thinks about it and says that somebody is watching, and that they simply do not want you to know. I laugh. It is the first time in a month, and it comes out wrong and too loud, and slightly like something else, and Bo lets it happen and does not look at me. That is where the tone starts coming back. 2 men in a shed being wrong about doors. Down south, meanwhile, they tell Aldrich Vance that his men took 1,100 crates at a northern ford, and that an orc drowned during it. He does not celebrate. I have this from Sela, through Mira, and I believe it because it costs her nothing to have made it kinder. He asked how the orc died. He was told it was the water and not his men. He said good, and then he sat there for a while, and then he asked whether the seized stock could be sold, and was told that legally it could. He gave instructions that it was to be burned instead. Nobody has ever satisfactorily explained that to me. Mira thinks it was conscience. I think it was something colder, which is that he had smoked our leaf on a wet bench in a market square and could not stand the thought of 1,100 crates of it circulating with his name on the sale. Either way, he burned it, and then he sat down and started drafting the largest and stupidest thing he ever attempted in his life. The claim is lodged in the spring, and the first person to tell me about it is not Mira and not Finnick. It is Widow Hask by letter, and the letter has been written by somebody else because her hands were not steady enough. Because the claim is retroactive. That is the entire thing. It is the piece that makes it enormous and the piece that makes it insane. Eldrick Vance asks the Crown to confirm that the Guild's charter, which grants it the leaf trade of that kingdom, has always covered foreign finished goods as well, and always did, and simply had never needed to say so. If the Crown agrees, then every crate that has ever crossed that river was sold in breach of the charter. It does not begin from now. It begins at the beginning. And the Guild's remedy would be its ordinary margin on every one of those sales, owed by whoever made them, going back 3 years. That is Hask. That is 41 other shops. That is a woman of 65 with a repaired window who would owe more money than her lease is worth for the crime of having stocked something nobody told her not to. I read that letter 4 times, and then I did something I had not done in well over a year, which is start planning a response on my own in my own head on the walk up the hill. I got about 200 yards, then I turned around and went and found Vrath instead, and told him what had happened, and asked him to call the council. Let that be written down, because it is the smallest possible action, and it is the only proof I have that the previous winter went in. The council sits 9 days later, and Mira comes over for it. And what happens in that hall is the thing this whole story has been building toward without anybody planning it. I do not run the meeting. I am asked to explain the claim, which takes about 10 minutes. And then I sit down, and for the next 2 days, I am one of 12 people in a room, and not the person the room is looking at. Mira has the legal side, and Bo has the product, Roka has the ground, Karsha has the clans, and Vrath has the border, the king chairs. I answer questions when asked. It is slower. It is so much slower, and it produces, over 2 days, 4 separate ideas that I would not have had, and one of them wins the entire thing. Mira's opening is that we cannot fight the charter, because the charter is 6 generations old, and no crown enjoys being told its own grant means less than it says. What we can fight is the definition, because a charter that says leaf has to mean something by leaf, and that word has a legal meaning in that kingdom, and it has had one for exactly 3 years. It has had one since an act for the protection of the kingdom's health and revenue in the matter of unlicensed foreign leaf, in which leaf is defined as the cured or uncured foliage of the tobacco plant, whole or broken, sold by weight. Vance wrote that, not the drafting officer. Vance brought it in a form he was asked to tidy, and he chose that definition on purpose, because it described what a monopoly buys and sells, and he wanted the tariff to bite on volume. He wrote a definition of leaf into the law of that kingdom in order to kill us, and it did not kill us, and now he needs the same word to mean 4 times as much as he made it mean. Mira says that in the hall on the first day, and Roka asks the obvious question, which is whether the crown can simply say that the act meant one thing and the charter means another. And she says yes, absolutely it can. Crowns do that constantly. Which is why the argument cannot be a clever one about words, because a clever argument gives them room to be clever back. It has to be an argument that costs them something to refuse. That is Karsha's, and it arrives on the 2nd morning, and it is not legal at all. She asks how many human shopkeepers would owe money if the claim succeeds. Mira says 42 on our side alone, and probably 300 across the whole kingdom once you count everything foreign. And Karsha says, then those 300 are not our problem. They are our argument, and asks why we are preparing to defend orcs to a human crown when we could instead be defending 300 human shopkeepers who have done nothing wrong. Nobody in that room had thought of it. Not Mira, who is the best legal mind any of us has ever met, because Mira had been thinking about how to win, and Karsha was thinking about who else was in the water. So that is our strategy. We do not go into that hearing as orcs asking to be allowed to trade. We go in as one of 300 parties objecting to a retroactive claim, and we are not even the loudest of them by the end. Mira spends 6 weeks on the road visiting shopkeepers and doing nothing else, including 12 who have never bought a crate from us in their lives. And by midsummer, there are 211 names on a joint objection, and only 40 of them are ours. Alka nearly breaks the whole thing apart in the 4th week of that summer, and I did not see it coming at all, which by then should have stopped surprising me. A man reaches him, and it is not Vance. A faction inside the guild that has already worked out the claim is going to fail and is looking for something to salvage, and they offer Raka's clan a direct supply arrangement, licensed, guild-backed, at a price above what the cooperative pays him. It is a good offer. It is a genuinely good offer for his clan, and it would end the shared basket inside 2 years, because once one clan sells outside, the grading rule collapses, and once the grading rule collapses, there is nothing holding any of it together. And Raka does not hide it, which is the thing about him I had underrated for 3 years. He brings it to the council himself and puts it on the table and says he is considering it. I argue with him for about 40 minutes, and I lose every exchange. I tell him about the grade, and about the letters, and about what happens to a product when nobody outside the clans decides what it is. And he says, quite reasonably, that he has heard all of that before, and that his ground grew the leaf, and his people cleared it, and that he does not see why the price of unity is that he takes less for it than a stranger will pay. I did not have an answer. I had the same answer I had in the first council, and he had already heard it, and it does not get truer by repetition. Karsha talks him down in about 4 sentences, and she does it without arguing with a single thing he has said. She asks him who is offering. He says a guild faction. She asks whether that faction is strong or weak inside its own guild at the moment. He says weak, obviously, that is why they are offering. And she asks him what a weak guild faction gains by splitting the Orcs, and answers it herself, which is that it gains a guild in which Orc supply is broken into pieces that can be bought one at a time. Then she says the sentence that ends it. She says that a wounded man does not offer you money to make you stronger, and that Raka has been offered exactly the thing that Aldrich Vance would pay for if he could afford to. Raka sits with that for a while. Then he says fine, and that he still wants his price looked at, which the council agrees to. And that is the last time he ever threatens to leave. He stays prickly for years. He argues about everything, but it is the end of it as a real danger, and I did not do any part of it. The hearing is in midsummer in the same hall as the tariff reading 3 years earlier, and this time I am not in the public gallery in a borrowed coat. This time, we walk in through the front, and I am the 4th person in the line, because the king came. Let me describe what that was like properly, because I have never once seen anything in either of my 2 lives that comes anywhere near it. Morgan crosses the river with 16 of his people, on a boat in broad daylight, wearing the fur and the crown, having sent notice 9 days in advance to the crown's own chamberlain in the correct form, and received a reply. Vrath is against it for 4 days, and then stops being against it. And the reason he stops is that he cannot find a version where it is more dangerous than not doing it, which he says out loud in council, and which costs him something to say. He crosses with 16 because 16 is small. 16 is a delegation. 60 would have been an army, and 4 would have been a petition. And the number is argued about for an entire afternoon by people who understand these things far better than I do. They walk 11 miles of road from the crossing to the town where the coaches are, on foot in the sun, where anybody can see them. I had assumed there would be trouble. There is not one incident on that whole road. What there is instead is silence. Thousands of people standing at the edge of a road, not saying anything, and children being pulled back by the arm and then let go again. About 4 miles along, an old woman comes out of a farm gate with a bucket of water and a ladle and stands there holding it out, because it is a hot day and these are people walking, and her hands are shaking so badly that half of it goes on the ground. Borgen stops the entire delegation and drinks, and thanks her in her own language, which he has been practicing in secret for 6 weeks with Mira and is still bad at. That was the moment, not the hearing, not the ruling. An orc king drinking out of a ladle at a farm gate in front of 900 people who came out to see a monster. Nobody in that kingdom had ever seen an orc who was not a rumor. There are people lining the road for 11 miles, and about half of them came to be frightened and stayed to look. He does not do one clever thing in that hearing. He speaks twice, and both times he is brief, and neither of them is about law. The first time is at the opening, when the chair asks in what capacity he appears. He says that he appears as a party who has been trading with this kingdom for 3 years and paying its duty at its own crossing, and that he had assumed that made him a merchant, and that he is willing to be corrected. The second time is near the end. Vance, who is losing and knows it, says something about a people with no tradition of commerce being unable to understand the obligations of a charter. And Borgin says that his people have kept a shared basket for 3 years, in which 4 clans who have raided each other within living memory divide a trade by rule and not by strength, and that he would be glad to explain how it works to the guild if it would be of any use to them. The hall makes a sound. It is not laughter, and it is not quite anything else. Mira told me afterward that it was the sound of 40 men realizing they had been condescending to somebody with a functioning institution. Mira does the work. She goes through the definition, and she reads the act. She reads the charter. She lays them next to each other and asks the chair which of the two is the more recent statement of that crown's intention regarding the word leaf. Vance is trapped in exactly the way he trapped us 3 years earlier, and he knows it, and I watch him decide to fight anyway. He stands and he argues that intent must govern, and that the charter plainly intends to capture the trade and not a form of words. Mira does not answer him. She asks the chair for the record of the tariff reading of 3 years earlier, and she reads out what Aldrich Vance said in that hall about intent and what the chair ruled, and then she sits down. All of it, in one move. He argued wording and lost, so this time he argues intent, and the record of him losing on intent is in the same building. He never recovers. Not that afternoon, and not afterward. There is one more thing from that hearing, and it is the piece I actually think about. Late in the day, Vance asks the same question he asked 3 years earlier in that same room. He asks who is responsible for these goods, who grows them, who grades them, who stands behind them. He asks it because 3 years ago the answer was nobody, and because it was the strongest thing he had, and I do not believe he had checked whether it was still true. And Bo stands up. He is 70. He has been sitting at the end of the delegation bench all day with his hat in his hands, and he has understood perhaps a third of the proceedings, because most of it has been in legal human, and nobody has been able to translate fast enough. But he understood that question. Mira says she watched him work it out about half a sentence in. He stands and he gives his own full name, the long one, the one with 3 parts to it, that he once gave Raka in a council hall. Then he says that he grades it. He says he has graded every crate that has ever crossed that river except 1,100, and that those 1,100 are the ones that were taken at a ford, and that they were taken because he had refused to put his mark on them. Then he sits down. Nobody follows up because there is no follow-up available. A man had asked whether anybody stood behind the goods, and an old orc had answered with his own name and a record of the single time he said no. The claim fails on a Thursday, and it does not fail gloriously. The chair finds that the charter cannot be read to cover a category the Crown has defined otherwise in a later act, and refers the retroactive element to a committee, which is where things go to be quietly killed. 211 shopkeepers are not liable for anything. Hask writes to me in her own hand this time, and this is where it gets away from Vance completely, because his own guild does not forgive him. He risked their charter, and they cannot get past it. He put a 6th-generation grant in front of a crown chair and invited it to be interpreted, and it was. And now there is a ruling on the record that narrows what the guild has always assumed it owned. He did not lose to us. They lost to him. And the men who told him privately to back down in the spring now have a ruling with a date on it to wave at everybody. He is not thrown out. Men like that are not thrown out. He stops being the guild for the first time in his life. And inside a year, there are 2 other names that people mention in the same breath as his. I saw him once more that summer, in the same corridor, which I do not think was an accident on either side. He asked me whether I had known about the definition or whether Mira had found it. I said Mira. He said he had assumed so, and then he said the thing I have carried around ever since. He said that he had smoked hours for 3 years, every week, that he had never once stopped, that he had never bought from his own top grade in that entire time, and that he had known from the first afternoon on a wet bench that we were simply better at it. And I asked him the question I had been carrying for 3 years, which was why, then? Why the tariff and the pamphlet and the claim, if he knew? He said quite calmly that a man can spend 30 years protecting something and never once ask whether it deserves protecting, and that by the time the question arrives, he is not able to hear it, because the answer would mean the 30 years were spent on nothing. Then he said he was too old to have spent 30 years on nothing and went to find his coat. It is the closest thing to an ending Aldrich Vance gets, and I do not think he deserved a better one or a worse one. We go home with a ruling, a joint objection with 211 names on it, and a crown that has now formally received an Orc king through its front door in daylight. The trade is legal, actually legal, settled, on the record, in a way that cannot be undone by one annoyed man with a printing press. Which is a very good position to be in, right up until you remember that there is a second kingdom 4 times the size of that one, whose countess has been reading every word of the hearing transcripts as they arrive, and who has just watched the only power that could have limited us fall over. There is a footnote to all of it that I only learn about years afterward, and it belongs here. The copy of Vance's original drafting notes for the tariff act, the ones that prove he personally chose the by-weight definition rather than inheriting it, reached Mira 10 days before the hearing. Nobody sent them. They arrived in a bundle of ordinary guild circulars, in the wrong bundle, addressed to a merchant who had resigned her clerkship 4 years earlier and whose name should not have been on that distribution list at all. We never used them. Mira decided the argument was stronger without, because a document that arrives mysteriously invites a question about how it arrived. She kept them anyway, unopened after the first read, in the back of a case, for the rest of her working life. She said once that it was the only thank you she was ever going to be able to send. Clerk's name was Sella, and she never left that desk. When the 2 names people had started saying alongside Vance finally became the guild, it was Sella who briefed them both, and nobody thanked her out loud, which by then was how she preferred it. Her letter is sitting waiting for us at the crossing on the day we get back, and it is a very great deal longer than the last one was. The second offer is 9 pages long, and every single page of it is better than the first one, and it arrives with an engineer, a surveyor, and a man whose only job is to answer questions about interest. Bridge is still in it. It is now built at her expense with no repayment attached, which is not a concession. It is the entire strategy stated politely on page 1. There is a bonded warehouse at her end of that bridge, so our goods can sit under lock on her soil and be sold out of it over months, instead of being dumped into a market on the day they arrive. There is capital at a rate her man cheerfully describes as friendly for clearing the second river terrace, which everybody on our side has wanted for 2 years and cannot pay for. And there is a road, a proper one, metalled, from the bridge to her second city, maintained by her crown, cutting 12 days off every journey we make. I sat with those pages for an evening, and I will be honest that they are good. That is not a trap dressed up as generosity. Most of it genuinely is generosity. That is precisely what makes her the most dangerous person who ever came up that hill. Because underneath it, there are 3 sentences. The capital is secured against future crop, which means that in a bad year, her crown owns a claim on ground it has never seen. The warehouse stands on her soil under her law, which means the stock inside it is hers to release. And the road carries a maintenance obligation, which gives her crown standing to keep men on it, permanently, on a road that ends at a bridge that ends on our bank. None of that is hidden. It is all there in plain language on pages 4, 6, and 7, because she does not lie in documents. She simply expects correctly that people reading page 1 will be too happy to read page 6 properly. She comes herself again, in the autumn, and she has aged the way people do over 3 years, and she still walks into a room like it has been waiting for her, and she makes her pitch to a man who no longer exists. I did not plan that, and I will be extremely clear that there was no strategy involved, and that if I had tried to design what happened in that hall, I would have overcooked it inside 4 minutes. And I will be even clearer about something less flattering, which is that I wanted it. All of it. The bridge, the warehouse, the terrace cleared, the road. I read those 9 pages twice on the first evening, and both times the same thing happened in my chest that happened 3 years earlier in a tent. That is what nobody tells you about learning something. It does not stop wanting. The want is exactly as loud as it was. What changes is that there is now a 9-day wait between the want and the signature, and a general 2 seats down who knows what day it is. I sat up most of that first night writing down every reason to say yes, because that is what I do. And then, at about 3 in the morning, I turned the page over and made myself do the other list. It took 4 hours, and it was miserable, and I was bad at it, and I got 7 items, and 3 of them were wrong. Vrath found the other 4 in 20 minutes the following afternoon. The entire difference between the man in that tent and the man in that hall is not wisdom. It is a list I made myself write at 3 in the morning because a friend died. She pitches to the man she met 3 years earlier, the one who wanted this to be real and permanent and finished, who could be reached through his ambition because his ambition was the biggest thing in him. She uses the word permanent 7 times in the first hour. She talks about what our name would mean in her kingdom in 20 years. She looks at me while she says it, because 3 years ago that worked, and it worked so well she could see it land. And I sit there and take notes. That is all. I take notes, and when she reaches the end of a section, I ask a factual question about the interest calculation and write the answer down, and then I look up to see whether she has more. The first time it happens, she carries straight on. The second time, there is a small pause. By the 4th time, something has gone visibly wrong with her rhythm, because she is a performer, and a performer needs something to push against. She stops in the middle of the section about the road and asks me directly what I think. And I say honestly that I think it is a very good offer, and that I am not the person who decides. She says, of course, the council must be consulted, and I say no, that is not what I mean. I mean that I am not the person who decides, and that the council is not being consulted, the council is deciding, and that I have one voice in it, and it is not a large one. Then Vrath says, from 2 seats down, without any expression whatsoever, that under the standing rule, any commitment above a stated size requires 9 days' notice and a full sitting, and that the notice has not been given. This is the moment her entire approach stops working, and it stops working because there is no single person in that room she can be brilliant at. The 9 days are, by every account, extremely dull for her. She has to sit through the shared basket doing ordinary business. She sits through a 2-hour dispute about cart axles. She sits through the Barrel clan complaining about their allocation, which is a thing they do at every sitting and which everybody else treats as weather. Harsha, at one point, has a 40-minute argument with Raka about goats, and it is not about goats, and Dunmore cannot possibly know that, and I watch her try to work out whether it is about goats. On the 6th day, her secretary asks me, very quietly, whether there is somebody he could speak to about accelerating the process. I tell him there is not, and he says surely somebody chairs it. I say the king chairs it. He asks whether the king could be approached, and I have to explain to a professional diplomat that the king could absolutely be approached and would listen and would then explain that the notice runs 9 days because the king is the person who agreed to the notice in front of everybody and refuses to be the first man to break it. The secretary went away and had a very long think about that and did not raise it again. And on the last day, he asked me instead whether the Barrel clan business is always like that. I have never enjoyed anything so much in my life. A woman who has annexed 3 trades by charm, sitting on a bench for 9 days, watching a committee that cannot be charmed because it is not one person. The decision, when it comes, is not mine, and it is not close. Vrath wants to refuse outright, and he says so first, and he is not badly argued this time. He goes through pages 4, 6, and 7 line by line, and he is right about all 3. But it is Karsha who ends it, and she is a completely different woman in that hall than the one who used to fold her arms outside the shed. She does not argue about clauses. She says that everything in those 9 pages is a way of putting something of theirs on our ground or something of ours on theirs, and that once a thing of theirs is on our ground, we will spend 100 years explaining why it should leave. Then she makes the point that is really about a ford in the north. She says that the boy died because somebody wanted the thing finished, and that finished is not a state this ever reaches, and that anybody who offers to finish it should be shown the door with courtesy. Nobody argues with her. Raka does not even argue with her, and Raka argues with everything. The king's contribution is the one that surprises everybody, including Dunmore. He does not care about the interest rate. He says so. What he wants is the language. He wants the agreement to name the Orc territory the way her crown names a state, with the long form and the clan naming in it, in her own charter language, in a document that goes into her crown's own record and is copied by her own clerks. Her man says that would take some doing. The king says he knows, and that this is the entire negotiation. What gets signed is about a page and a half. Her chartered agents buy at an agreed volume, higher than before, at a floor price, at the East River crossing, with a crown officer present. There is no warehouse, no capital, and no road obligation. The bridge she can build if she wishes, at the Narrows, on both banks, on the explicit condition that the Orc bank abutment stands on ground her crown formally acknowledges as sovereign, in the long form, with the clan naming. She built it. It took 2 seasons, and it is still there, and there is a stone at the eastern end with the whole long name cut into it in 2 languages, and that stone cost her considerably more than the bridge did. The bridge is what finally finishes Finnick, and he sees it coming from about 400 miles away and does not say one word about it to me. He is still on the standing sum. He has been on the standing sum for 4 years, for 4 routes, and for the last 2 of those years, he has not run a single crate on any of them, because there has been nothing that needed to move off the roads. A bridge means carts. Carts mean a road, a toll, a warehouse, and a clerk. In that world, there is no place at all for a man with 4 unmapped routes is worth paying. I go and find him about a month after the signing, having worked myself up to a conversation I have been dreading, and he has already packed. He asks me whether I remember what he told me on a riverbank at night, and I say yes, and he says good, because he would hate to have to say it again. Then he tells me what he actually wants, which is not money and is not the standing sum. He wants a letter from Mira, in her own name, saying that Finnick Dre moved goods for the Eastern trade for 4 years and never once lost a crate or opened a box. He says that with that, at his age, he can get licensed carting work in 3 kingdoms and never do a night crossing again. He gets the letter inside a week. Mira writes it herself, and Bo puts his mark on it as well, unasked, which nobody had thought of and which is worth more than the letter. And Finnick reads it and folds it and puts it in his coat and tells me that he has now been made respectable by respectable people, which is the worst thing that has ever happened to him. Worked out of a coaching yard 4 days south for another 12 years. I know that because he wrote, twice a year, to a shed. She was not angry, which is the thing about her. On the last evening she came and found me and said that she had been given bad information about me and that she would be having a word with whoever gathered it. I said that the information had been correct 3 years ago, and she said yes, that is what she meant, and that in her experience, people do not change, they only get better at hiding what they want, and that she was going to have to think about which one I had done. Then she said goodnight and went to bed and left me standing there with that, which is what she intended. The other thing that autumn is Yorna, and it takes 4 years to arrive and about 10 minutes to happen. Her kingdom's agents have been asking for a season, and they are not asking for tobacco. There is a thing they have heard about from the eastern hills, a wild plant, that 2 idiots once smoked at a tree line and were found flat on their backs at dawn. It has become a story. Stories travel further than crates, and somebody in a city 11 days away has decided they would like some. I do not go to Yorna about it, and that belongs on the record, because it is the only genuinely intelligent thing I do that whole season. The council goes to her, formally, Karsha and the king in her own house, asking her whether it can be done and on what terms, because it is a plant and she is the person on that hill who knows plants. She keeps them waiting a fortnight, which I am told she enjoyed very much. Her terms are 4. She decides what is planted and where. She decides how much every season, and the number is not negotiable by anybody including the king. She decides who may buy it, and no quantity leaves Orc ground without her mark on it. And the 4th one is that she can stop it entirely at any time without giving a reason to anybody, and that if she is asked for a reason, the answer is that she has stopped it. Aka objects to the 4th. He says nobody in the whole arrangement has that power. Not the king, not the council, not Bo. And Yorna says that is correct, and that this is because nothing else in the arrangement can kill somebody by being got slightly wrong, and that she will not spend her old age explaining a death to a room full of people who were not listening the first 4 times. She gets all 4, unanimously. It takes about 9 minutes once she has actually said it, after 4 years of nobody asking. The council names her for it in the old form, with a title I still cannot pronounce correctly, and Karsha reads it out at a sitting, with everybody standing up. Yorna does not make a speech. What she does afterward is go home and come back with a bundle of dried stems that she's been keeping in a box for 31 years, from her own teacher, from a hill that does not have anybody left on it who knows what they are. She puts them on the table and starts telling the council what each one is, one at a time, for 3 hours, while somebody writes it down. That is her whole arc, and it happened while I was somewhere else being congratulated about a bridge. Afterward, she comes and finds me, which she has not done voluntarily in 4 years, and she tells me the answer to the question I asked her outside her door on the 4th night of the Renford business. She tells me what the tree lime plant is. Properly. What it does in quantity, what it did to us specifically because we dried it in an hour over a flame, and what the burial ground has to do with it, which is that the soil is deep and rich there and nothing else. I ask her why now, and she says because I asked her 4 years ago and did not ask again, and that this is the only test she has ever found that works. The winter that follows is the quietest one I have on that hill. The trade is legal in one kingdom and treated in another. There is a stone at a bridge with a sovereign name on it. There are 19 curers where there were 4, and 40 benches in a stone shed with a door on the north side and a cart-width doorway, exactly as somebody wanted it. The letter arrives in the spring from a woman named Petra, who runs a trade exposition, inviting the Eastern producers to compete in the open category, which is a thing that has never been offered to anybody who is not from that kingdom. Bo reads it, or rather Bo has it read to him 3 times, and then he asks one question, which is whether there are judges. I say yes. He says good, and then he says that he will go, and that I will not. Bo makes his position clear at the sitting where the invitation is discussed, and it takes him about a dozen words, and half the council does not understand what he has just done. He says he will go, and that the human will not. There is a silence. Raka asks him whether he means the human is not invited, and Bo says no, the human is invited, and the human is not going to stand at that bench. And then he explains it, and it is the sharpest piece of strategic thinking anybody does in that entire year out of a man who has never left Orc territory in his life. He says that if I stand at that bench, then whatever happens at that exposition is a story about a human who taught the Orcs a trade. He says that story has been available to those people for 4 years, and every single one of them would prefer it. He says that if he stands at that bench and wins, then it is a story about an orc who is better at it than they are, and that this is the only story worth crossing a river for. Then he says that I may come and carry things, which gets an actual laugh, and which is also what I do for 4 days. He has never crossed the river, and I keep forgetting to say so about him. In 71 years, Bo Ash Fingers has never once left Orc ground, and he has been supplying 2 human kingdoms for 3 years. He is not frightened of it, he is annoyed by it. He complains about the boat, and then about the road, and then about human beds, and then at length about the food, which he says is all salt and no smoke. On the second evening of the journey, we stop in the town with the market square because it is on the road, and because I asked whether we could. Widow Hask is 66 now. Her shop has a new window that has been new for 3 years, and a shutter that still gets closed at 4 in the afternoon. She has been trading orc goods longer than any human alive. I take him in and I introduce them to each other, and then I go straight back out and stand on the step in the rain, because it is very obviously not my conversation. They are in there for about 40 minutes. Neither of them has a language in common. Mira went in after 10 minutes to translate and came out again after 2. Because they were doing perfectly well without her. What they did, as I heard it afterward, was open a box on the counter and go through it, piece by piece, the 2 of them, in silence, one of them checking with her fingers and the other one nodding. Bo comes out and does not say anything for about a mile. Then he asks me whether that was the first shop, and I say yes, and he says nothing else the rest of the day. The exposition is a 2-week affair in a walled yard on the edge of the capital with about 90 producers, and it exists because of a woman named Petra who runs it and takes a cut of everything sold inside the walls. I liked Petra immediately, and she did not like or dislike me at all, and it is the most useful relationship I have ever had with anybody. She is somewhere past 40. She has been running that yard for 19 years, and she does not care who wins anything. She cares about attendance and about people talking about her exposition afterward, and she is completely open about it. She said one thing to me on the first morning that I think about a lot. She said that she has had 4 riots, 2 frauds, and a fire in her yard, and that every one of them was excellent for business, and that the only thing she cannot recover from is a dull year. So she is not an ally. She is weather, And everything that happens over the next fortnight happens because Bo works out how to use the weather. The open category is new, and it is the piece that matters. 90 producers, and for once an open class that foreign entrants may compete in, judged in 3 rounds, with the final judging on the last day in front of whoever is standing there. Petra created it to sell tickets. She says so out loud. She had a foreign category because a foreign category is interesting, and she does not much mind who is in it. Kroom is on the standards committee. He has been on it for 3 years. It is an obscure body. It meets 4 times a year in a room above a coffee house, and it approves the technical schedules for about 14 public exhibitions, and nobody has ever wanted to be on it before. He is not the chair. He does not need to be. He is the only person on that committee who has ever cared about anything, which in a committee is the entire game. What he does is not dramatic, and it is not even really cheating. In the spring, 4 months before the exposition, the committee approves a revised judging schedule for open classes. Under the revision, the open class score has 3 components. The article itself, worth a third. The consistency of the entrance output across 3 submitted samples, worth a third. And premises and provenance, worth the final third, assessed by inspection of the producer's own premises by an appointed examiner. That last one is fatal, and it is completely reasonable sounding. A judge should know where a thing was made. Nobody could object to it upstairs of a coffee house on a wet afternoon in spring. It is also impossible for anybody whose premises are 11 days away across a river in a country where no examiner will go. Which means an orc entry can be the best article in the yard and be perfectly consistent, and score a clean 0 on a third of the total and lose to something mediocre from 4 streets away. Do not know about it, and there is the trouble. It is published in the committee's own internal schedule, circulated to examiners, and it is not in the exposition's printed rulebook, because the printed rulebook is set 8 months in advance and had already gone to the printer in the winter. Bo finds out about it on the 4th day of the fortnight from an examiner who mentions it in passing while making a note, entirely innocently, assuming everybody already knows. And I watch an old orc absorb, at about 6 in the evening, that he has come across a river to lose on a technicality. What he does next is the reason I am telling any of this. He does not shout. He does not come and find me, which I was slightly hurt about at the time, and which was correct, because I would have gone straight to Petra and started arguing and lost. What he does is send for the rulebook. There is a printed rulebook. Every entrant gets one. Ours has been in a bag for 4 days, and nobody has looked at it, because it is 14 pages of small print in a language Bo cannot read. So he gets Mira, and he has her read the whole thing to him, out loud, from the beginning, twice. It takes an hour and 40 minutes. She tells me afterward that he stopped her about a dozen times and made her go back, and that at no point did he explain what he was looking for. Then, he has her read the open class rules 4 more times. Let me say something about this man's memory, because it is the thing everybody underrates about him, and it is the whole reason the trade exists. Bo cannot read 1 word. He holds an entire craft in his head, 30 years of curing, every variation, every bad batch, and what caused it, the behavior of a dozen different soils, and he has never written down a single thing, because there was nobody to write for and no way to do it. Give that man an hour and 40 minutes alone with a document, and he owns it outright, and he owns it for the rest of his life. On the 5th morning, he goes and finds Petra in her own office at 7 in the morning, and he does not accuse anybody of anything. He asks her one question. He asks whether the printed rulebook governs the judging of her exposition. Petra, who has been running that yard for 19 years and whose entire business is that people believe her yard is straight, says obviously it does. He asks her to read out the section on the open class. She does. It says the open class is judged upon the article submitted. He asks her whether the words premises or provenance appear anywhere in her printed rulebook. She goes through it twice. They do not. She asks him where he has heard those words, and he tells her, plainly, and gives her the examiner's name, and says that the man did nothing wrong and should not be blamed, which is a thing I would not have thought to say. I was not in that room. Mira was. She says Petra sat there for about half a minute doing arithmetic, and that the arithmetic was not about fairness at all. Because Petra now has 2 options. She can quietly let the internal schedule stand and hope nobody mentions it, or she can hold a public ruling on it, in her own yard, in front of everybody, with an orc and a lord on opposite sides. One of those is a dull year. The ruling happens on the 7th day in front of about 400 people, because Petra makes absolutely certain there are 400 people, and it is the funniest thing I have ever watched from a distance of 30 feet. Kroom comes, he has to. Somebody from the committee has to defend the schedule, and he is the only person on it who has ever cared. And he is good for about 4 minutes. He explains the principle. He talks about the buyer's right to know where a thing was made. He says that a rule cannot be improper merely because some entrants find it inconvenient. Then Bo asks, through Mira, whether the Standards Committee has authority to amend the printed rules of a private exposition after publication. Kroom says the committee sets technical schedules. Bo says that is not the question and asks it again in the same words, and Kroom has to say that the committee sets technical schedules again because the honest answer is no. Then Bo does the thing that 400 people are still talking about years later. He asks Petra's clerk to read out the section on the open class. The clerk reads it. Bo says thank you, and then recites the next paragraph from memory, word for word, before the clerk gets to it. There is a noise from the crowd. The clerk looks up. Bo tells him to keep going and just check, and the clerk reads it out, and it is word for word what an orc who cannot read has just said. Then he does the paragraph after that. He goes through 4 paragraphs like that. He is enjoying himself enormously, and he is not hiding it even slightly. At one point, he corrects the clerk on a word, and then he stops, and he asks the only question that has ever mattered, which is where in those 4 paragraphs he should have understood that his shed would be inspected. Petra rules in about 10 seconds. The printed book governs. The open class is judged upon the article. She rules that way because it is correct, and also because 400 people just watched something extraordinary happen in her yard, and she is going to be selling tickets on it for a decade. Kroom does not make a scene. He stands there while she rules, and he inclines his head very slightly, and he leaves. I saw him at the gate afterward, and for the record, I did not enjoy it as much as I expected to. He looked old. He had spent 3 years attending a committee in a room above a coffee house in order to lose in public to a man in a work apron who could not read the rules he had just recited. The demonstration is on the 9th day, and it is the reason all of it was worth doing, and it is nothing like what anybody in that yard expected. Every other producer demonstrates by rolling. That is what a craft demonstration is at an exposition. A man sits at a bench and rolls beautifully at speed, and people watch his hands. Bo does not roll. Bo is not a roller and has never pretended to be, and at 71, his hands are not what they were, and he knows all of that. What he does instead is set up a table with 9 identical-looking piles of leaf on it, and a bowl of water, and nothing else, and he asks the crowd to tell him what is wrong. Nobody can. They look the same. They are the same variety off the same ground in the same year. So he goes along the table, and he tells them, one pile at a time, through Mira, what happened to each one. This one came out of the pile a day early. This one sat in a shed with a leak in the roof at the north end. This one was fine, and then somebody stacked it against a warm wall for 2 nights, and then he lets them touch. All of them. He has about 60 human tobacconists queuing up to put their hands into 9 piles of leaf, and he stands there and tells each one what they are feeling. There is a moment where a man from a large southern house, who has been in that trade for 30 years, puts his hand into the 4th pile and then takes it out and puts it back in, and asks Bo how long that one sat. Bo says 19 days. The man asks how he knows, and Bo says that he does not know, he can feel it, and that the man has just felt it too, and does not yet have a word for what he felt. That was the demonstration. No speed, no flourish, no theater. An old man teaching a queue of professionals to feel something they have been selling their whole lives. I have never in my life watched a crowd change its mind about a people that fast. The judging is on the last day, and we win it. And I am going to be quick about it because the win is not the point. Bo takes the open class. He also takes the General Craft Prize, which is not a foreign category at all, and which no foreign entrant has ever been eligible for, because Petra rules on the 6th day that if the article governs, then the article governs everywhere. The certificate is written out in the yard. It names the maker, which is Bo, by his full long name with the 3 parts, spelled phonetically by a clerk who has to ask him 3 times. And underneath, at Bo's insistence, it names the cooperative in Orcish, and then 11 curers by name, including the goat woman, because Bo will not have a certificate that says 1 man. My name is not on it anywhere. He checked. The receipt of 4 whole years is a piece of paper in a walled yard with 11 orc names on it and no human ones. I stood at the back with a basket, which was accurate. What I remember most from that afternoon is not the certificate. It is a man in his 70s, in a good coat he was extremely uncomfortable in, being asked by a queue of human tobacconists how he does the second sweat, and answering, at length, for 2 hours. Explaining a technique he refused to teach anybody for 30 years to a line of strangers in a language he does not speak through a translator, because a queue formed and he was not going to be rude. I asked him on the road home whether he knew he had just given it away. He said he had given away the words for it, and the words are not the thing, and any man in that queue was welcome to go home and ruin 4 seasons finding out. Then he said the sentence I should have worked out for myself years earlier, standing in a wet corner with 8 bad plants. He said that Vance had the words within a month of the first crate, and it bought him nothing. What cannot be handed across a table is 11 pairs of hands that have each cooked a pile and learned how that felt, and one old man who says a number and is never wrong. Bo was not being generous at that table. He was showing them the size of the gap. I went and sat down on a crate about halfway through that queue because I did not entirely trust myself to go on standing up. We go home with a certificate and a general craft prize and a shed full of orders, and the trade is finished in the sense that trades are ever finished, which is to say that everything that could be won has been won. And that is when the other thing finally comes for me, because it always waits patiently until there is nothing left in front of you to do. I go back up that hill, and there is nothing on my bench. There has not been anything on my bench for a year. Bo runs the craft, and Karsha runs the basket, and Mira runs the selling, and Vrath runs the border, and I sit in rooms and agree with people. They built a thing that does not need me, which was the point, which was always the point, and which I had somehow never once thought about arriving. And on the 3rd night home, I sit in the stone shed on his bench, under the north wall, in a building that got built just the way he wanted it, and I try to explain a supermarket to nobody at all. My actual job, by the 5th year, is the letters. That is not a joke, and it is not modesty. Somebody has to answer 9 shopkeepers who have become 41 shopkeepers about draw and grade and winter, and whether the second sweat can be shortened in a wet autumn. Bo cannot write. The curers are busy curing. Mira sells and does not have the craft for it. And there is a bundle under a bench that stopped being answered on a particular night at a ford and had to be picked up by somebody. So I picked it up, and I have been doing it ever since. And I go to Bo about 3 times a week and ask him a question, and then write down what he says in a way a human tobacconist can use. It is the best work I have ever done in either of my lives, and it is completely invisible. There is a man in a coaching town 6 days south who has written to that shed every month for 4 years and has never once met anybody from it. Started by asking whether the 3rd grade should be rolled looser for winter. He got an answer from me in a dead man's name in the worst 2 days of my life, and it was the right answer because I went and asked Bo. He has been writing ever since. He sends the shed his takings, unasked, so we can see which grades move in a cold month. He sent a drawing of his shop front once. He asks after people by name. In the 4th year, he wrote to say that his daughter was getting married and that he was closing for a week, and the shed sent a barrel of the 3rd grade with 11 names on the lid. And I have it on good authority that he cried in front of a delivery man. The trade is that, not the charter and not the bridge. 41 of those, in 2 kingdoms, running on a bundle of paper under a bench. The council sits. I attend. I have one voice, and I use it about once a month. Karsha runs the basket now in everything but title, and Roka argues with her about everything and votes with her about 4 times out of 5. The stone shed has 40 benches. It has racks instead of hooks and a door wide enough for a cart, and it faces north. And there are 11 curers and 19 rollers, and a woman who used to breed goats, teaching new hands on the end bench. Nobody sits on the bench by the north window. There is no rule about it. Nobody made a decision. It simply has never happened. Not once since the shed was built, and new people work it out inside about a day without anybody explaining. This is the shape of my life at the top of that hill, and it is a good life, and it is somebody else's. Let me tell you what I think happened at home. I have been putting it off for the whole of this, and I am going to do it now. By my count, it has been about 4.5 years. That is what I go by. 4 winters on this hill and most of a 5th, and the arithmetic is not complicated, and I did it constantly for a while, and then made myself stop. So by my reckoning, it has been 4.5 years since a wardrobe went over in a basement on an ordinary Tuesday evening. My mother would have had to identify me. Somebody has to, and my father has been out of the picture since I was 11, and there is nobody else. I have thought about that specific hour more than any other thing in 5 years. A woman in her late 50s in a corridor with bad lighting, being asked a question by somebody kind and tired. Then afterward, at some point, being told how it happened, which she would have had to be told, because the alternative is not telling her, and somebody would have decided she deserved the truth. I hope somebody made it funny for her. It could not have been immediately. At some point, though, I hope somebody in that family said it out loud at a kitchen table in the way it deserves to be said, because it is funny, and because she is the sort of person who would rather laugh than be protected. My room would have been cleared in a weekend. There was nothing in it. 2 boxes of records I never played and a jacket she bought me that I never wore in front of her because it was too nice. Marco would have organized the funeral. I have said that before and it stays true. He would have made the calls and chosen the room and stood at the front and been the one people thanked, and he would not have sat down once. And then about 3 weeks after, he would have taken the futon out to the curb. It is the piece I can see most clearly. Marco carrying that futon out of the basement by himself at night so that nobody could help him. He would have fixed the bracket. Of course he would have fixed the bracket. He would have bought the right kind of screws and gone down there with a drill and fixed a piece of metal on a piece of furniture that no longer exists and then sat on the floor. I think he blames himself. I think he has a whole system for it. He said he was going to fix it since about the year we all met, and he did not. And there is no Marco alive for whom that is not the first thing he thinks about every morning for a year. Deshaun is different, and it is worse. Deshaun laughs when he is frightened. That is a real thing about him, and it is not a character flaw, it is a wiring problem, and the last sound I ever heard was him doing it. He would have known that everybody in that room knew he was laughing when it happened, and he would have carried that for years. He would have been unable to say one word about it to Marco, and Marco would have been unable to bring it up. And that would have sat between 2 men who have known each other since they were 7. I hope they fixed it, which is what I actually want. Not to be missed. I want the 2 of them to have had one bad conversation in a car park, somewhere at 2 in the morning, about a Tuesday, and to have come out the other side of it still speaking. 4.5 years is long enough for a very great deal to happen. Marco could easily have a kid by now. Deshaun was talking about moving out of state before any of this. There is a version where my name comes up at a table somewhere, and everybody laughs about the wardrobe, properly laughs, because enough time has gone by, and that is honestly the best outcome available, and I would take it. I built all of that. I want to be clear that I know I built all of that. I have never had one piece of information about any of it. I have a lighter. It is in my coat. It has been in my coat for 4.5 years, and it has been out of fuel for nearly all of them, because it went dry on my first night here, in a pit, on the last cigarette I ever lit for myself, while a guard who should not have been down there lit his off the end of it. It is a piece of stamped tin with a wheel on it, made in a factory that does not exist on this side of anything, and it is the only object from my entire life that came through with me. I flick it about once a week. It sparks. It does not catch. I do not know what I expect, and I have never stopped doing it. Karsha catches me at it that summer and asks me what it is. I tell her. She turns it over about 4 times and asks whether it can be mended, and I say no. She asks whether it is valuable, and I say no. She asks why I keep it, and I say something evasive, and she says a thing I have not been able to put down since, which is that a people who carry a broken tool for 4 years have usually decided they are going somewhere. The Orcs do the finishing right once, and then it is done, and they do not have an anniversary, and I found that very hard for about 3 years. What they have instead is that the work goes on and his name is Ordinary. People say it constantly. A roller says it a dozen times a shift, because there is a way of packing a corner that is called after him, and nobody thinks twice about the word. I asked Karsha once whether there was a day. She said no. She said that a day is for people who would otherwise forget, and asked me, without any cruelty at all, whether I was likely to forget. The king turns 60 that year, and there is a thing at the hall about it, and I sit through the whole evening thinking about the last birthday of his I attended. He is not the same man. He is heavier and slower, and he has stopped riding to the clans in winter, and Wrath does about 1/3 of what he used to do without either of them saying so. He gets me on my own near the end of it, and asks me cheerfully whether I remember what he was going to do to me. I say yes. He says that he would like it noted that it was the best decision he ever made, and I say that it was the only decision he ever made. And he laughs at that for far too long. Then he says, not cheerfully at all, that his son is 19 and does not understand the basket, and that he needs about 4 more years and does not think he has them. Nobody else on that hill knew he was thinking that. I have never repeated it to anybody. It is in here because he is dead now and because it explains a thing he does at the very end. The conversation with Wrath happens in the autumn, and it is not one that I go looking for. We have got into the habit, over about 2 years, of walking the border road once a month. It started as inspection. It stopped being inspection some time ago, and neither of us has mentioned that. He asks me, out of nothing, on the middle stretch, whether there is a way back. I ask what he means, and he says precisely what he means, which is whether there is a road, a door, a right, a thing anybody could do that would put me back where I came from. I tell him the truth, which is that I have no idea. I did not come here by any method I understand. There is no door. There is a gray place and a wardrobe, and there is the entire body of knowledge on the subject. He walks a while and then asks whether I would use it, and I do not answer him. I do not have an answer, and I do not manufacture one, and we walk about 1.5 miles like that, which with Wrath is a comfortable amount of silence. Then he says the thing he came out to say, and it is about 10 words, and it is the only sentimental sentence he says to me in 5 years. He says that he would rather I did not, and that this is not advice. I ask him why. I ask it badly, half as a joke, out of the side of my mouth, because I am frightened of what he might actually turn out to say. And he says that he came within a day of having me killed twice, that he has been wrong about me 4 times and right about me twice, and that he has spent 5 years constructing a way of working with somebody he did not choose. Then he says that he is 51 years old and that he does not intend to go through that process again with anybody else, ever, and that he would appreciate it if I made that unnecessary. That is Wrath's declaration of friendship. A statement about the sunk cost of learning to tolerate a person. I have never been more moved by anything in my life. Mira offers me something that same autumn, and she does it properly, in writing, with terms. She wants a partner on the human side, and she does not mean an agent. A named partner, in a house with 2 names over the door, doing the buying and the grading liaison, and the correspondence, out of an office in the capital. It is a real offer, it is generous, and it is a life. A room with a fire in a city where nobody stares at me, work I am good at, and a door I can walk out of into a street full of people who look like me. I have it in my coat next to the lighter for 12 days before I say anything to her about it. When I do, she does not push. What she does is ask me one question, which is whether I would still be doing the letters. And I say yes, obviously, that is the point. I would be doing them from a desk with a fire instead of from a bench in a shed on a hill in the wind. She says right, and then she says that in that case she withdraws it. I ask her what on earth she means by that, and she says that she wrote the offer in the first place because she had thought I was unhappy. Then she says that she has just watched me answer a question about my own future entirely, in terms of somebody else's correspondence, and that she will not move a man across a river so that he can do the same job in a warmer room. Then she says the thing that actually goes in. She says that she has built a house with her own name over the door out of nothing, and that it took her 11 years, and that she is not sorry about 1 day of it. And she says she refuses to be the person who hands me a way of not deciding. Bo is the one who asks about it, which surprises me, because Bo does not ask about anything. He asks whether I am going, and I say I do not know. He says, that is not an answer. I say it is the only one I have. He says, in the flattest voice available to a man in his 70s, that the shed will be fine, and that he is not saying that to be cruel. He is saying it because he thinks I have been waiting 4 years for somebody to tell me it would not be. It is the most perceptive thing anybody says to me in 5 years, and it comes from a man who spent our first month refusing to speak to me. The evening I want to end on is not any of those. It is an ordinary one, in the stone shed, late, after the shift. There are about 8 of us at the long table with the lamp, doing what people do, which is nothing much. Somebody asks me about my world. They still do. It has become a thing, over 5 years, that if the human is at the table, and it is late enough, somebody will ask. And that night, for reasons I could not explain to you, I try to describe a photograph, not a painting. A picture that is not made by anybody's hand. A thing where you point a box at somebody and afterward there is a small flat piece of the actual moment that you can keep in your coat. It goes badly. It goes very badly. The goat woman asks, who does the painting inside the box? Somebody else asks whether it hurts. Raka's son wants to know whether the person in it gets older. I hear myself, about 4 sentences in, starting to say that the doors work on the same principle, which they do not, and which is not a thing anybody at that table has any way of understanding. And I say it toward the bench by the north window, and I do not do it on purpose. I turn my head to the place where somebody used to be sitting who would have asked the exact right stupid question, and I say it into an empty seat in a room full of people. Nobody says anything. Somebody down the table laughs, gently, and it is not at me. And I sit there and laugh as well, and it is genuinely funny, and it is genuinely the worst thing in the world, and both of those are completely true at the same time, and neither one cancels the other. That is where I am at the end of the 5th year. A man with a job answering letters, a broken lighter, an offer in his coat, a friend who has admitted he would rather I stayed, and a question I have not been able to answer for anybody who has asked it. And hold on to the arithmetic, because it is the last thing I get wrong. 4.5 years, I said, 4 winters and most of a 5th. I was counting in the only direction I had. The last day of my life on that hill is a market day, and there is nothing at stake in it whatsoever, which is exactly why I remember every hour of it. They hold it at the bridge now. Twice a year, on the Orc bank, under the stone with the long name cut into it, and it started 4 years ago as 6 carts and a rope and some shouting. The autumn one that year has 900 people at it. There are buyers from both kingdoms and, for once, 3 from a third one nobody has ever dealt with, who came 12 days because a coaching town shopkeeper told a man in a port. There is a crown officer with a stamp who has been at that crossing so long he has learned enough Orcish to be rude in it, and who is extremely popular. There is a row of tables where the grading is done in the open, in front of anybody who wants to watch, by 19 curers under a woman who used to breed goats and who is now, by common agreement, and to everybody's continuing amusement, the second best set of hands on that hill. Bo does not grade anymore. Bo sits on a chair at the end of the row with a stick and watches, and about 4 times a day somebody brings him something, and he puts his hand into it and says a number, and the number goes on the crate. He is 72. He has taught it to everybody. There is nothing left in his head that is not also in 19 other heads, and he did that on purpose, over 4 years, having spent the previous 30 doing the exact opposite. Karsha runs the day, and she does not do it ceremonially. She is on her feet from before light, settling 3 disputes about allocation before breakfast, and she is 81 years old and would very much like everybody to stop asking her about that. Raka's clan brings the largest single consignment in the history of the trade, and he is unbearable about it, for 4 straight hours, and then, once the light goes, quietly gives a quarter of it to 2 clans in the far north whose harvest failed. He does it without telling anybody. Karsha finds out 3 days later and does not mention it to him ever, which I am told is the correct response and which I would have got wrong. Mira is there with 2 clerks of her own and a house that has her name over the door in a city where nobody knew that name 11 years ago. She is not married and does not intend to be, and has been asked about it at every trade dinner for a decade, which she finds hilarious. Widow Hask does not come. She is 67 and she does not travel. What she does is send a boy with a box, and in the box is her shop's ledger for the first year she stocked us, which she has kept, and which she says the Orcs should have because it is the only record of the beginning that exists. Karsha has it read out at the next sitting. 20 pieces sold in 9 days, in a failing shop at the poor end of a square, to men who were not told. Yorna has a stall at the far end with 4 things on it and a queue, and she will not sell any of them to anybody she has not spoken to first, and there is an argument with a foreign buyer that she wins in about 10 seconds. Petra came, which nobody expected. She is not buying and not selling. She walked around that market for 2 hours making notes and then offered the shared basket a permanent stall at her exposition, and Karsha made her wait 9 days for an answer purely out of mischief. And there is a letter, because there is always a letter, from a licensed carter, 4 days south, who does not travel either, and who has written to that shed twice a year since the day he stopped working for it. I walk up to the burial ground before any of it starts, because I always do, and because it is on the way if you take the long path, and I have taken the long path for 5 years. There is no marker. Orcs do not mark. The ground up there is just ground with grass on it, and a very good view of the river, and if you did not know, you would walk over it. I do not talk to him. I never have. I am not built for that, and I would feel like an idiot. What I do is stand there for about 4 minutes and then walk down and go to work. And on that particular morning, what I was thinking about was drainage. Because he was right about the north side, and I have never told anybody he was right about the north side. And the king does the last real piece of work of his reign at that market, standing on the back of a cart, and it takes him somewhere around 90 seconds. He announces that the trade does not belong to the crown, that it never did, that it will not, and that on his death or the death of any king after him, it passes to nobody, because it is not his to pass. He names the shared basket as the holder of it in perpetuity, in the long form, with the clan naming, in front of 900 people, including 3 foreign delegations who write it all down. He is putting it beyond his own son. That is what that is. He is standing on a cart in the autumn telling everybody, including a 19-year-old boy who does not understand the basket yet, that there is nothing here to inherit. I have thought a great deal about the courage that takes. He built the only thing his people have ever had that a neighbor might want, and then he made sure that taking his throne would not get you it. Died about 2 years after that. His son took the crown and did not take the trade, and, by every account I have had since, has grown into it perfectly well. Vance did not disappear either, and that belongs here, because a story where the enemy vanishes is a lie about how anything works. He is still guildmaster for another 6 years, diminished, watched by his own people, but not gone. And in the second of those years, he does the thing nobody expected, which is apply for a license. The guild buys Orc Leaf now, openly, at the crossing, at the going rate, and sells it in its own shops under its own label with a line on the box naming the producers, because that line is a condition of sale and Mira wrote it. He signed that. A man who wrote a tariff and funded a pamphlet and staked his charter on destroying us, signing a document that puts 11 orc names on a box in his own shop windows. I asked Mira once whether he had objected to the naming clause. She said he read it twice and signed it and said nothing at all, and that she thought that was the closest he was capable of coming to sitting down. So there is the state of the world on the last afternoon, and I am carrying a basket. That is genuinely what I am doing. There is a table that needs restocking, and I am the nearest person with 2 working arms, and nobody at that market particularly needs me for anything else. Wrath walks a stretch of it with me and complains about the crowd, which is how that man enjoys himself. He asks whether I am coming out on the border road at the turn of the month. I say I am, and it is the last thing I ever say to him. I walk it up the bank and I put it down, and I stand at the end of the bridge for a minute, out of the way, watching the whole crowd of them do a thing that did not exist 5 years ago, and I put my hand in my coat and I flick the lighter, the way I have every week for 5 years. It sparks. It always sparks, and it has done nothing else once a week for 5 years, in a country with no name at all for the factory that made it, and then it catches. Let me describe what comes after properly, and I am not sure I can, because there is no sequence to it. It is not a journey. There is a small flame in my hand on a bridge, and there is gray, and the gray is not new to me. Soft, warm, completely empty, a television between channels. I have about one thought in it, and it arrives with total clarity, the same way one did the first time, and it is not a noble thought or a grateful one. It is that I did not say goodbye to anybody, and that there is a market on that bank with a basket in the middle of it that I have not finished carrying. Then the gray tears like wet paper, and there is weight on my chest, and somebody is screaming. 2 things happen at once, and I cannot separate them for years afterward. The first is pain, in my ribs and my left arm, real and immediate and extremely stupid. The second is that somebody is shouting, yo, 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 and it is Deshaun, and it is the exact sound I heard last, and he has not finished the sentence. The wardrobe comes off me. Marco and Deshaun get it, one at each end, and it goes over sideways into the futon, and Marco is saying words that are not words. There is a nature documentary on with the sound off. Music is still playing. The same song is still playing. I am lying on a basement floor looking up at 2 men I last saw 5 years ago, and they are exactly the same age, and there is a cup on the arm of that futon that has not finished falling over. Nobody speaks for a moment. Then Deshaun says, in a completely wrecked voice, that I need to say something, and Marco is on his knees saying, Dex, Dex, over and over, which is a name nobody has said out loud in 5 years. I cannot get near describing what that is like. There is a version of a man waking up from a long dream and being relieved. That is not what happens. What happens is that I look up at Marco, and my first clear feeling, before anything else, is that I do not know this person. I knew him for 22 years, and I had been away for 5, and he had been away for 90 seconds, and my head could not make those two facts sit in the same room. He has hair I remember him cutting off. He is wearing a shirt I have not thought about since before there were orcs, and he is 28 years old, and I am 33, and I have been 33 for 2 years. That lasts about 4 seconds, and then it goes, and it has never come back, and I will not pretend it did not happen. Then Deshaun says, from somewhere above me, that he thinks my arm is broken, and Marco says do not touch it, and Deshaun says he was not gonna touch it, and they start arguing about whether he was going to touch it. And that is what does it, not the faces. Two men having a stupid argument over my body about a thing neither of them is going to do. I have heard that argument 1,000 times. I heard it about a video game, and about a fridge, and about who was driving. It has not changed one word in 90 seconds, and it had been 5 years since I heard anybody have it. And what comes out of me, because my mouth is not connected to my head and will not be for some hours, is a word in Orcish. It is not even a good word. It is the 4-word phrase for calling somebody in from a distance across water, which 30 people said all night on a riverbank, and it comes out of me in a basement on a Tuesday in front of 2 people who have no idea what sound I have just made. Marco says what? I say it again. Deshaun says in genuine terror that I have hit my head, and then I start laughing, and it is the first time I have laughed in that room since a bracket, and it hurts my ribs enormously, and once I start, I cannot stop. Now the arithmetic, and let it be stated plainly and out loud, because I spent 5 years getting it comprehensively wrong. 90 seconds is the outside estimate, and it comes from Marco, who has done nothing but reconstruct that evening ever since. From the wardrobe going over to me, opening my eyes is somewhere between 40 seconds and 2 minutes. I was gone 5 years. On that bank, there is a market and a bridge and a stone with a name on it and 19 curers and a grave on a hill. None of that came back with me, and none of it stopped existing. It is not a dream, and it did not unhappen. 2 clocks were running, and they were never running at the same rate, and nobody on either side of that has ever been able to tell me why. My mother never got a phone call. Deshaun never carried anything for years. Marco never took a futon out to a curb at night. And the bracket, at that moment, is still not fixed. Every single thing I built about them in 5 years of lying awake was wrong, because none of it had happened, because there had not been time for it to happen. I have never decided whether it is the best of this or the worst. I do not tell them, and certainly not that night. That night, I say I blacked out, and they take me to a hospital where a tired doctor tells me I have 2 cracked ribs and the most impressive bruise he has seen that month. The hospital is the hard bit, and the ribs have nothing to do with it. It is the lights, which are a kind of light I have not been under in 5 years, and which I had entirely forgotten existed. It is a vending machine in a corridor that makes a noise and gives Deshaun a bag of something, and I stand and look at it for a genuinely embarrassing length of time. It is a nurse asking me my date of birth, and my hand starting to write it and stopping, because I have not written a number in 5 years, because I have spent 5 years in a place where numbers are said out loud, and nobody writes anything down. And it is a door. There is a set of doors at the end of that corridor that open when you walk toward them, and I stood in front of them and let them open and close 4 times. A porter asked me if I was all right. I said I was fine, and that I was just checking something. Nobody is watching. That was the answer all along, and I have known it my whole life, and it is a pressure plate under a mat, and there is nothing behind it at all. I would have given a very great deal to be able to tell him that in person, and to have been wrong about it, and to have had him say so. I told Marco about 11 months later, in a car, at 2 in the morning, in a car park, which is a place I had spent a great deal of imagined time. He did not believe me. He has never believed me. What he says when it comes up is that people see things when the oxygen goes, and that it does not matter what it was, and that he will not argue with me about the best thing that ever happened to me. That is what he calls it. The best thing that ever happened to me. Marco is not stupid. What I actually wanted from him in that car park, and did not get, and have stopped wanting, was for somebody to know the names. That is all of it. Not to be believed about doors and rivers. Just for one other person on this side to know that there was an old man called Bo, and a woman called Karsha who ran a market at 81, and a young orc with careful hands who wanted a stone shed with the door on the north side. Because if nobody here knows the names, then 5 years of my life is a thing that happened to nobody, and I am the only record, and records get emptied into boxes. So I told him anyway, in a car, badly, for about 2 hours, and he listened to all of it, and did not once look at his phone. And at the end he said that he did not believe a word of it, and asked me what the goat woman's name was. I told him. He said it back. He has never mentioned it since, and he has never forgotten it. And about 4 years ago, his daughter got a middle name out of that conversation, and he has never explained it to his wife. Deshaun believes me completely and immediately, and has never once wavered, which is entirely in character, and which is why I told him second, and the lighter was empty. That is my evidence, all of it, and I am aware of how much it is worth. On Tuesday afternoon, I filled it at a gas station, and I remember doing it. And on Tuesday evening, in a hospital corridor, it was dry. Marco has an explanation. Marco always has an explanation. I fixed the bracket myself 2 days later, with the wrong screws, badly, and Marco has never taken it down and has never let anybody else touch it. I am 43 now. I did not go back to selling advertising space. I run a very small shop with a very old counter on the wrong end of a street, which I did not do on purpose and which I noticed about 2 years in and had to go and sit down about. About a third of my shelves are things nobody else in this city stocks. I do the buying myself. I sell singly and not by the box, and when people ask me why, I tell them what a woman told me across a counter on the first morning I ever spent in a market square. I write to my growers. All of them, every month, by hand, which is an insane way to run a business in this century, and which 4 of them have told me is the reason they still deal with me. And my hands know a thing my head cannot explain. I cannot cure leaf. I never could. What I can do is put my hand into a pile of it and know. And I did not learn that from a warehouse in a country I visited once. I learned it standing in the wind next to an old man who would not talk to me for a week. Nobody comes back. It is what people always want, and it does not happen. There is no door, and there never was one, and I have flicked that lighter every week for a very long time. But it lit once, on a bridge, at a market, on the last good afternoon of a life I was not supposed to have. And a very long way from here, on a bank, there is a basket sitting on a table that somebody else picked up and finished carrying, because that is what they do there, and I hope somebody put their name on it, and I know for a fact that nobody did.
This was never really a story about tobacco. It is a story about a man who was told no by people who turned out to be right and who lasted exactly as long as he kept listening to them. An old grower who would not put his mark on unfinished work. A general who wrote down every corner that got cut. A young orc with careful hands who asked one question nobody else thought to ask. Every time the human won, somebody else had handed him the answer first. The one time he decided he could not spare 9 days to be told no, a friend went into a river holding a crate. What a thing is worth is never only what you made. It is who was allowed to check it before it left your hands.